Rebuild World, Chapter 149, Training Ario and Other Children. Akira spent his day in Cheryl's private room again. They decided to stop selling relics for the time being. The room that they used to sell relics was in ruins after the fight, so they were in no situation to sell relics anyway. Not to mention, many of the relics were destroyed during the fight. It might take some time before they reopened the shop. Akira had been visiting the base regularly lately, but it was originally in order to guard the shop. And now that the shop was closed, he actually had no real reason to come to the base. But even so, that day, Akira was in Cheryl's private room. He was there to calm her down. Cheryl was still traumatized after the shootout inside her base. Akira was alone in Cheryl's room. Cheryl herself was in another room, teaching some of the members how to read and write. But it was not like he was not doing anything. Alpha was teaching him stuff, and he sometimes played that game from before, which also served as training too. Someone knocked on the door. "Come in." The door opened. It was Alicia and Ario. "If you're looking for Cheryl, she's not here. I think she's teaching in the other room." Ario and Alicia looked at each other. Their expressions were saying that they had made their resolve. After that, Ario firmly said to Akira, "No, we have something we want to ask you." "Me? What is it?" Ario then said to Akira with a serious face. "Can you please train us?" After talking about the details, it seemed that Ario wanted Akira to train them so that if another fight happened in the base just like last time, they could at least put up some resistance. Ario and Alicia believed that training others would be an easy thing for someone as strong as Akira. But of course, that was not exactly the case for Akira. Right when he thought about refusing it, thinking that it was too much of work for him, Alpha suddenly interjected. "I won't force you, but if you're okay either way, it might be a good idea to accept it, you know." Akira assumed that Alpha would be against it, so it was strange for Alpha to say that. "I don't mind if you say so, but why? If these guys can protect themselves, there won't be any need for you to be here anymore." Although it was very unlikely, it was a precautionary step. In case Akira decided to come there regularly because he's worried about Cheryl. If Cheryl's gang got stronger, it would reduce the burden on Akira. If they learned how to fight, Akira might be able to find a use for them. And with them under control, it would reduce the possibility of them affecting his decision like Sarah and Elena, and he would not always need to accompany them to hunt for relics. That way, Alpha thought if something were to happen, it would be easier for Akira to just abandon them when needed. Moreover, it'll be good training for you too. You did something similar before, remember? Akira remembered the time when he was in Higuraka residence ruin and replied. "Are you sure it'll be okay? It's not like something bad will happen again like last time, right? It'll be alright. We'll not go that far away from the city anyway. Not to mention, your skill will get rusty if you keep spending your time inside like this. Considering that fight not too long ago, it might be a good idea to get you used to fighting other people. I might sound a bit arrogant, but will fighting these guys really help me train in fighting against humans? I'll do something about that, so don't worry. It'll need a little bit of preparation for that though." "Well, if you say so, then okay. It seems that it's decided then." Akira listened to Alpha's explanation for what he needed to prepare before replying to Ario. "Alright. But I'll need to prepare a few things first, is that okay?" Ario was surprised, but he immediately thanked Akira. "Really? Thank you. Thank you very much." Alicia also thanked Akira before she looked at Ario and smiled happily. Akira, who saw that, found it a little weird. "I'll go out for a bit then. If Cheryl returns back, just tell her that I have some business with Katsuragi, and do tell her about the training too. You can tell me how many people will join the training later." "Of course." Alicia replied happily. Akira tilted his head. He still could not understand why Alicia and Ario were so happy. But he decided to just forget about it and left the room. Ario and Alicia were left behind inside the room as they hugged each other. Akira was a hunter who was able to win against 8 armed people all by himself. He then even went and sold those robbers that he spared, and he did not hesitate when he killed the guy who did not want to get sold. This time, Ario and Alicia were able to get their request accepted without angering such a hunter. It was great news for both Alicia and Ario. Akira was indeed strong. If they could learn some of his fighting skills, Ario and the other children might become as strong as Akira. Of course, there was also the difference between their equipment. But even back then when Akira did not have his powerful equipment yet, he was strong enough to be able to return back alive even after he dragged a dead gang member of a prominent gang in the slum city to that gang's base. So even if they had different equipment, Ario thought that they might, to some extent, get as strong as Akira. Ario and Alicia were still hugging each other as Ario said to her, I'll work hard and get stronger so that I can protect you myself. Alicia smiled happily. Ario, thank you. Ario was almost killed in the previous shootout. Back then, he had better equipment than the other children as he and the other children in the fighting squad tried to fight back the robbers. But the result was terrible, he got injured pretty badly. The robbers were able to neutralize them without much trouble. The reason why Ario did not get killed immediately like some of his friends was simply because of luck. Fortunately, Akira gave Alicia an expensive medicine and she used some of that medicine for Ario. Ario's life was spared thanks to that. In the end, Cheryl lost 8 people. If Alicia did not prioritize her lover, she might have been able to save one more life. Alicia did feel guilty about it, but she did not regret her choice. When Ario was about to die and thought that there was no way he would be saved, he thought of Alicia in his fading consciousness. When his consciousness finally returned back, he found Alicia crying really badly while hugging him. That was when he made his decision. Alicia understood that Ario made his decision not because he was close to getting killed, but it was because he did not want her to go through something similar again. She felt happy about that and made her resolve just like Ario did. Both of them forgot where they were hugging each other out of happiness to the point that Cheryl, who had returned back to that room, was weirded out by them. Akira went to Katsuragi's trailer and was talking with him. Katsuragi was a bit surprised when Akira put in his order. I get what you want to buy. It's not exactly what I'm usually selling, but well, I don't really mind. It's not like we're strangers anyway. I'll be counting on you. As for the payment, just put it on Cheryl's tab. Katsuragi sounded a bit dissatisfied when he heard that. Wait for a sec. That money is not for something like this, isn't it? They're training equipment for Cheryl's gang. Even if you say so. Katsuragi seemed to have some objections. Akira then asked him a question. By the way, how much money do you think you'll get from those robbers? Alright, I'll put it on Cheryl's tab. I'll tell them to hurry up with the delivery too. It was a good deal after all. Katsuragi did not miss a beat when he said that. It seemed that he actually did not want to tell Akira the number. Akira's question might have sounded like a threat to Katsuragi. Akira then exasperatedly said. I don't really care how much profit you get from selling those robbers, but make sure to earn the same amount of money from selling equipment, alright? But of course, I'm a merchant first and foremost, you see. I won't do anything as despicable as tricking you and keeping some of the money from selling the robbers for myself. Plus, after that one incident there, I feel like Cheryl would finally become a proper customer for my shop. Trust is number one for merchants, so don't worry. I won't do something as nasty as tricking your lover. I don't want you to chase me to the end of the world after all. Depending on how you interpreted it, it also meant that he would do that if Akira stopped supporting Cheryl. Akira looked suspiciously at Katsuragi. Katsuragi decided to change the subject as not to worsen Akira's mood any further. By the way, I really hope you would start bringing relics to me, you know. So what's going on lately with that? I'm in the middle of renewing my equipment with the money that I got from my last request. I'll be looking for relics again after I get my new equipment. Katsuragi annoyedly said. That's why I'm telling you to buy that from me. But Akira replied back casually. In that case, get good equipment for Cheryl's gang. If you get something good enough to make me want to change shop, I might as well think about it. Akira thought that although he would consider it, there was a good chance that he would not change shop. Katsuragi also noticed that it was highly unlikely for Akira to change shop unless something big happened. I really wonder if you'll properly bring relics that you'll get next to me. It depends on what kind of relics that I'll get next time. Just hope that it would be something that would sell better in your shop. Make sure to bring them to me, yeah. Don't do anything cheap like selling them in Cheryl's place first and only bringing them to me if they don't sell well. As long as it's faster and I can get better money by selling them to you, I won't do something like that. Katsuragi sighed. Ha, you were just a strong boy not too long ago, but you've been turning more and more like a real hunter lately. Thanks for the compliment. In contrast to Katsuragi, Akira seemed a bit happy. Ario and some other children from Cheryl's gang were waiting for Akira not too far from Slum City. That day they were planning to go for training with Akira. Ario plus the other 8 children were waiting nervously for Akira. One of the boys asked. Say, what are we exactly going to do for today's training? The other children looked at Ario, who said. I have no idea either. That boy looked a bit surprised at Ario's reply. You don't know. But you're the one who asked Akira-san to train us, right? Why don't you know? Shut up. There's nothing I can do about it, I really don't know. I was indeed the one who asked Akira-san, but it's not like we talked about the details. I only heard from the boss later that Akira-san wants us to wait for him here. Another boy asked Ario another question. I heard that you and Alicia went to ask Akira-san directly. You guys did that without asking for permission from the boss, right? Is boss okay with this? It's alright. Akira-san is okay with it, and since it was Alicia and me who asked Akira-san, I'm sure Cheryl won't get that angry. After all, both I and Alicia are pretty close to her. So it should be alright, maybe. Ario sounded a bit unsure there, so the boy could not help but panic a bit. Maybe. This better be alright, okay? I don't want to be dumped in the middle of the wasteland, you know. Ario got a little bit worked up as he replied. Oh, shut up. If you don't want the boss to get angry, then you better take this training seriously. If you don't take the training seriously, although I and Alicia went out of our way to ask Akira-san, this time for sure Cheryl and Akira-san would get angry at you. Why, you're right. Ario got a bit worked up because of his nervousness and lashed out, which caused the young boy to wince back. Ario did realize it himself that he was a bit more strung up than usual. He had made his resolve in all kinds of meaning, so it was understandable that he was not in his usual state. When Alicia and Ario explained the situation to Cheryl, she seemed to be thinking about something with a serious face. Ario thought it was great that Akira accepted their request without any trouble, but if that was not the case, they would have been in deep trouble. Ario had no idea what Cheryl thought about the training. But at least for the time being, Cheryl was smiling like usual, and he hoped that it was a good smile. Akira came with his vehicle right before the meeting time. He was also dragging a cart behind his vehicle. He then pointed at the cart. Get on. Ario seemed scared as he asked Akira. Where are we going? Akira came with a vehicle, so it must be somewhere quite far away. It might be the Higuraka residence city, or it might be a big opening somewhere in the wasteland. When they thought so, Ario and the other children got a little nervous. It might be not that much of a danger for a hunter like Akira, but it was a matter of life and death for the other children. But Akira only gave a vague answer to Ario's question. Well, it's just somewhere around. It seemed that Akira wanted them to quickly get on the cart, so the children immediately started climbing onto the cart although they were still nervous. No matter where they were going, they had no other choice but to get on. Akira stopped his vehicle not too far away from the city. The area was filled with stones, rubbles, crumbled down walls, and wreckages. He then stepped off the vehicle followed by Ario and the other children. Akira pulled out a big heavy box from his luggage and put it down in front of Ario and the other children who were lining up in front of him. The box was filled with rifles for training and something that looked like goggles. Akira bought all of these from Katsuragi. He then said to them, "Put all of your rifles that you have right now in the box and take a goggle and a rifle each. One person will get one rifle and 2 magazines. The goggles might be a bit too big but make sure to use them too. I'll tell you the details later." The children did as they were told. One of the boys noticed that the magazine he took was empty, so he reached for another magazine, but it was also empty. He realized that all of those magazines were empty. He then cautiously asked Akira. The magazines are empty." "Yeah, it's supposed to be empty. Don't worry about it, just take 2 of them each." Since Akira said so, the other children obediently did so although they found it weird. After they finished their preparations and lined up, Akira wearing the same goggle and rifle stood in front of them and started explaining. "The training is simple, you guys just need to fight me. These rifles are modified AAH rifles and the magazines are empty, so it should be no problem. If you pull the trigger, it'll calculate a trajectory line as if you really shot a bullet, then you'll be able to see whether your shot hit or not. You can try pointing it at each other and pull the trigger." They looked a bit troubled but they did try to point their empty rifles at each other and pulled the trigger. Then the children that got shot according to the calculation were blanketed in red, and those who got shot had their goggles that were originally transparent also filled in red. Ario and the other children were surprised and raised their voices. Akira then continued his explanation. "Once you get shot, quickly leave this place. Once I get killed, or if all of you get killed, we'll return to our starting position and restart again. After that. Well, let's give it a go first." After he said that, Akira repositioned himself away from Ario and the other children, so they flusteredly asked him. "That's it? How about the strategy and other things too?" "You'll find out soon enough." Akira then left and vanished behind a wreckage. Ario and the other children looked confusedly at each other when suddenly something came up on their display. It said that the training would start in 10 seconds, it was written in big letters. Although they were surprised by that, the countdown did not slow down at all. Akira was hiding behind a wreckage, Alpha was standing next to him just like usual. Alpha was wearing an old-world battle suit. It had an extreme design for those people who were not used to that kind of design. It had a lot of openings that showed Alpha's skin which would make anyone question its usefulness. If we focused on the colorful and complicated combination of materials that made that bodysuit, it looked like a very revealing swimsuit. The belt-like decoration was put in a certain place as if its main function was to make some of Alpha's body part look more pronounced. It could be said that it was intentionally designed to gather people's attention, or to be more sensual than being naked. Of course, Akira had gotten too used to it that he did not feel anything, but something caught his attention as he asked Alpha a question. "By the way, Alpha, you use that kind of suit since you want to stand out in case if someone can actually see you, right? So is there any need for you to do that right now?" Alpha smiled and said. "Oh, about that, I haven't been doing that lately. It was basically to realign my wavelength with you, it's also to narrow down the connection, so no one should be able to see me unless they have a similar wavelength with you. That's why you're the only one who can see me right now, you know." After hearing that answer, Akira curiously asked. "Then why are you still using that kind of suit?" "No reason in particular." "Then change to something else." "No." Alpha was smiling as if she was teasing Akira. Akira looked at her with a troubled face, but she just ignored that and said. "I'll think about it if you're so used to it to the point that you won't lose your focus in the middle of the fight no matter how your opponent looks. Even a short pause could be fatal, you see. It's indeed just training, but it's still a fight, so focus on the fight and don't let your guard down." Just imagine what would you do if a beautiful naked humanoid weapon suddenly attacks you while you're in the middle of exploring an old world ruin. Do you really think that it would change its appearance just because you ask it to? Or you'll just continue fighting while still getting bothered by its appearance? Akira made a conflicted face. Alpha's argument did not sound fully convincing. It was true that it was important for him to be able to keep functioning like usual no matter what he was facing. It was true that when he met Alpha, he was dumbfounded in the middle of the dangerous ruin where he could have gotten killed multiple times while he was dumbfounded. But if he was asked if Alpha's argument was correct, he could not honestly say yes. Akira sighed as he changed his focus. After all, he knew that he could not win in the argument no matter what, so he decided to ask something else that was bugging him. I did prepare all of those stuff following your instruction, but as I thought, I don't feel like fighting these guys will provide me much training though. I'm indeed using a weaker mode for my augmented suit and it's slowing me down a bit. I know I might sound arrogant by saying this, but I'm pretty sure I can quickly defeat them without much trouble. Will this really give me some training? Akira was a trained hunter, so he had the confidence to win against Ario and the other children no matter how many times they tried. Alpha smiled and said, "This is where you'll see how great my support is." "No, I think I can win even without your support." Akira looked confused. Alpha shook her head and smiled smugly. "That's not what I meant." At the next moment, Akira heard a bullet land right next to him. He was flabbergasted since he kept his eyes on his surroundings and did not find any enemies in the positions where he might get shot. Akira immediately crouched and repositioned himself while checking his surroundings one more time. Gunshot? Real bullet? But from where? It's alright, it's not a real bullet and that sound was also not real. I produced that sound by calculating where the bullet would land to make this training feel more real. After hearing Alpha's explanation, Akira glanced at where the sound came from. He could not see the scorch mark that should have been there if it was a real bullet. It was indeed as Alpha explained, that sound came from Akira's augmented reality due to Alpha. Akira sighed in relief after confirming Alpha's explanation, but his expression immediately turned grim. "I see, thank goodness." "Wait, no. Where did it come from? How did I get surrounded?" "My information gathering device didn't pick up anything though." "If you're talking about that, there was actually a faint signal, you know. Although, since you don't have my support, it's really hard to notice that signal. Moreover, if they hide in locations where it's hard for your information gathering device to reach them, it would be even harder for you to detect them." When Alpha was giving that explanation to Akira, another bullet flew by next to him and landed not too far from him, making a banging sound. Akira was sticking close to the ground while moving and looking for enemies. He spotted a boy aiming for him from behind a wreckage. Akira immediately aimed his rifle at that boy, but before he could pull the trigger, that boy quickly took cover behind the wreckage. Akira himself understood that his shot did not hit. He noticed me. Did he evade that? How? His response time is just too fast no matter how you look at it. Alpha smiled amusedly. That's because I told them beforehand to quickly hide after they take a shot. Akira frowned and looked at Alpha. He finally understood why she said that it would not be an easy win for him. So basically, his situation was reversed compared to the usual. So, as you can see, they're the ones who have my support. Akira was fighting without Alpha's support while his opponents had her support. Enjoy the training. Alpha only said that and smiled mischievously at Akira. Akira thought that he was already surrounded, so he decided to quickly reposition himself. Alpha is supporting Ario and the other children, so basically they know my location all the time. I bet they also can see the trajectory line of the bullet in their goggles. I guess I have no other choice but to keep moving while taking cover at the same time. If I stop even for a bit, it'll be game over for me. Suddenly a barrage of bullets came from Akira's flank as if to confirm his guess. Judging from the sound, the barrage landed close to him. It seemed that the opponents were aiming properly at him. Akira scanned through all the positions around him where someone could shoot at him, checked for any signals in his information-gathering device, and checked the area where he found signals. He kept moving to avoid getting shot. Due to that, anyone who tried to shoot at him, whether it was only a haphazard barrage or an accurate aiming, would need to stay out from hiding longer to take a good aim at him. He also made sure not to move too much on a straight line so that they could not get a good aim on him. Akira shifted his gaze from the wreckage to the young boy jumping out from behind it. He quickly aimed his rifle at that young boy and pulled the trigger more or less at the same time as the other boy. Judging from the sound, the bullet landed behind Akira. Akira was able to evade that shot, but he did not know if his shot got a hit or not. Since it was not like he shot a real bullet, it would not be obvious if his shot really hit. He could not tell if that boy was lying down on the ground because he got shot or because he tried to hide. He quickly changed his direction to that boy. If his shot did not hit, he wanted to use that chance to close the distance with the enemy, whose position he knew. He needed to finish that boy for good this time. Akira moved to a position where he could get a good shot at the boy from before. When he peeked out, he could see that boy lying flat on the ground. He thought that it meant his shot hit him as he ran past that boy. Right at the next moment, Akira could feel someone's presence from behind him. Akira spun around and readied his rifle. That boy from before was already standing back up and aiming at Akira. He was only faking death. Akira pulled the trigger even quicker than that boy. That boy was surprised as he flusteredly laid back on the ground again. He confirmed that his goggle was filled with red color as he did what they had agreed to beforehand. Akira protested to Alpha. Alpha. Is that really okay? Of course. No one said that they can't lie on the ground unless they get shot, right? It's too naive of you to think that the enemies won't fake death. If this was a real fight, there's also a chance that you only temporarily knocked them unconscious. So don't take your chance and make sure to shoot their head at least once. Alright, alright. Akira agreed with what Alpha said, but it still rubbed him the wrong way. Two boys suddenly jumped out behind Akira, not giving him any chance to relax. Akira quickly reacted to it as he made a 180-degree turn and jumped sideways while at the same time returning shots at those two boys. But that action threw Akira off balance. Akira cut through the air and landed on one leg. That was when four other boys appeared and aimed at him. Akira knew that he was in a pinch. His brain automatically kicked to high gear as it boosted his consciousness. Inside that slowed-down world, Akira fixed his posture to evade the bullets coming from those boys and made a full circle spin with his right hand still pulling down on the trigger. He was able to evade the shots coming from four different directions while shooting back at the same time. He confirmed that his shots did hit, so he sighed in relief as he landed with his left hand on the ground, preventing him from falling over. But the moment his left hand touched the ground, his vision suddenly turned red. Someone had shot him. It was a properly aimed shot. Although it caught him off guard, Akira immediately lied down on the ground. Akira's vision turned back to normal. He could see Alpha pointing somewhere. Akira traced where she was pointing and saw Ario aiming at him. Ario was the one who shot him. Alpha looked at Akira and smiled. It's my win. You still have a long way to go. How much of that was your plan? Of course, everything from the start to the end, all of it. I see. Akira pouted a bit when he said that. He then stood up. Alpha pointed to where he was just before. Akira looked in that direction and frowned. Akira could see his corpse lying there. Of course, it was nothing more than an image reproduced by Alpha. Akira's corpse had holes on its head, neck, body and limbs as it was bleeding very badly. Some of its body parts were drowned in blood or just simply shredded to pieces. It was the result if they were using real bullets. During his training in the past, Akira had seen what would happen if he could not fight back a monster, and at that time, the place ended up being filled with the images of his corpse. Akira mumbled. It has been quite a while since the last time I saw this. So basically this is what would happen if it was real bullets, huh? Although, to be more precise, in order for that to happen, they would need to use a pretty powerful bullet since his augmented suit also provided a level of protection for Akira, excluding his head. So it was still pretty accurate to say that a normal bullet would kill Akira like that if he got hit on his head. Alpha smiled teasingly at Akira and said. So there you have it. Aren't you glad that it wasn't real bullets? I can't agree more. Akira smiled bitterly as he said that. Rebuild World, Chapter 150, Shijima's Disaster. After they finished a round, Akira and the other children grouped up. They lined up in front of Akira, who looked a bit dejected as he said to them. So that's basically the gist of it. Anyone has any questions? If not, then let's do another round. Ario and his friends asked all kinds of questions. Akira answered them one by one while listening to Alpha's explanation too. We can see all kinds of things in the goggles, what is with that? The training system is taking care of most of the things in the background. It's mostly focused on adjusting your movement as a group, but it also gives individual orders through your goggles. If you follow those orders accurately, you can learn how to fight. Next. How do you know our locations? And how does it decide when one of us gets shot? It's connected to the information gathering device in my vehicle and it does calculations based on the data from your goggles and the aiming device of your rifle. Next. The trajectory line from the muzzle sometimes vanished suddenly. What should I do when that happens? Reload a new magazine. It's properly counting the ammo inside your magazine. If your magazine is empty, the trajectory line would vanish. It's so that you can learn to protect each other when you reload a new magazine. At the moment, it's set so that you can still shoot for a while even after your magazine is empty, but I'll have to change that soon. Next. I can always see the location of the other people in my goggles. Is this really effective as a training? It's only available to you guys, but not for me. I also don't get that trajectory line nor the specific order from the training system. I'm basically fighting you guys while you guys know my exact position at all times. So use that advantage to corner me, or to sneak on me. Basically, follow the orders shown by the training system and learn how to fight from that. Although it's impossible to know your opponent's location anytime during a real fight, you can actually set a situation where you can do something similar to that. For example, if you install expensive information gathering devices in all places inside the base and install a security system to support it, you should be able to get a similar situation. Next. There was no more question, so Akira decided to stop the queue. A session there. No more questions, huh? Then let's do another round. But Ario flusteredly stopped Akira. Wait for a sec. So basically we're the only ones who know your location all the time. And that's not the case for Akira-san. No one was asking questions since they were shocked and they heard that from Akira. Akira then casually replied. Yeah, I don't get anything like that. Ah really? This won't be much of a training if I don't at least have that much handicap. Not to mention, we have different equipment too. Unlike you guys, I have my augmented suit and my information gathering device. So without that handicap, it would be a one-way fight and that would not help anyone. Ario and the other children were dumbfounded. They thought that Akira could also see through rubbles and wreckages like them. They thought that Akira was also receiving instructions from the training system like them. But that was not the case. They had that many advantages, but even so, they were only barely able to win in an 8 versus 1 fight. Without that much handicap, they would not be able to give any meaningful fight to Akira. Their difference in strength left those children in shock. Seeing that no one asked anything more, Akira urged them to move on. So, no more questions. Let's restart the training then. They finally snapped back to reality. Then one of the children sheepishly asked Akira. I can't read the instructions, so what should I do? Just follow the indicators in the map and try to make a guess from there. Akira completely forgot the possibility that some of them could not read. It made him feel a bit conflicted remembering that he also could not read until recently. They then had a few rounds after that, both sides fought desperately in each round. Akira's victory ratio was 50%. Most of the rounds ended up either with Akira shooting down all of his opponents or Ario's side using one of the boys as a decoy to shoot Akira. Alpha adjusted the training to be like that. Akira suddenly asked Alpha a question while hiding behind a cover. But still, I didn't expect them to get this strong just by following your instructions. Although, unlike in my case, I bet they don't always move following your orders. You're right. After all, back in the Kuzusuhara ruin, there was a time when you took an action against my instruction, right? Akira remembered that blunder back in Kuzusuhara ruin and smiled wryly. I'm really sorry about that. Alpha lightly giggled. Well, I do all kinds of adjustment in the background though. For example, when I give them an instruction to go right, they would need to read that instruction, understand the instruction and check if it's safe first before actually following that instruction. So if they take 10 seconds to go through this process, I'll adjust it to show that instruction 10 seconds earlier before it's actually needed. That way they'll move much more efficiently. You're even doing something like that, huh? How did you know that it'll take 10 seconds? Through a lot of different methods. For example, I measure the lag between when I send an instruction into their goggle until they actually execute that order. I also do other adjustments depending on the psychological state of the receiver, how nervous or tired they are, or if they're in a dangerous situation, or how difficult the order is. Akira nodded in amazement. I see, that's really a lot of things to consider and adjust. Well, your support did help a slum city kid who recklessly went to Kuzusuhara ruin to look for relics to return alive, and that boy is now doing pretty well as a hunter. So I guess it's only to be expected for you to be able to do that much, huh? Yup, that's true. Aren't you glad that you got to meet me? Yeah, I'm really grateful to you. I'll return back the favor by completing your request, so wait patiently until I can do that, okay? Although Akira sounded like he was being cynical, he did not lie. He really felt thankful to Alpha and he was planning to complete her request no matter how long it would take him. Alpha could see through him and smiled satisfied. Yup, I'll be counting on you. By the way, how strong are they now since they have your support? Remember back then when you saved Elena and Sarah in Kuzusuhara ruin? They're basically slightly weaker than you from that time. Although, that's only true during this training. All of them as a whole. Nope, each one of them. No wonder why I'm having a hard time here. After all, he was fighting enemies who were as strong as him from that time, and not to mention, it was in an 8 versus 1 fight. Although Akira smiled bitterly, he also felt slightly happy since the fact that he could fight them well meant that he had grown pretty strong. Ario and the other children kept their distance from Akira as they were trying to surround him. The fight had not started yet. Previously, right after the fight started, Akira would immediately focus on those who had not moved much and take them out first before taking out the rest of the enemy. Since that had happened several times, they decided to only start the fight after Ario and the other children had finished repositioning themselves. Instructions were sent to the goggles. Ario read the instructions shown in his goggles. Starting from this fight, if you shoot from a bad position, we will void your shot considering the kickback from shooting from a bad posture, huh? Then how should I carry my rifle? Ario looked at his rifle. The trajectory line from its muzzle had vanished. Right when he was confused about what to do, his goggles shone an image of someone carrying a rifle. So he imitated that image. Like this? Ario used both of his hands to grip tightly on his rifle. Right on the next moment, the trajectory line extended out from its muzzle. He then tried to carry his rifle with one hand again, and just like last time, the trajectory line vanished again. So basically I need to properly carry it with my both hands, huh? But I remember Akira shot with only one arm and in a very bad posture though. Ah, I see. It's because he has his augmented suit so that he can properly stabilize the kickback with only one arm, huh? After that, the goggles also showed all kinds of other shooting postures which Ario tried. Since the trajectory line only came out when he took the correct posture, it helped him to learn how to correctly carry his rifle. Ario looked at the other children. It seemed that they were also trying to imitate the postures shown in their goggles. Looking at that, he thought that they looked completely like a group of amateurs. The other children must have thought so too when they looked at each other. It seems that we still have a long way to go, huh? Ario had made his decision to train himself so that he can be strong enough to protect his lover, Alicia. Back then when he won against Akira for the first time, he thought that it might be not as difficult as he thought it would be, but right after that Akira won 4 times in a row. Ario fully recognized his weakness and admitted that he had a long way to go. He let out a sigh as he felt really pathetic. He then remembered about his lover and resolved himself once again. He had already made his decision, things like this would not break him. The battle started. Ario ran as fast as he could. Right about the time when Akira and the other children were training in the wasteland. Somewhere in the lower district of Kagomayama City, Shirjima put both of his hands on his head in frustration. Shirjima was the boss of one of many gangs in the slum city and his gang once had an incident with Akira. A guy from his gang by the name of Wataba once went to Cheryl's base and threatened Akira to give up Cheryl's base. Wataba was killed in Cheryl's base by Akira. Then Akira dragged his corpse all the way back to the gang's base. They were in a situation where they were just one step away from a fight. At that time, Akira said that with his current strength, Shirjima and his men might be able to kill him, but Shirjima himself would die too. So in the end, they were able to reach a deal where Shirjima could still uphold his reputation by making Akira pay him some money. Not too long after that, there was no further problem at all. Shirjima originally planned to take over Cheryl's gang if Akira died due to the dangerous nature of his job as a hunter, but Akira was able to survive and was doing fine. So Shirjima did not make any big moves. The most that he could do was only visiting Cheryl's base from time to time to check if Akira was still alive. Then one day, a certain hunter caused trouble inside the gang's territory. That hunter was causing a ruckus since he was being chased by someone. Gangs in slum city like Shijima's were also functioning as guards in the area. So if someone armed caused trouble in their territories, it was crucial for them to deal with that person with force. If they ignored something like that, it would not only damage the protection money income that they were receiving, in the worst-case scenario, it might cause other gangs to look down on them and attack them. Normally, Shirjima would demand compensation money from these troublemakers and let them go. He was willing to negotiate if it was needed, but he'd rather not if he was given the choice. It was important to let people know that they had the ability to take care of these troublemakers. So if those hunters paid him with money, then that would be enough. Shirjima usually checked the identity of the hunter before dealing with that hunter. That was when the real problem arose. That hunter was Akira. Shirjima was being careful of Akira. It was not because of Akira's strength, but it was more because of his unstable personality. After all, he once came to Shijima's base fully expecting a fight. For people who did not want to die, someone who did not hesitate to challenge anyone even if he or she was weaker, like Akira, was someone that they needed to be careful with. But for the sake of the reputation of the gang, he could not afford to just let Akira go. While on the other hand, it was not worth trying to provoke him since it was almost certain that he would fight back. Shirjima just did not know what to do with this single hunter. That was when another information reached Shirjima. Akira was a careless person who let his wallet get stolen and he was a coward who ran away when another young hunter threatened him. It was a piece of information that destroyed Shijima's image of Akira. After hearing that, Shirjima was even more confused than before. It was either his mistake for being careful of Akira, or it was because Akira's behavior changed after he was about to get killed somewhere in the wasteland, or maybe the information that he received was simply wrong information. Shirjima could not decide which one was the correct guess. So in the end, Shirjima asked Viola to investigate more about Akira. He knew well about how bad Viola was, but he had also heard how skilled she was. He also heard that he would not have any trouble with her as long as he did not antagonize her. Viola was able to finish that request in a short time. Then, right now, the reason why Shirjima was so frustrated was because he was listening to the result of that request from Viola herself. Shirjima shouted at Viola who he was talking with through his information terminal. God damn it. Are you kidding me? What the heck is going on? Explain everything to me. All I asked is to get some pickpocket to aim for him to poke for his reaction. So how in the world did it turn into sending an armed group to Cheryl's base? In contrast to Shirjima, Viola replied calmly. Good grief, calm down for a bit, will you? Although the situation went out of control, it was enough to give a good result for our main objective to check for his response, right? Not to mention, you did say you're not fully satisfied with only doing that, right? So we might as well consider ourselves lucky here. It was Viola's job to spread information to the information brokers all over the slum city that Akira was an easy target for pickpockets. The original request for that came from Shirjima. He did that to check how Akira reacted to pickpockets. But Viola's calm answer only caused Shirjima to get angrier. Lucky, you say? Then how in the world did that attack get connected to me? You're the one who provoked them, right? I have nothing to do with them. Geez, can you stop accusing me? I have nothing to do with those robbers too. I just spread that information like you asked me to. Then those robbers chose to attack Cheryl's base using that wrong information as the basis of their decision. I spread that information because you made a request to me. Just think about what would happen if Akira discovered that. Akira might misunderstand and think that those robbers attacked Cheryl's base because of you. I'm just reminding you of that possibility here. It's true that you're aiming for Cheryl's base, right? And it's true that you want Akira dead too, right? You have no connection to the robbers and it was not like you paid them to attack Cheryl's base either. I'm just telling you here that I can't say for sure if Akira would believe that, you know. Shijima's face turned grim. It was because he understood Viola's point. More than that, he also knew that there was a good chance Viola had done something to make Akira misunderstand the situation. So in short, if Viola wanted to, she could have manipulated Akira and Shirjima to fight each other. Shirjima already knew Akira's strength since he heard about that from Viola herself. Akira once completed a request in Kuzusuhara ruin that earned him more than 10 million orum. He also successfully hunted a bounty monster. He then went to Mihazono ruin's Saranthal building which even the city management judged to be a dangerous place and returned back with 50 million orum. And not too long ago, he killed 8 armed hunters all by himself. Viola had gathered all of those proofs of Akira's strength before sending them to Shirjima. Akira was already too strong for Shirjima to handle. The current Akira was strong enough to decimate Shijima's gang while having some leeway. Messing with the current Akira would be very risky. Shijima's expression was more of desperation than anger, his voice also reflected the same thing. So, what do you want? But Viola just smiled and casually replied with something unexpected. Oh my, I didn't demand anything from you though. We're only talking here since I want to give you my report for your request plus some extra service based on my policy to hold my customers dear. So, was it useful information? Normally, you would need to pay to get information like that, you know. Or is that you prefer not to know anything? Was it something that I shouldn't have done? I'm sorry if it was, I'll make sure not to do that again next time. Shirjima was about to retort, but he closed his mouth and gritted his teeth, trying to hold back his anger. He then tried to calm down as he said. Thanks for the information. As a gratitude, is there anything that we can do to help you? Oh my, it would be such a waste if you would even go that far. In that case, I might as well ask you one thing. Shirjima could hear Viola's happy voice coming from his information terminal as that bad girl explained her evil plan. Although if it was from her voice alone, Viola had a very appealing voice. But that did not help in this case. Shirjima only accepted her request because he did not have much choice. So then, until next time. Yeah, I'll be counting on you. Shirjima closed the call and immediately yelled as hard as he could. God damn it. Shijima's voice echoed through the base. Akira did not exactly plan the training duration, but since it seemed that Ario and the other children were getting tired, he decided to stop the training. Ario and the other children received notification in their goggles and heard Akira's voice telling them to stop the training there. They were all really tired as they sighed in relief at the signal saying that they could finally relax. They used their rifle as a walking staff to help them drag their feet back to where Akira parked his vehicle. Before Akira returned back to his vehicle, he looked around and said in disappointment. I died quite a lot this time. Akira could see countless corpses of himself scattered around the ground. Only he and Alpha could see those corpses. They were the results of his blunders during the training. He would have ended up as one of those corpses if this wasn't just a training. Akira's face looked pretty dejected by the fact of how pathetic he was, so Alpha tried to cheer him up. Well, that's just how it is. Considering that the other party had my support, I think this result is not bad at all. I see. Wait, is that so? Yep. Although Akira sounded like he was still questioning it, Alpha replied with a confirmation. She answered back so firmly that he did not have much choice but to accept it. Alpha then smiled smugly and said. Or is it that you have something to complain about since my support cornered you this much? Akira replied back swiftly. No, I have no complaint. Thought so. Alpha smiled satisfied. Akira then decided to move on. You're right, your support always helps me a lot. Thank you. Let's head back now. On his way back to his vehicle, Akira remembered something and asked Alpha. By the way, I think it worked well as a training for me, but how about for Ario and the other children? How is their fighting skill? Did they get better? Well, although it didn't work out that perfectly, they did receive some training from me. So they're at least stronger than yesterday. Training-wise, I think it was more effective than if they're doing their own training. Let's keep on doing this training so that Cheryl's gang would get more fighting power, that way they would not bother you that much. Akira then remembered Ario and the other children who were so tired after the fight that they looked like they would faint any time. To be honest, I'm not sure if they would come for another training though. When that happens, we can just ask for Cheryl's help. I'm sure that she won't say no. Well, that's true, but still. It was not a bad idea for Cheryl's gang, so it was very likely that Cheryl would say yes to that. Moreover, Ario and the other children could not say no if it was an order from Cheryl. After all, if they did, Cheryl would kick them out from the gang. Akira felt a bit sorry for Ario and the other children. After they finished their training, all of them returned to Cheryl's base. In contrast to Akira who seemed still full of vigor, Ario and the other children looked so tired as if they were forced to do long-hour labor work. Seeing that, Cheryl's men could not help but feel scared. Cheryl told them to take a rest before she headed to her private room together with Akira. Akira gave a small explanation to Cheryl about the training and said. Well, so that's the gist of it. I'm thinking of doing this training regularly. The equipment that we used for the training is paid with the money from back then when we had that deal with Katsuragi. I think it's a good idea to use that money for something like this. If you ask me how is it useful to me, it also serves as a training for me. Cheryl smiled happily and said to Akira. Thank you very much, I'm sure Ario and the other children would be happy too. Akira questioned for a second whether Cheryl said that because she knew that was true for sure, or because she only guessed that it was true, or because she only said that as not to worsen his mood, or because she knew it was beneficial for her gang to say so. Akira looked at Cheryl more intently than usual. She was smiling at him. To Akira, it did not seem that she was only acting, and even if it was, he did not have the skill to notice that. Cheryl realized what Akira was trying to do there, so she confusedly asked him. "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing." Akira decided not to let that bother him too much. It was up to Cheryl and her gang whether to continue the training or not, it was not something for him to worry about. Cheryl observed Akira's reaction carefully. She understood that he had something in his mind, but he decided to just stop thinking about that. Just to be safe, she reevaluated what she just did there. "I'm sure I didn't say anything that might offend Akira. It should be all right. Is it better if I ask him what he is thinking about?" "No," Akira said that it's nothing, so it might be better not to ask him. Cheryl still had her usual smile on her face as she thought about a lot of things in the back of her mind on how to make sure not to offend Akira, make him like her, and make him keep supporting the gang. Cheryl then said to Akira. "There's something else that I want to talk about. I got a call from Shirjima. He said that he wants to meet me and Akira. What should we do?" "Shirjima? Who's that?" "He's the boss of another gang. He's the boss of a gang that you once visited." "Oh, that one. If it's about gang business, you alone should be enough, right?" "No, he specifically asked to meet you sometime soon." "Why?" "It's just my guess, he might want to check if we're okay after that shootout in the base. I believe he wants to confirm that we're not trying to hide if you or I are wounded or killed." Akira agreed with Cheryl's guess. "Ah, so it's about that, huh?" If he refused without a good reason, Shirjima might think that Cheryl's gang had lost Akira's support and that would definitely cause more troubles later. If it was possible, Akira wanted to avoid any trouble until his new equipment arrived. Unlike last time, Shirjima would not look down on Akira and think that Akira was just a common young hunter, so this time for sure he must be properly prepared for him. When Akira concluded as such and thought of having to fight the force that Shirjima prepared, he exasperatedly said. "I'm tired today, so how about tomorrow?" "Very well, I'll tell him so." Cheryl thought that Akira said so simply because he was tired. She did not think that Akira also thought about the possibility of fighting Shijima's gang. It seemed that there was still a gulf between his and Cheryl's way of thinking. Rebuild World, Chapter 151, Viola's Plan. Tyal was walking through the slum city in the middle of the night. When he arrived at his destination, he readied his rifle and stormed through a broken door. The flashlight equipped on his rifle provided vision in that pitch-black room as he checked all four corners of that room. But he found no one. He clicked his tongue and took out his information terminal, immediately made a call with a grim face. "Hey! She's not here either. All the information that I got from you are false, aren't they? Are you sure that information that she's living here is correct?" A woman's voice came out from Tyal's terminal. Unlike Tyal, who sounded desperate, that woman's voice was the exact opposite. "Well, she should have been there at least a week ago. Freshness is important for information. It's normal to encounter something like this out of old information." Tyal's face twitched with anger, he then shouted at his terminal. "It's normal to encounter something like this? Are you kidding me? You do know the situation that I'm in, right?" Not being concerned about Tyal's anger, that woman replied with a light threat. "I'm not kidding here. In the first place, are you taking this seriously? You didn't pay anything and demanded me for information, then to top it off you still complain to me. Don't get ahead of yourself. In all honesty, I don't really care even if you die." That was enough to immediately shut Tyal down. He sounded scared and desperate at the same time as he said. I am sorry. But I did explain to you my situation, right? I'm in a really bad situation. I was the one who brought those attackers to the base, you know. In the worst case scenario, I might get kicked out of the gang. So if I can find and drag that pickpocket who Akira is looking for, I might be forgiven. Otherwise, this is really really bad. Damn it. Why did this happen to me? Tyal was pulling his hair out. But then the woman gently said to him as if to cheer him up. Just keep following my instructions from here and on. If you do, I'll give you some good info. He replied as if he was begging that woman. Please, I'm relying on you, this is my only hope. Well then, for now, just look around the room. You might be able to find some clues about where she's living now. Alright. Tyal started searching the inside of the room just as he was told to. He did not notice that he was actually being used. Akira and Cheryl went to Shijima's base since Shijima said he wanted to meet Akira. Cheryl was wearing her refitted old-world dress while Akira was in his augmented suit and was fully armed. They looked much different compared to when they came there for the first time. The guards who saw Cheryl and Akira approaching the base could not help but feel nervous. Both of them showed that they had the money and the power. That guard was originally still looking down on Cheryl and her gang, but seeing them now, he could not afford to look down on them anymore. That man kept his guard up as he said. Akira and Cheryl, right? Boss is waiting inside, I'll take you to him. But I'll need you to leave your weapons with us. Akira swiftly replied. No. That man frowned and tried to intimidate Akira. We're not kidding here. Akira did not wince back at all, he just casually replied. Neither am I. I keep getting attacked lately, so I'm being more careful than usual at the moment. Sorry. That man scanned Akira's equipment once more. AAH and A2D assault rifles were dangling on his waist, while on his back, he was carrying CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun. He obviously did not come in peace. That man could not help but to make a grim face when he imagined the damage that would result if the gang fought Akira. Good grief, you came here with all of those weapons, are you planning to fight us or something? No, I have no intention to fight any of you. Although, it's completely out of my control if something were to happen that might cause a fight. That man gave up trying to convince Akira and shifted to Cheryl. Are you really okay with this? Cheryl seemed a bit troubled as she replied. Since Akira said no, it's not like I can do anything to change his mind. And he is here to protect me too. So if you say that we can't pass unless we give up our weapons, then it can't be helped, we have no other choice but to leave. The man clicked his tongue. Wait here for a bit. He then went into the base, gave his report, and returned back to Cheryl and Akira. Boss said that it's okay. Follow me, and don't try anything funny. Judging from that guard's face, it seemed that they actually did not want to let Akira and Cheryl into the base. Akira and Cheryl were guided to a big guest room. Shijima welcomed them with a suspicious smile. Thanks for coming, come and sit. Cheryl went and took a seat on the sofa, while Akira stood near Cheryl and scanned the room, registering everyone inside the room in his mind. He could see there were some people behind Shijima and they were all armed. Shijima noticed what Akira was doing there and said to him. Don't worry, it's just to be safe. And since you're armed too, I won't accept any complaint, okay? It's fine. Akira saw some familiar faces among them, it was Carol and Viola. Carol was fully armed too, she smiled at Akira and lightly waved at him, while Viola was sitting casually next to Shijima. Cheryl saw that small exchange between Akira and Carol. She tried her best to hold the emotion that was welling up inside her as she barely kept her calm and her usual smile. Cheryl then asked Shijima a question. So then, what kind of business do you want to talk about today? Well, first things first, I heard that some people attacked your place. I'm glad that both of you are okay. Thank you for your concern. We lost some people too, so I can't really say that we're totally fine. But thanks to Akira, I believe that the damage was kept to a minimum. Selling relics is really profitable after all, so it's no surprise that some people would target you. And also, it seems that more and more people are gathering around your territory. If your gang that is maintaining order in that area is gone, it would cause trouble for us too. So I'm glad that you're fine. Shojima and Cheryl sounded like they were talking about mundane stuff from the outside, but behind that, they were actually probing each other's real intentions. They were trying to probe for reactions when they brought up different subjects, and then they would guess each other's intention judging from the reactions they got. Akira thought that if it was only mundane stuff like that, they could just talk about it through a call. He did not think too deep as he was listening to their conversation, but after Alpha explained what was going on between those two, he lightly nodded. I bet they're trying to do something like that at the moment. So gang bosses need to be able to even do something like that, huh? Both of them are maintaining the outside and the inside of the gang with power after all, so it's important for them to be careful. Especially for Cheryl since her gang got attacked. Although she has you supporting the gang, there's a need for her to take care of the aftermath. As for Shojima, I bet he thought that Cheryl's gang was nothing but a small weak neighboring gang. But then that gang has started selling relics and earning enough money to even get targeted by robbers. And if you have money, you can hire people and get good weapons. So in this case, it would mean that the gang that Shojima thought of as nothing suddenly transformed into a well-growing and expanding gang. So it's understandable for him to get information on that gang. Being a boss for a gang sounds like a lot of work. Akira mumbled as if it had nothing to do with him when most of Shojima's and Cheryl's worries were mainly caused by him. It seemed that Akira simply did not know about that at the moment. Cheryl and Shojima spent some time talking about mundane stuff while probing each other's intention. That was when Viola suddenly interjected. It's all good and fine if both of you want to build up your friendship. But it might be a good idea to get into the main subject soon. Shojima frowned and made a grim face. He looked at Viola without saying anything as if he was reproaching her. Cheryl seemed a bit confused while she was checking Viola and Shojima. In that situation, Viola was just smiling confidently there. Viola still looked rather relaxed when she continued. If it's hard for you to bring it up, I can explain it in your place, you know. Shojima took a small pause. It seemed that he had to make his resolve before replying. Alright, go ahead, please. Cheryl, who saw that, thought. Shojima is intimidated by that woman. Are they acquaintance or something? I don't really know what's going on here, but what exactly do they want to talk about? Cheryl raised her wariness as she shifted her focus to Viola. Viola reacted with a smile that somehow broke Cheryl's poker face. Cheryl could not help but to make an uneasy expression. Viola's smile was covertly expressing a provocation toward someone inexperienced. So Cheryl stiffened her expression as to not break her poker face any further. Viola shifted her gaze to Akira. She smiled at him and said. To be honest, it's actually something related to Akira. Akira frowned. Me? Yep, you. You've been targeted by pickpocket lately, right? I'm sure you've been dealing with a lot of those pickpockets who bought a particular piece of information from some information broker. Akira's expression immediately changed. He looked slightly annoyed. So? What about that? About the source of that info, it's actually us. We're sorry. Since Viola just laid it out straight at him like that, Akira needed a bit of time before he processed it. But the moment he fully understood what she said, he instinctively replied in a low voice which reflected his real feeling. Oh. Akira's mood suddenly turned for the worse. His face turned expressionless and was filled with hostility. His casual standing posture also slightly shifted so that he could reach for his rifles and jump into action anytime. It was rather amazing that both of his hands that were lowered had not reached for his rifles yet, while at the same time, it was also visible that he was holding himself back from reaching for his rifles. Everyone else in the room immediately tensed up. Shojima's men immediately changed their posture so that they were ready to fight anytime, but no one was reaching for their weapons yet. If any of them had grabbed their rifles and aimed at Akira, there was no question that Akira would not hesitate to open fire. Bullets would have filled the room before anyone could try to calm the situation down. Shojima signaled his men to calm down. Viola was still smiling like usual. Although she was also equally surprised by that unexpected reaction from Akira, she was able to hide the shiver that ran down her spine. She then casually said, "I want to continue my explanation if you're okay with it." Akira replied with a calm but cold voice. "I would be thankful if you can refrain from saying anything that might cause a misunderstanding. Even if you can properly explain everything, if I listen to you until the end of your explanation, I can't guarantee that I'll calmly listen to your explanation until the end." Akira was stating that he had no confidence he could listen calmly until the end. After hearing that statement, Viola continued while trying to keep her face from wincing. "All right. In that case, let's start with the overview. It ended up pretty badly purely by coincidence. We did not mean you any harm when we did that. We do feel sorry for what happened, so please calm down and listen to our explanation. It all started when you caused a ruckus in Shijima's territory with your gun out, so from there." Viola explained what was going on to Akira. Back then, when Akira pulled out his rifle as he was chasing Alna, they were actually in Shijima's territory. So Shijima wanted to know more about the hunter who caused that ruckus. Then he found out that Akira pulled back when he was confronted by a young hunter, and that was the biggest reason why incomplete information about Akira spread around. Because of that, the piece of information that misevaluated Akira spread among the information brokers, which eventually gave the final push for those robbers that attacked Cheryl's base. Viola and Shijima admitted their fault and explained that they had nothing to do with those robbers. They did not say anything to those robbers who attacked Cheryl's gang. They gave their detailed explanations slowly to make sure that Akira understood everything. Akira listened to Viola's explanation without saying anything. But there was no sign of change in his mood even after he finished listening to the explanation. Viola smiled at Akira and continued. "So basically that's everything. I did my best to not cause any misunderstanding. To say it clearly, we have no wish to be hostile with you. So, do we understand each other here?" Akira did not say anything back. Everyone in the room started to tense up. There was no questioning that if someone made a suspicious move there, they would immediately break into a fight. Although all of them had different thoughts running on their mind, that was one thing which everyone agreed on. Viola tried to hide the cold sweat running down her skin as she shifted her gaze from Akira to Cheryl. She then smiled gently at Cheryl and said, "Since it's also related to your gang, if it's okay, can you let us know your opinion too?" "My opinion?" "Yes. You lost some of your men during the attack. So I want to know your opinion as the boss of the gang. It would be great if you can understand that we have nothing to do with those robbers, but if you can't believe us, then we understand that too. Which in that case, I want to discuss the incident with you. To be honest, we want to resolve this peacefully. Of course, I'm okay with it if you want to discuss it with Akira first." Cheryl frowned. She needed extra courage to talk with Akira in his current mood. She also had no idea how far he believed Viola's explanation. She did not know how much it would worsen his mood if she defended Viola. In the worst-case scenario, Akira might think that she was defending an enemy and it might cause him to abandon her. Even if she said that she did not know what to do, that in itself might be a bad decision. After all, Akira might think that it should have been an obvious decision and there was no need to think about it any further. Cheryl did think of not believing everything that Viola said, but she immediately ruled out that choice. After all, if she did that, that would mean that Akira's bad reputation pushed the robbers to attack Cheryl's gang. So in short, Akira was dragged into more trouble because he was involved with Cheryl's gang. And that would be enough of a reason for him to abandon her. So of course, Cheryl could not afford to do that. Viola was pushing Cheryl to make her decision even though both of them were equally bad decisions for her. And most likely, even if Cheryl chose to not say anything, Viola might have a plan to use that for her own benefit too. That woman called me here together with Akira in order to talk about this subject in front of Akira. If I have to make a guess, it's in order to hold Akira back. Both of them had no plans to check if we're okay right from the start. But in the first place, why would they bring this up? Is it to reduce the damage if Akira finds out about it later? Or is it to check how much I can affect Akira's decision? Or is it for something else? I really have no idea at all. I don't understand what this woman is thinking. Thinking about it only caused Cheryl to become more suspicious, and that suspicion gave birth to nervousness. Cheryl's poker face was slowly crumbling. Viola was smiling, as usual. It seemed that no matter which answer Cheryl gave, she would be able to make good use of it. Akira's mood was pretty bad. He was ready to take action if anyone made a suspicious move. Although he understood that his stance only made the situation tenser and more dangerous, he was not able to try to calm himself down. That was when Alpha smiled and casually said to him, "Akira, you got a call from Shizuka." "From Shizuka-san?" "If you want to answer it, at least say something first. If you try to pull out your information terminal in this state, they might misunderstand and think that you are trying to reach for your rifle." Akira's expression did not change and his voice was still as calm and cold as before when he suddenly said to everyone, "I got a call from a friend, is it okay if I answer it?" Normally, people would scorn him and tell him to just ignore the call since they were in the middle of an important discussion, but in order to improve the mood there, everyone agreed not to tell that to Akira. So Viola replied as the representative of everyone else in the room. "Sure, go ahead." Akira slowly reached for his information terminal and answered the call. "It's Akira." "Hello, it's Shizuka. There's something I want to ask you, is it a good time? Or at least that's what I want to say, should I just call again some other time?" "No, it's fine." "Is that so? If you're busy, I can just call again later, you know. It sounds like you're in a rather bad mood over there. If I called you at a bad time, I'm really sorry." "No. I'm sorry, can you please keep the call open and wait for a bit?" "Sure." Akira pulled his information terminal away from his ear, he then took a deep breath and did that several times in front of everyone. After he forced himself to calm down to some degree and his expression was mostly returned back to normal, he then continued his call with Shizuka. "Thank you for waiting. Do I sound better now? Or do I still sound pretty bad?" Shizuka gently replied to that question. "It's okay, you sound like the usual you now." Akira actually had not fully returned to his usual self. Shizuka only said that since she thought that it would calm him down. And in reality, it did calm Akira down. Akira then apologetically said to her, "I'm really sorry, it's just that something bad happened and it really annoyed me. Like, you know, there are a lot of things that I have to deal with when I'm working as a hunter. Don't worry, I know how hard it is being a hunter." Akira was relieved, it seemed that Shizuka did not mind. With that, his mood had mostly returned to normal. Shizuka then returned back to the real reason why she called him. "Well, let's return to the main subject then. You asked me to help you choose your new equipment, remember? I actually came up with some suggestions and so I want to check them with you. I'll send the data to you so take your time and check all of them. Or at least that's what I want to say, but some of them are only available for a limited time, you see." "For a limited time, huh?" "Yep. After all, your budget is 400 million orum and expensive equipment are usually available for only a limited time, you see. Moreover, some of the merchants who are worried about their revenue might be willing to give a big discount if you pay for their goods soon. As in matter of fact, some of them are only available for the next 2 hours, that's why I hurried up and called you." "I see, thank you very much." "Likewise, thank you very much for entrusting our shop with such a big deal." But then Shizuka's businesslike voice immediately changed to a very gentle one. "I don't know what just happened to you, but as I said before, I can at least listen to your worry, okay?" "Okay." Akira sounded a bit happy when he said that. "Well then, see you next time." Shizuka sounded relieved as she ended the call with that remark. Akira then put back his information terminal and realized that everyone in the room was looking at him. Although they had different expressions, it was more than obvious that everyone was looking at him. He found that weird, but he then remembered that he was in the middle of a discussion with Viola. Ah, right, we were in the middle of a discussion, right? I have no plans to cause an unnecessary fight either. But if there's something else that you want to talk about regarding the gang, like maybe the peace money, then you can just talk it out with Cheryl. I don't want to have anything to do with the war between gangs. As long as Cheryl doesn't ask me to get involved, I have no plans to get involved. You okay with that too, right, Cheryl? Cheryl flusteredly said. Why yes. I'm okay if you say so, Akira. So there you have it. Akira looked at everyone and casually said so. Akira's bad mood was completely erased. As a matter of fact, he sounded rather happy, as if everything that happened until now was nothing but an illusion. The mood in the room had completely relaxed. Except for one person, Shirjima still had a stern expression plastered on his face. He remembered what his men reported to him when Akira came to his base for the first time. Akira dragged the corpse of one of Shijima's men, Wataba, all the way to Shijima's base, and Akira was the one who killed Wataba. Shirjima then heard the full report of what had happened from one of his men. It seemed that the moment Akira killed Wataba, Wataba said something about threatening Akira's acquaintance. According to that report, when Wataba was about to mention a name, Akira did not hesitate at all and quickly shot him. From what I heard, that person is the owner of a weapon shop. And judging from the conversation just now, it seemed that it's about buying some equipment. So in short, there's a good chance that Call was with that shop owner, and that alone was enough to fix his mood. I bet that Akira likes that person and thinks dearly of that person. So, is that person the same person who Wataba was about to mention? In the first place, why did Akira kill Wataba? Is it really because Wataba threatened him? But if that's really the case, he should have killed Wataba way sooner, right? Don't tell me that he killed Wataba because he was about to mention that person's name. Did he really kill Wataba just to stop Wataba from mentioning that person's name? Just so that other people won't know about that person? Is that really all the reason? Shijima's face puckered in. That was right when Viola opened her mouth. Akira, who was Dash? Shirjima could imagine Viola asking Akira who that was, since Akira seemed to be enjoying talking to that person. And if it was okay with him, Viola also wanted to know that person's name. So Shirjima could not help but instinctively interject her. Viola. Akira said so too, so let's just proceed with the discussion. You've already decided what to do to apologize for causing so much trouble to Akira, right? So let's proceed with that. Viola was both surprised and confused since Shirjima suddenly cut in while half shouting. Viola did not expect that at all. Shirjima looked intensely at her. She understood that Shirjima was trying to tell her not to ask any unnecessary questions. Viola tried to change the mood as she smiled at Akira and Cheryl, and said, "Ah, you're right. First of all, I'll exaggerate the information about you killing those robbers and spread that information around. That way, no one would look down on you and Cheryl's gang." Cheryl smiled and replied, "Thank you for that offer. A lot of my men are worried about it, so I'm sure they'll be happy to hear it. To be honest, that would only help Cheryl's gang. So for our apology to Akira, we'll help you take care of that pickpocket whom you're searching for." Akira thought that it was rather strange for Viola to bring that up. Take care. Yes, you asked Cheryl's men to look for that pickpocket, right? I'm sure that we have a wider net to look and kill that pickpocket compared to if you're working alone. Although, of course, we can't help you much if that pickpocket runs to the inner wall or to a different city. Akira thought for a bit before replying. No, that won't be necessary. Viola did not expect that at all. Oh my, what's wrong? If you want to kill that pickpocket yourself, we can secure that pickpocket alive, you know. That's not what I meant. If you do that, then if something troublesome were to happen later, you have an excuse to blame that on me. That's why you don't need to do it. Viola thought for a sec. But you won't tell me not to do it, right? Even if I tell you to do it or not to do it, either way, that will be enough reason to blame it on me, right? So as I said, I won't tell you anything. Viola took a few more seconds to think before opening her mouth again. I see. In that case, we'll just do what we want to do. Even if we spread that information around, as long as that pickpocket is still alive and still roaming around somewhere, it might cause some contradiction with the information that we're about to spread. So we need to make sure at least that pickpocket is not around the area. You don't mind if we do that, right? I'm in no position to tell you what to do and what not to do. So you decide by yourself on what to do. All right. Shirjima sounded a bit arrogant as he said to Cheryl. That's all that we want to talk about with you today. If you have nothing else to say, you can leave now. It's rather troublesome to have someone as heavily armed as you inside my base when you're not a part of my gang. So now that a bigger problem than that is over, it would be great if you can leave quickly. Very well. We'll take our leave then. Cheryl stood up from the sofa and lightly bowed at Shirjima. Shirjima did not say anything as he just signaled one of his men to escort Akira and Cheryl out of the base. Akira and Cheryl followed that man and left the room. As Viola confirmed that Akira and Cheryl left the room and closed the door, she immediately looked at Shirjima and confusedly asked him. So then, what was that just now? I bet you have a reason why you cut me back there, right? Shirjima lightly sighed before saying anything. It's just to be safe. Just think of it as me saving you there. I don't mind telling you, but you'll owe me one for that. Viola thought for a bit since owing a favor to someone meant a lot for her. But for the current Viola, that did not outweigh her curiosity, she wanted to know why Shirjima did that. Sure then, I owe you one favor. So, why was that? Very well then. Shirjima looked at his men without saying anything and his men immediately left the room. Viola then looked at Carol. Ha! It can't be helped then, don't blame if you get killed when I'm not around, okay? Although Carol did not like that idea, she also left the room while half-jokingly said that to Viola. Akira escorted Cheryl back to the slum city. Cheryl's dress was rather conspicuous there. She was still somewhere not too far from the base and was already gathering a lot of attention from the people around. She was not trying to hide her expensive dress under a coat or anything, she walked confidently through the slum city. It was also to let people know that Akira was still alive. It could be said both of them were children of the slum who reached success. People looked at them with amazement, envy and jealousy as both of them walked through the slum city. Cheryl glanced at Akira who was walking next to her and thought. Who was Akira talking to back then? Is it someone that he cares that much? Even a short exchange with that person is enough to cheer him up. Who is exactly that person? And what is Akira's relation with that person? It must be someone dear to him that Akira would even answer her call in that situation. She could just ask Akira, but she did not want to. And even if she did, Akira might just give her a random answer. Something like, it was his acquaintance and nothing more. As Cheryl thought so, even if she pressed for an answer, it would only worsen Akira's mood and he might only tell her not to ask him that question. In the end, Cheryl could not ask Akira anything since she was scared of the difference between herself and that person. I still have a long way to go. Although Akira was there within her reach, to Cheryl, his existence was someone far away from her. Even after hearing the explanation from Shirjima, Viola was smiling amusedly. That was a rather interesting story. It was worth owing you a favor. Shirjima looked both alert and exasperated as he said. I don't care what you are going to do with that information, but just don't drag me into your mess. I have no plans to be overly antagonistic against that boy. Viola's smile towards Shirjima was also saying that she found it rather unfortunate. Oh my, I can say the same too, you know. I have no plans to be overly antagonistic against that boy too. Shirjima understood that although both of them said the same thing, there was a subtle difference in their meanings. He looked at Viola as if to silently warn her not to get him involved. He then sighed and changed the subject. So then, what's your plan with this Alna? Of course, I'll look for that pickpocket and kill her. That's our plan right from the start, right? Akira also did say that it's okay for us to do it as long as we don't mention anything about him, right? To me, it sounded more like, don't do anything unnecessary, though. Is that so? I guess that's a matter of interpretation. I don't mind if you want to stay away from it since you interpret it that way, but I'll decide what I'll do according to my own interpretation. But if after all is done and Akira comes after you, who did not move a finger to do anything, believing you're mocking him, don't come crying to me, okay? So, what are you going to do? Viola smiled smugly. In contrast to that, Shirjima looked rather troubled. Alright, I'll send some of my men to help you. Although, to be honest, I really don't want to help you with your plan. I heard that you cheaply bought a debt bond of a hunter that Akira has his eyes on. If you can use this chance to make peace with Akira, the worth of that debt bond will return back to normal and you'll be able to sell it to get extra profit, right? Viola smiled rather annoyedly. Oh, you know. Keep it a secret, okay? Judging from her expression, Shirjima knew for sure that Viola had other reasons in her mind, but he decided not to ask any further since he did not want to get dragged into her mess. So to make sure that he had nothing to do with it, Shirjima changed the subject. By the way, I heard that Cheryl is Akira's lover, do you think that's true? It might as well be, or at least, according to the information that I gathered, it seems that it's true. I heard he did buy her an expensive dress and took a bath together with her, he's basically taking care of her. Well, with that being said, there are many kinds of relationships that you can simply express with the word lover. Some of them are dating out of love to each other, some of them are dating because it's beneficial to both of them. Some relationships are one-sided while others are just straight predatory. Like I said, there are many types of relationship that you can express with the word lover, so I don't think there's any problem with that. Well, that's true when we're talking about possibilities. But I'm talking about Akira's real intention here, Cheryl is. What can I say, she might be just a decoy, you see. Although he seems to be extremely angry with that pickpocket who stole his wallet, he didn't seem that angry about those robbers that attacked Cheryl's base. Back then, even when he had his lover next to him, he didn't show any worry in that situation. I believe that it's not an exaggeration to say that Akira doesn't care much about Cheryl. But even so, he did buy her an expensive dress and protected her gang from robbers. From this point of view, it can be said that Akira thinks dearly of Cheryl. So if you think about these two contradicting things, he might be just protecting Cheryl to make her a decoy, huh? Being a hunter means that you might earn some grudges from other people, and everyone would love to get a good hunter under their thumb. There might be people who would take his lover hostage to threaten him too. So Akira's real lover might actually be that person whom he was talking to back then, that's what you want to say, right? Yeah, that's my guess. Shirjima thought that if Cheryl was only a decoy, he might be able to use the gap in that relationship. But Viola casually replied. I don't think there's anything you need to worry about though. The most important thing is how you'll treat Cheryl. Even if Cheryl is really just a decoy, if you do anything bad to her, I'm sure Akira would do something to make sure that you won't think of her as a decoy. As long as you don't do anything to make him your enemy and don't even think of taking Cheryl hostage, I'm sure that it'll not affect you that much. You're right about that. Shirjima agreed with what Viola said and stopped thinking any further about that subject. He had no wish to be hostile against Akira. But Viola just would not let that subject go. Viola smiled as if she just thought of something good, but her expression was immediately replaced with her usual mysterious smile. Let's cut the silly talk here and talk about how are we going to get that Alna. Alright. Viola and Shirjima stayed for a while inside that room to talk about the details of their plan. Rebuild World, Chapter 152, Those Who Sow Conflicts. Akira was training Ario and the other children again that day. They did the training session about 2 to 3 times per week depending on Akira's schedule. They would take a break if Akira was tired, or busy, or not in the mood, or just simply if he did not want to do it. While on the other hand, if Akira wanted to do it, they would do it all day. It was Cheryl's idea to treat Akira like that. Cheryl was planning to eventually reopen the relic shop and it was obvious that she would be opening the shop even if Akira was not around. Once Akira started doing his hunter job again, he would not be able to frequent the base as much as he does now. Because of that, Cheryl needed her gang to be able to protect itself when she reopened the shop. She could get all the equipment that she needed from Katsuragi, but that was not the case for the human resource. She needed people who could fight properly. The training was voluntary. But in order to encourage people to take it, Cheryl would always happily praise those who took it. Because of that, the number of people joining the training kept increasing. At the moment, there were already more people who wanted to join the training than the number of available equipment. During the training, they would take turns doing mock battles, while those who could not join the mock battle because of the limited equipment would take a rest. Thanks to that, they were able to keep training for a longer time and they no longer had to stop the training because they were too tired. But that did not change the fact that all of them returned dead tired back to the base. The power difference between them and Akira was simply overwhelmingly hopeless. Although they tried their best and squeezed all of their power, they still got totally annihilated by Akira. It was a rather intense training for Ario and the other children. It really surprised and reminded them of Akira's strength as they were desperately struggling to get stronger. Akira was having a hard time in his training too. He had Alpha criticizing him while he was fighting against the group that Alpha was commanding. The training ground was already filled with images of his corpses. In order to make up for their fighting power, the bullets from the training rifles were assumed to have enough firepower to break through Akira's augmented suit. Because of that, most of the images of his corpses were very gory. His current goal was to make his death count drop to 0 during the training. If he was able to achieve that, it would mean that his fighting skill has been considerably increased to the point that he had no problem fighting amateurs without Alpha's support. Akira moved quickly from one cover to another. He was able to see through enemies' attacks and evaded them, and before they could hide behind a cover, he quickly aimed his rifle at one of them and released a few shots. Once he got a confirmation from the system that his shots hit, he quickly ran at that boy, stopped for a bit and warned that boy that he just got shot. Make sure to lay down when you've confirmed that you got shot. Your friends can make a guess of where I am from their already dead friends and it's a part of the training too. If you keep standing even after you get shot, others will mistake this area as a safe area and you'll be sabotaging their training, you know. I am sorry. The boy whom Akira just warned flusteredly laid down on the ground, he then glanced upward and saw Akira leaving him. He mumbled while still looking completely surprised. He can even tell if his shot hit or not from that distance, huh? It was true that the goggles would be dyed in red when they got shot, but that was only the goggles of the one who got shot. There was no notice sent to the other people when someone got shot. But even so, Akira came to that boy and said to him as if Akira was 100% sure. In reality, that boy had indeed received a notice that he got shot, so it really surprised him. Not too long after that, a notice showed up in that boy's goggles saying that the mock battle was finished. That boy made a stern face and mumbled. Everyone is down already, huh? Isn't that a bit too fast? That Akira is just too strong. And the boss told us to get strong enough to fill in his shoes, huh? That's just absurd. Well, it's boss order, so it's not like I have any other choice though. That boy smiled wryly as he pushed himself back up. It seemed that Cheryl's praises still had some effect on their fighting spirit even in that place. After Akira did a few rounds, he noticed something was bothering him. Alpha, it might be just my imagination, but don't you think that I've been winning a lot lately? I've been winning for a few consecutive rounds now. It's not just your imagination, you're really getting better. But it's not like I suddenly got better in this, right? It's true that your fighting skill has been slowly but surely getting better, but it doesn't make you super strong all of a sudden. So the reason for your consecutive wins, in this case, would be because they are lacking in their fighting skill. Lacking in their fighting skill? But they've been training just like me, right? So I bet it should not have that much of an effect on my winning rate. Well, if the reason is because they are tired, I can understand that. But they've been taking a rest in turns now, so it should be better than before. Alpha, have you been pulling your punches on me? Nope, as a matter of fact, I've been giving them more effective commands than before. Akira tilted his head, he looked genuinely confused. I see, so why then? Since they're starting to get used to fighting, I've been reducing my support to them other than the instructions. They lose their ability to see through the walls and covers if they get too far from you, or sometimes I stop showing them the bullet trajectory line. So other than my instructions, their fighting power is getting closer and closer to their real fighting power. And that's why the difference between you and their fighting skill is getting more apparent. Although Akira accepted that explanation as to why he had been winning a lot lately, he also felt a bit sad hearing it. It was training, so it would be meaningless if he was just overwhelmingly annihilating the other side. It might be still training for him to keep his guard up even when fighting weak opponents, but he thought that he did not have the time to be taking that kind of training. Can you return them back to their original state? If I continue giving them those kinds of support, their fighting skill would rely heavily on my support. Once their equipment and my support start getting in the way of the training, I would need to limit their usage. In the worst-case scenario, they might get even less useful than complete amateurs outside the training session. So considering the long-term benefit, I need to lower my support, and that's the reason why they can't even hold a proper fight against you right now. Akira smiled bitterly. That does hurt since I've been relying on your support. But Alpha smiled smugly and said, it's fine for you since I'm always around. Not to mention that you've been doing training like this where you don't rely on my support at all. In the first place, you almost got killed several times in the wasteland even with my support. So I honestly don't think you have the leeway to say that, you know. You can say something like that way later after you get even better at fighting. That's true. I need to get stronger first. But seriously, what are we going to do about this? It won't be much of a training for me if I keep one-sidedly beating them up. If this situation continued, Akira did not think that he might lose at all. He already had several overwhelming victories. So if they kept at it just like that, it would not be much of a training for both the parties. Alpha seemed to be thinking for a bit before she smiled amusedly and said, it can't be helped then. In that case, how about we put some handicap on you? Akira's vision suddenly changed. He could no longer see too far ahead and the sound around him was moderately damped, the sensitivity of his information terminal also significantly dropped. Akira looked a bit surprised. Alpha, is this the effect from the colorless mist? Yes. I'm trying to imitate the effect when you're in the middle of a colorless mist. It's just an imitation, so don't worry, it's not like you're really inside a colorless mist. Akira seemed relieved, it was just simply a handicap to reduce his winning chance and it was not like he was really inside a colorless mist. He then smiled bitterly and scanned his surroundings, he checked all the places that he had already checked in turns. Well then, let's get back on your training and give it your best. This way, your winning chance should be reduced, and if it doesn't change much, I'll increase the thickness of the colorless mist until it reduces your winning chance. Though, it seems that I don't need to do that. Right at the next moment, Akira's goggles were dyed in red. He got shot. Alpha smiled and pointed his finger to Akira's side. Akira followed the direction that Alpha was pointing at and saw a boy who shot him just now standing there looking completely surprised. That boy did not expect to be able to hit Akira with his shot. Akira sighed and looked down on the ground. That shot just now increased the number of the corpse images in that place by 1. He smiled bitterly at the image of his dead corpse lying by his feet. After that, thanks to his handicap, Akira's winning rate was indeed lowered. Akira and the other children would group up after 10 rounds for a quick Q&A session, and if there was no question, they would immediately move on to the next round. But that was not the case this time. I feel like your movements have gotten worse suddenly. Did something happen? Akira answered carefully to make sure that he did not offend anyone there. I've been winning a lot lately, so I did a little adjustment. There's no need to worry about it. All the children thought of the same thing. They were questioning what kind of adjustment was Akira talking about. But since Akira told them not to worry about it, they could not ask that question to him. Not to mention, Akira himself did not look that happy since he had been losing a lot lately. It would be not wise to ask that question to Akira right now, so they just kept their mouths shut. They then continued the training. The other children who were taking a rest near the wreckages not too far from them were watching the ongoing mock battle. That was when one of them mumbled. But still, I wonder just how much stamina Akira-san has. He looks just fine when we're already dead tired like this. Another boy there answered that question. I bet it's because of his augmented suit. It must be nice, I want one too. Boss said that she's taking care of the equipment with Katsuragi-san's help. I wonder if she'll buy us some. Ario, who was also there, shook his head and said. Nah, I doubt that would happen. I heard that it's really expensive. So at least, I'm sure it's impossible to buy one for everyone. Moreover, Ario remembered when Akira saved his life back in the wasteland. At that time, Akira was able to shoot while carrying a heavy rucksack filled with relics even though he was not using an augmented suit. Akira was able to fight even when he was carrying something that heavy, so Ario thought that it was not simply because of his augmented suit. But when he was about to say that, Ario also remembered that Akira told him not to say anything unnecessary. The other children found it weird that Ario stopped midway. Moreover what? Moreover, even if she buys us several augmented suits, it would be still far away from Akira-san's advanced augmented suit. After all, an augmented suit like that would cost a lot. You're right about that. But we should still be able to get a decent augmented suit if it's only one, right? Ah, but in that case, you'll be the one using it, huh? You're the boss bodyguard after all. It must be nice, I'm really jealous. That boy looked enviously at Ario. For someone who tried to punch Akira, you're doing pretty well. You and Alicia are even assigned as the officers in the gang after all. Ario's face twitched. Stop it. Don't remind me of that. Just so you know, I really regret doing something that stupid. Talking about doing something stupid. That would be Taial, huh? Not only did he question boss' relationship with Akira and got the boss angry at him, he even brought in those robbers the other day. Now that I think about it, I feel like I don't see him around lately. Did he run away somewhere? No, Alicia is still assigning him jobs, so he should be still in the gang. I feel like it's really only a matter of time though. If he doesn't run away, as long as he doesn't do anything big to make up for it, those mistakes would still weigh him down. For example. That's right, maybe like capturing that pickpocket. Ario thought for a bit before shaking his head. Nah, that won't happen. Akira-san did say that the pickpocket has a hunter stronger than him covering for her, remember? So, if he does that, in the worst-case scenario, that hunter might be coming for him this time. Just think what would happen if that hunter came to our base. So I'm sure it would only anger the boss if he does that. That's exactly why the boss also said that if we spot that pickpocket, we just need to report it later and there's no need to do anything more than that, remember? Now that you mention it, you have a point there. That guy really has nowhere to go, huh? The mock battle ended while they were having a silly talk. Ario stood up, looked at the other children who were resting there, and said to them. All right then. It's our turn next. Let's go. The tired children looked at Ario, who still sounded energetic, although he should also be more or less as tired as them. You sound pretty energetic, why are you that motivated? I have to get stronger for Alicia's sake. I have no time to be lazing around. This guy just went and said it with a straight face. So this is the power of people with a lover, huh? Good grief. Humph, you can go ahead and say anything you want. Ario lightly laughed. The other children also laughed at that, and some of them half-jokingly said. Good grief. Ah. I want a girlfriend too. I want someone like our boss. Just like Akira-san's girlfriend. You won't get someone like our boss unless you're as strong as Akira-san, you know. Geez, that would be impossible. They were joking with each other while taking turns doing mock battles. They continued the training after that. Sometimes they got totally annihilated by Akira and sometimes they were barely able to win some rounds. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Taial was lurking in the slum city with a stern face. He was trying to hide, but anyone could spot him just fine with little effort. He was so nervous to the point that he was obviously looking suspicious. Damn it. She's not here either. Is the information saying that she's around here really true? I bet it's just another random information with almost zero accuracy. Taial was looking around the slum city, focused on the area near Alna's secret hideout, since he was told that there was a good chance he could find her around that area. But he just could not find her at all. Should I ask her again? But I'm sure it'll only worsen her mood if I ask her too many times. That information is my lifeline, so she'll still help me. But at this rate, if this continues and I still can't find that pickpocket. Taial looked obviously unsure what to do, and that confusion slowed down his decision-making skill. That was when he spotted the person he was looking for. There she is. Taial tried to act as naturally as possible as he hid behind a cover before he took another look at that person to make sure that he did not get the wrong person. The person he was looking for was with Katsuya and his group. Katsuya, Yamaina, Eri, and Alna were walking through the slum city. Alna was using a hunter coat with a hood to cover herself so that Akira would not find her. That hunter coat was originally Drankum's coat. Katsuya lent it to her. She looked apologetic as she glanced at Katsuya's back from behind the coat's hood. Thank you very much for accompanying me, but are you sure you're okay with this? I'm sure you're busy with your own stuff too, so. They were heading to Alna's hideout. Alna had multiple hideouts spread across the slum city. She had left some of her own belongings and a small amount of money in her hideouts. That day, they were retrieving Alna's belongings in one of her hideouts. Katsuya showed his kind side as he smiled and said. Don't worry about it. It's too dangerous to let you go alone. Moreover, I have something to do in the slum city too. As I thought, you actually have something else to do. It's fine. Although I said it's something that I need to do, it's just an easy job to look for a certain relic shop rumored to be somewhere in the slum city. It also doubles as a break from my usual hunter jobs. Basically, I just need to walk around and look for that shop, so there's nothing to worry. Not to mention, you might be able to meet your friend, right? Yes, but it's not like we had promised to see each other, so it would be a pure coincidence if we do meet her. But if we meet her, I'll tell her that I got some help from Katsuya-san. I'm sure that'll lessen her worry. She's been worrying about me up to the very end after all. So if it's possible, I want to let her know that I'm okay. I see, she must be a kind person. Yes, I'm really proud to be able to call her my friend. And I always only bring her trouble. Alna sounded sad and had a look as if she was admonishing herself when she said that. So Katsuya smiled at her and tried to cheer her up. In that case, you need to make sure to return that favor one day. Don't worry, it'll be fine. And about that Akira who is chasing you, well, it might take some time, but I'll do something about it. Katsuya. Alna stared happily at Katsuya with teary eyes. Katsuya just blushed and smiled back at her. Yamina and Eri sighed simultaneously. They were thinking the exact same thing. Katsuya did it again. Katsuya tended to accept the request coming from girls and help them. Because of that, the number of girls who fell in love with him just kept increasing. More often than not, Yamina and Eri had to help him solve those problems. And since both of them were in love with Katsuya, it was not like they could say no when he asked them. They would always just give up and exasperatedly help Katsuya. Both Yamina and Eri noticed their sighing and looked at each other. Both of them understood what the other person was thinking about and smiled bitterly at each other. Tyal took out his information terminal and made a call. Yes, that's correct. I found Alna. Well, it is most likely her. The one that he was calling replied with a rather confused voice. Most likely. Make sure to confirm it first, will you? Don't be crazy. She's hiding her face under a coat. And if I go there and try to confirm it in front of her, there's no mistaking it that the other guys would notice me too. Those guys, I heard from Akira that they're stronger than him, you know. So there's no way I can do anything against those guys. Not to mention, they went into Alna's hideout too. But her appearance fits the description you gave, so that should be her. Geez, it can't be helped then. Just keep following Alna like that. We already set the information terminal, which we gave you, to continuously broadcast its location to us. So don't mess with that setting, okay? Okay. By the way, if I have the chance, is it okay if I just go and kill that Alna? Tyal thought if he killed Alna and reported it back to Cheryl and Akira, it might compensate for his mistake in bringing those robbers to the base. Sure, I'm okay with that, but won't that be impossible for you? Viola sounded more like she was mocking him than challenging him. Tyal then clicked his tongue and cut the call there. After Katsuya and his group finished retrieving Alna's belongings, they then roamed around the slum city, looking for that particular relic shop just like they originally planned. A certain rumor was spreading in the slum city about a particular relic shop that was selling relics that could be sold at a high price in another place. That rumor had also reached hunters inside Drankum. Lately, Katsuya's group had been doing jobs that were far away and were not gathering old world relics themselves. They had been mostly doing escorts for intercity transports or guarding certain facilities. Those jobs were more for the sake of building trust with the people that were employing them, and they were pretty effective in order to increase their hunter rank too. Guarding intercity transport was a relatively easy job if they were strong enough since they were able to check the danger beforehand. But there were many occasions where those transports were carrying important cargoes. So they could not employ just any hunters since those hunters might rob the cargoes instead. It needed trust, it was good for their track record, and it was easy to make sure that they could safely complete that request. Katsuya found that kind of job really pleasant. But being a hunter was synonymous with exploring old world ruin and gathering old world relics. Although he still had to go to the old world ruin because of the request that was assigned by the gang, it was only helping the forward base in Kuzusuhara ruin, so it had nothing to do with gathering relics. Basically, he didn't get that much chance to work with old world relics lately, so in order to make up for that, he thought of looking for the rumored relic shop. He then went to ask others to help him and it turned out into a pseudodate. By the way, Alna, do you have any guess where that shop might be? You've been living around this area until now, right? I'm sorry, I did know there was that kind of shop in the slum city, but I don't know where it might be. Old world relics are expensive after all, so it's not a place for me who doesn't have money. Of course, it's a different story if you can find someone who has some relation with the people who manage territory. Moreover, most of them don't accept first-time customers. I heard that you'll need someone to introduce you to the place before you can get in. So I think it would be meaningless even if you know the location of that shop. I thought that I will be able to find it if I just walk around the slum city, but it seems that it's not that easy, huh? I wonder what should we do so we can get accepted into that shop. Seeing Katsuya unsure about what to do next, Alna desperately searched through her memory for something, anything that might help him no matter what it was. It might be because she was rather desperate that she then said without much thinking. I heard that sometimes you can get recommended to that kind of shop from another shop if you have a good relationship with that shop and pay some money. And that shop doesn't have to be a big shop, it might be just a mere stand. So you can try being a good customer in some certain establishments. Or so I heard. Alna's voice was getting smaller and smaller before eventually vanishing. Because of that, Katsuya could not completely catch what she just said. What shop? Alna blushed and said. Brothels. Most of the brothels in the slum city receive support from the gang overseeing the territories where they are doing their business, and it's not rare for them to introduce their customers to relic shops. Since their customers are often hunters who return back from gathering relics, they also often get paid with relics. So using that connection. But it has nothing to do with you, right? Katsuya blushed and flusteredly replied. Oh, of course. Yamina smiled menacingly at Katsuya and said to him. If you say you do, I'll deliver you a good punch, you know. Yamina was being serious, so Katsuya flusteredly said. Of course. I have nothing to do with that. Mizuha-san also warns me not to go to that kind of place, you know. Does that mean that you've gone there before Mizuha-san warned you? And no, I didn't mean it that way. Katsuya was wincing back from Yumina's intimidating aura. Eri suddenly interjected with a stern face. Katsuya. No, Eri, it's a misunderstanding. We're being followed. Katsuya's face immediately returned to its seriousness. Since when? At least for the last 30 minutes. Yamina also had a serious look as she asked Eri. Are you sure you're not mistaking it? I highly doubt anyone would be going in the same direction as us for 30 minutes unless they're tailing us. Katsuya, Eri, and Yamina immediately raised their guards. The one who was following them was Taiol. Eri actually noticed him long back, but she was letting it slide for some time to make sure he was really tailing them. But Taiol thought that it was simply because they had not noticed him yet. They then slowly approached Taiol while covering Alna. Taiol finally realized that they noticed him, but it was too late. Katsuya was already close to him. Taiol was completely scared in front of the people who were way above him both in skill and equipment. He could not muster the courage to run away and stood frozen right where he was. Katsuya exuded an intimidating aura while staring at that Taiol. What is it? Why are you tailing us? What are you talking about? Taiol looked completely scared as he tried to dodge the question. Katsuya put some more pressure as he lightly threatened Taiol. Sorry, but I already gathered some information beforehand. If you won't tell me anything unless I hurt you first, I don't mind doing that, you know. Taiol immediately confessed. All right. I'll tell you everything. I was asked to follow you. I'm really sorry. Please just let me go. By who? There, that man over there. Taiol pointed behind Katsuya as he said that. In truth, he was actually just pointing in a random direction to divert their attention. He was planning to run away the moment they looked away. Katsuya's group looked back to confirm it. Taiol was about to use that chance to slip away, but he suddenly stopped. There were 4 men standing in the direction he pointed and all of them were looking in his direction. Those 4 people were Kadol and 3 other men from Shijima's gang. Rebuild World, Chapter 153, Training Opponent. Kadol was comparing Alna, who was standing next to Katsuya, with the picture displayed on his information terminal. There's no mistaking it. That's her. It's the one with the coat. The other men looked at Alna and tensed up. So that's her, huh? Then who are the others? Her friends? No idea. And I honestly don't care. Our target is that girl. If it's possible, we need to capture her alive, if not, we're allowed to kill her. Let's go. Seeing Kadal and his men approaching them, Katsuya's group started to feel nervous. Kadal and his men had a scary look, at least, it was not a face that one would show to the children from the slum. The people around the area could feel that a fight where someone would die was about to commence, so they moved away from the area. Kadal came close enough to strike a conversation with Katsuya, he then stopped and pointed at Alna. Give us that girl. Katsuya moved in front of Alna and stood face to face with Kadal. Who are you? And is it true that you're the one who told that boy to follow us? Just shut up and give us that girl. Katsuya could feel Alna trembling behind him, he then shouted back at Kadal as if to counter their intimidation. I refuse. Normal people would back down from that pressure, but that was not the case for Kadal and his men. Instead, their expressions tensed up, they reached for their rifles and readied themselves for a fight. Their rifles were still pointing downward, it was obvious that they were willing to fight there if negotiation was out of the question. Katsuya, Eri, and Yamaina were also already reaching for their rifles, they were ready to fight any time. Actually, they also wanted to avoid having to fight if it was possible. And considering how much damage it would cause if they really fought each other there, they were able to barely stop themselves from immediately opening fire. Kadal had a grim face, his voice was filled with killing intent. I'll say it one more time. Give us that girl. We only have business with that girl and not with any of you. We're being serious here. If you don't want to die, leave that girl here and be gone. Katsuya repeated once again with a face saying that he had made his resolve. I refuse. Kadal and his men reeled back from the pressure coming from Katsuya, it was obvious that he was not your common young boy. Kadal, what's the plan now? Are we really going to kill them? They're not normal children, you know. Kadal glared at that man who was being meek. I know, God damn it. Not too long ago, Kadal caused trouble because of his short temper with a certain young boy by the name of Akira. And the result of that was his current sorry state. Not only did he owe a huge debt, one large enough that it would not be strange if he got sold anytime, but he also felt that he was always being hunted by a hunter who could kill him anytime. Because of that, he would never look down on his opponents anymore even if they were only children. Kadal remembered that bad memory as he watched Katsuya and his group. Appearance-wise, they looked stronger than Akira, and judging by their reaction just now, that might be really the case. Or at least, he did not have any evidence to deny that possibility. He had no wish to fight someone who was as strong as Akira. Kadal and all of his friends there agreed on that point. But they also had reasons why they could not just back down there. Kadal and his friends were told by Viola and Shirjima to bring them Alna, and if that was impossible, they were even allowed to kill her. Viola then told him that if he could do that, she would help to convince Akira not to keep hunting him and that she would consider most of his debt paid. While at the same time, she also gave some hints about what would happen to him if he could not do that. Either he would get sold somewhere or given to Akira, whichever the case, nothing good would happen to him if he failed. That was the same for Shijima's men too. They were discovered to have been stealing money from the gang or selling inside information to outsiders. Shirjima told them that he would forgive them if they could capture Alna. Shirjima also properly let them know what he would do to them if they failed. Kadal and his men there were all desperate. That was why, even if they were facing strong opponents, they could not just back off. But if it was possible, they did not want to fight, and that naive thinking was reflected in their behaviors. Eri saw that as a good chance, so she then interjected. Some people think that the slum city is not that much different from the wasteland, but that's not true. If you kill someone in the open road, it'll cause a ruckus. The gang that governs over the territory will get its eyes on you and they might demand peace money for causing trouble in their territory. It's better if you just forget about that 100,000 orum and go back to where you come from. Kadal still had his guard up as he replied back. I don't know what kind of misunderstanding you have in your head right now, but it seems that you don't understand what's going on here. Eri believed that Kadal and his men must have thought that she was someone who had a connection with the Slum City gang. And if that was the case, then it would be one more reason for them to not fight Kitsuya's group. She then raised her voice and tried to warn Kadal and his men that it was not worth the trouble as she tried to convince them to withdraw. It's you who don't understand what's going on here. I have some connections with the slum gangs. This would not end well. In the worst-case scenario, they might hunt you down to kill you. I don't know how strong you are, but there's no mistaking that it'll cause some damage in the area if we fight here. In our case, we can just avoid coming here again, so it'll be all on you. You'll be the one in trouble if we fight. So it'll be better if you just withdraw. Kadal lightly shook his head. That's not what I'm talking about. We at least already know that much. What you just said doesn't worry me at all. Unfortunately for you, we already had a talk with the gang who owns this area beforehand. Even Eri, who was mostly expressionless, raised her eyebrows. It was quite surprising for her. That must be a lie. There's no way you would do something like that just because of that 100,000 orum. Kadal frowned. What the heck is this 100,000 orum you're talking about? Eri looked equally confused. Alna stole 100,000 orum from a certain hunter. No, I mean, it was a misunderstanding. And you're basically here because that hunter is aiming for her life, and that's why you demand us to give her to you, right? Kadal immediately raised his voice. I knew it, you're mistaking something here. 100,000 orum. That's so stupid. Do you really think we would do something like this just for the sake of that paltry amount of money? Alna was shocked when she heard that. Then, why are you looking for me? Hell if I know. I was just told to bring you in. A notification suddenly reached Kadal's information terminal. When he checked it, he was both troubled and surprised. He looked really troubled as he frowned and said to Kitsuya, it was obvious from his face that he was equally confused as Kitsuya's group. 20 million orum. If you give me that girl, I'll give you 20 million orum. What do you think? Kitsuya could not help but gasp. Ha! You didn't hear it? It's 20 million orum. If you hand over that girl, I'll give you 20 million orum. I don't think there's any need to think about it, give her to us now. Kadal extended one of his arms towards Kitsuya's group, who were still dumbfounded. Alna quickly returned back to herself and grabbed strongly on Kitsuya's back while trembling. It was a good amount of money just to hand over her after all. Kitsuya could feel Alna, who was clinging to him. He instinctively raised his voice. Do you really think I would fall for that? I'm being serious here. Are you questioning it? Well, that's understandable though. Kadal understood Kitsuya's feelings. After all, even he himself could not believe what he just said. But that was what was really written in that message from Viola. He did not question it, as he only did what he was told to. I'll give you some deposit first. Tell me your bank account, I'll immediately transfer the money. Or is it that you prefer cash? Kadal was waving, urging Kitsuya to hand over Alna as he made his offer. That was enough to make Alna tremble even more. Kitsuya could feel Alna shivering behind his back, while there were Kadal and his men who urged him to hand her over to them in front of him. Kitsuya, who was stuck in between the person that he had to protect and his enemies, replied, or more like, yelled. I refuse. I won't give Alna to you. Kadal's expression was filled with shock and confusion. Why you? Are you right on your head? It's 20 million orum, you know. Are you seriously throwing away 20 million orum for that girl? It's not about money. I've promised her that I'll protect her. Kadal and his men, who already relaxed, thinking that there was no need to fight, reeled back from the pressure coming from Kitsuya's declaration. Kitsuya then put more pressure on his voice and yelled. Go away now. Kadal and his men inadvertently took a step back. Although it was involuntary, once they made a move, it was difficult to change the flow now. They could not help but take another step back, although they slightly hesitated. It would end there if Kadal and his men continued and just left that place. When everyone there thought so, a gunshot suddenly echoed. When Katsuya's group was talking with Kadal's group, Tayal slowly slipped away from that place and hid in one of the alleys. Although he could not hear what they were talking about, he could still see them. So he was keeping his eyes on them while hiding. What should I do? Should I look for a chance to run away? No, that won't work. It seemed that they were still in the middle of some kind of negotiation. If a fight broke there, he might get roped in that fight. That was why Tayal kept his distance as much as possible. He did not leave since he thought that it would be a wasted chance now that he found Alna. He did not want to lose his chance to erase his past mistakes. A call suddenly reached Tayal, who still did not know what to do. He could hear a woman's voice coming out from his information terminal. What's your situation over there? Can you tell me what's going on? Tayal told that woman what was going on there, then that woman replied with a cold voice. I see, I guess this will be the end of our connection. What? Why? Well, you can't make up for your mistakes, right? So basically you won't be able to stay in Cheryl's gang any longer, which means that you won't be able to give me any insider information, right? Then there's no benefit of keeping this relation. Wait for a sec. Nope, I won't wait. You don't have the power to bring in Alna alive nor to kill her, right? I don't know whether Cheryl would kick you out of the gang or Akira would kill you. Either way, you're as good as dead now. Well, in the unlikely chance that you get lucky, just call me again. So, until next time. The call ended there. With this, Tayal also lost his support. He was filled with shock and anger. In that messy state of mind, he remembered a sentence from that call. In the unlikely chance if he got lucky. Those words ran on a repeat inside his mind as he looked at what was in front of him. Katsuya and Kadal were arguing about Alna. Tayal had no power against any of them. It did not matter who won, even if Kadal won and took Alna away, it was unlikely for him to be able to find Alna again, and he would lose his chance to make up for his mistakes by bringing Alna to Akira. But even if he could not bring Alna, it might still help him somehow if he killed her. Of course, that would be impossible normally, but at the moment, Kadal and Katsuya were focused on each other. It was his only chance, there would not be any next time. As Tayal thought so, he believed that his best chance was to kill Alna there, in that place. Tayal nervously, silently and desperately aimed his gun at Alna and pulled the trigger. His first shot did not hit anyone. But it was enough to trigger the fight. Eri quickly aimed her rifle at the source of that gunshot and released a barrage. At the same time, Katsuya and Yamaina moved to cover Alna and readied their rifles. Kadal and his men reacted by opening fire at them. Katsuya and his group were dealing with that too. The area was filled with flying bullets within a split second. Akira continued doing mock battles with Ario and the other children. But Alpha suddenly told him to stop the training. What's wrong? The radar picked up something. Monsters? No, it's a vehicle. It seems that it noticed us and now is heading this way. At least get your rifle ready. Roger that. Akira and the other children returned back to Akira's vehicle. When Akira took off the DVTS minigun from his vehicle, Ario and the other children seemed a bit panicked. Ario, who was relatively calm compared to the other children, asked Akira, who seemed to be preparing for a fight. Is there anything wrong? It's just to be safe since it seems that a vehicle is heading this way. If you're worried, you may hide somewhere. Hide? Is it going to be dangerous? It's just that I don't really trust those people that I meet in the wasteland by pure coincidence. You still remember the trouble that we had when we were in Higuraka Residence Ruin, right? That's exactly why. I see. After Ario told the other children what was going on, they moved to nearby wreckage to hide. Akira, who already finished arming himself, was left alone standing near the vehicle. Akira checked the vehicle that was coming closer. It was obvious that they were heading straight to him, it was not out of a coincidence. When Akira focused his vision on that vehicle, Alpha enhanced his vision which allowed him to clearly see its passengers. One of the passengers recognized Akira and lightly waved at him. Although the vehicle was still a bit away from him, that girl was clearly looking at Akira. Akira lowered his guard and looked slightly annoyed. Reina's group was in that vehicle, and the girl waving at him was Kane. That vehicle stopped not too far in front of Akira. Reina and her maids then stepped off from the vehicle. Shiori and Kane were wearing maid outfits, just like usual, but Reina was donning a new augmented suit. Kane smiled happily at Akira and said to him, "Young boy. Long time no see." "You're right." In contrast to Kane's energetic voice, Akira replied rather apathetically. Kane looked slightly disappointed as she continued. "You don't sound that happy." "That's not good enough, no. Hell if I care." Akira's gaze shifted from Kane to Shiori. "So, what is it?" Shiori properly started with an opening. "It has been quite a while since the last time we saw each other, I'm glad that you're doing fine. We spotted you on our way back to the city, so we thought at least we can say hello." "That's it?" "Yes, we don't have any other particular business. If I have to add something, it's because someone really wanted to see you and we did not have any reason to refuse it." Akira glanced at Kane, looked completely convinced with a mix of a little sympathy, and said, "Ah. I see. Thank you for your understanding." Shiori lightly bowed and confirmed Akira's guess. Akira guessed that Reina and Shiori were simply dragged along by Kane. But that was not exactly true, indeed it was Kane who spotted Akira's vehicle and suggested visiting him, but the biggest reason why they did that was because Reina gave her permission. If Reina seemed to have any objections to it even in the slightest, or if she actually did not really care, Shiori would not have replied in such a concise manner. Reina seemed a little nervous as she stood in front of Akira. Long time no see, what are you doing in this place?" "Just a training with some people that I know." Akira then explained what he was doing there to Reina and Shiori while Ario and the other children were watching them from afar. Ario and the other children thought that there was no danger at all as they came out from hiding. But they did not have the courage to get any closer when they saw two of them were in maid outfit and the remaining one, assumed to be the master of those maids, was a beautiful girl with expensive-looking equipment. It was obvious that they were living in two completely different worlds, that fact intimidated them and they did not have the courage to come any closer. But even so, they were still curious about what Akira and the others were talking about. Ario and the other children were talking to each other about their impression of Reina, Shiori and Kane. "Are they Akira-san's acquaintances?" "What can I say? They're really something. Those are what you call maids, right? I wonder if they're from the inner wall. So why does Akira know them? It might be from a bodyguard job or something since he's a hunter. But still, they don't look like common people. They have this high-class aura around them, unlike those girls from the gang. So basically, hunters who are doing well get to know those kinds of people, huh? I bet if we can earn as much money as Akira-san, we'll get to know people like them too." All of them agreed that the hunter supporting their gang was indeed a great hunter, but past that, all of them had different impressions of Akira. Some of them felt hopeless after knowing how large the gap between them was. Some of them got a little more motivated thinking that if they continued training, they might get as strong as Akira one day. Some of them did not let it bother them that much even after knowing that they were basically living in two different worlds. People would have a different opinion, hope and impression even when they looked at the same thing. And the stronger their feeling to move forward, the faster they would reach the position they admired. Kane understood the situation after hearing Akira's explanation. She then smiled mischievously as a question came up in her mind. "Oh, so you're doing that kind of training, huh? But with your current skill, I don't think this training has any use to you though. No matter how many of them, if they're only amateurs with rifles, I don't think it can pose any trouble for you. Depending on how Akira took it, it might sound like a provocation to him, but he did not get bothered at all as he just casually replied. Well, about that, you see, I made some adjustments to compensate for that, so it's okay. From what Akira said, Kane tried to gauge if it was just him being humble, or if he was simply too dense, or if that was the truth. If that was the truth, that would mean that he was not that strong, or that adjustment that he mentioned was really effective, or it might be even both. Kane once guessed the reason behind Akira's real strength and lost interest in him. But after a certain rumor reached her, she got interested in him again. I see. In that case, how about letting Milady try a round in that training? Reina did not expect that at all. What? Me? Yup. Akira said that it's good enough for his training. So it might be a good chance to see how good you are after you got the new equipment and went through your training with us. Not to mention, if Milady keeps training only with us, you'll get used to our movement and might get bored too. So, since we're here already, how about giving it a try? Reina flusteredly looked at Akira and Shiori. At least, at the moment, none of them looked against it. Akira then lightly warned her. I don't really mind, but just to let you know, I can't guarantee your safety. Shiori immediately asked a question with a serious face. Is it something dangerous? From what I can understand, you are using empty magazines with no bullets and the hits are only decided based on trajectory line calculation, right? I don't think that it's dangerous. But it's not like I gave all of their magazines a check. Moreover, we're in the middle of the wasteland, monsters might appear in the middle of the training. So I won't take any responsibility for safety. After all, it's not like I'm doing a request from you or anything, so I don't want to get blamed if something were to happen later. Before Shiori could say anything, Reina immediately interjected. I'll do it. Shiori seemed to be against it, so Reina begged her. Shiori, please, I want to give it a try. Shiori smiled as if she had given up. Very well. Then, it's been decided. Kane smiled amusedly that things were going as she planned. Akira told Ario and the other children what was going on, so they immediately started preparing. Although they were surprised by that sudden mock battle, they seemed to be looking forward to it. Just to be safe, Shiori checked all the training equipment and gave them a full body check. Some of the children just let Shiori do that although they were embarrassed and were blushing. Once the preparation was done, they took their position. Other than Reina taking Akira's place, there were no other changes. But just to be safe, close combat was prohibited. After all, if Reina punched or threw Ario or the other children, that would definitely kill them. Reina gathered her focus and waited for the start signal. Akira's winning rate in this mock battle is about 50%. I wonder how I will perform. If I can get a better winning rate than him, even if it's thanks to my equipment, it should be enough of a reason to recognize that I've gotten stronger. Alright then. Let's do this. Reina fired up herself for this chance to check how strong she was. But once the mock battle started, she immediately realized something weird. Reina kept winning. Considering her talent as a hunter and her new equipment that Shiori had especially prepared for her, that result was to be expected. But even so, it was way too easy that she started to question her strength instead. Is that all? Or is it because my new equipment is too good? No, even if that's true, I should not get too prideful. That's what I've decided after all. But, does Akira really have a hard time in this level of mock battle? Although Reina felt it was strange, she did not lower her guard and took the training seriously. Akira, Shiori and Kane were watching the mock battle from not too far away. They were able to get a bird's-eye view of the mock battle from above a crumbled building. They were looking at the individual positions shown in Akira's information terminal and through the camera installed on the goggles. Seeing how Reina kept getting overwhelming victories, Kane brusquely complained to Akira. Seriously now, is that all they got? With just this much, they won't provide you much training, you know. Like I said, I put some extra adjustments to take care of that. If that's the case, can you turn on this adjustment that you're talking about? Alright. Akira operated his information terminal while talking to Alpha. Alpha, can you give some support to Ario and the other children? Sure. I don't like it either when Kane says you're having a hard time fighting that level of opponents. Is it okay if I set my support level a bit high? I leave that decision to you, but don't make them too strong that I won't be able to win against them even if I try. Then in that case, how far are you willing to go to defeat them when they have my support? Akira's face twitched but it immediately returned back to normal. It's a training, so I won't do anything reckless. Very well. Alpha smiled. She understood Akira was basically saying there was no need to use medicine while breaking his own body unless it was a real fight. She then made some adjustments as Akira asked her to. Reina frowned. She noticed that Ario and the other children were moving a bit differently now. I feel like they're moving differently all of a sudden, or is it just my imagination? Reina kept carefully repositioning herself, checking her information terminal, and setting up ambushes. Normal people would not even be able to react to Reina's ambush. But Ario and the other children looked less and less surprised. Then finally, during a certain round, one of them suddenly jumped out from behind a wreckage as if that boy was lying in ambush for Reina. No, this is because they know my position. A notification appeared on the goggles that Reina was wearing. She borrowed that from Akira. After she read the message in that goggles, she smiled wryly as she understood very well what was going on. The message said that her position was broadcasted to everyone every 10 seconds. I see, so this is the adjustment that Akira was talking about. But this is nothing. Reina got even fired up for the training. She then continued the mock battle, won that round, and happily challenged the next round. But that did continue for long. Every time Reina won, a new message appeared on her goggles. The handicap given to her was getting bigger and bigger. Her position that was originally broadcasted in a fixed interval changed so that it was broadcasted constantly. Her opponents had to take a proper aim to hit her before, but now, they could even just use one hand to hold their rifles to register a hit. Up until now, a hit would be enough to register a kill, but now she needed multiple hits and that number kept increasing. Her opponent started to get more bullets per magazine to the point that it was virtually unlimited. Moreover, her opponent's bullets started to pierce through wreckages and rubbles. Reina used her expensive and advanced equipment to the best that she could as she fought desperately, thus showing a fight that was worthy of those equipment. But just as expected, she got shot and lost. After her winning chance dropped way lower than 50%, some of the handicaps were removed and she finally got a victory after a long streak of losing. After that, her handicap got readjusted every time she lost or won until her winning chance was stable around 50%. Reina smiled bitterly and mumbled. So this is what he meant when he said that he only had 50% winning chance. But then she smiled as if she just decided to forget about it and said, "But well, I still can give a good fight with all of these handicaps. I think it should be enough as proof that I've gotten stronger. It might be all thanks to my new equipment. If I had these equipment back in the Saranthal building, would have been able to fight better. I understand it very well now, it's all because of my stupid pride." Reina realized that her resolve to get stronger from back then was the correct decision and smiled. It was the right time to end the training. Since Akira did not tell her to rest, she kept on doing the mock battles, but as expected, she overdid it. As Reina thought so, she decided to return back to Akira and Shiori. When she returned back to Shiori, Reina was dumbfounded seeing Akira engaged in a fight with Kane. Rebuild World, Chapter 154, A Weirdo's Way of Thinking. When Reina was desperately fighting the mock battles, Kane peeked at Akira's information terminal to see the details of the adjustment and lightly smiled. "Akira boy, isn't that too much?" "Is that so? But I think she's doing pretty well, you know. That's because of the equipment that Ain-san especially prepared for her. What about you?" Can you win with those handicaps? It's not about winning or losing, it's about whether it's a good training or not. Akira did not think that he had a good winning chance with all those handicaps. He would have to perform some reckless moves in order to win. But for some reason, he did not feel like saying that, so he just came up with a different excuse. Kane lightly laughed. She did not expect Akira would give such a childish reply. Well, that's true. But if you use that level of difficulty as the base indicator, you'll need to do some reckless stuff to be able to win. And once you get used to doing something like that, you might also do some reckless stuff out of reaction during a real fight. Personally speaking, I recommend doing an easier training where you can more or less maintain a 100% winning rate. Akira looked surprised. He never expected that someone who looked so reckless as Kane would say something that prioritized safety. What? Nothing. Akira looked away from Kane. Shiori seemed to be moderately amused by that exchange. Well, that doesn't really matter. By the way, Akira boy, are you free? Want to have a light spar with me? No. Now, don't say that. This is also a training, something like an equal exchange. Equal exchange? Yes, you can't do mock battles when Milady is doing mock battles. It can even be said that Milady is taking your chance to do training. So to compensate for that, you can have a CQC training with me. I bet even if you can have shooting training with them, you can't do CQC training with them, right? I'll be sure to properly train you. You can get training for free when you would normally need money to get this kind of training, you know. So, what do you think? This is a good chance for you, you know. Kane's argument sounded reasonable and unreasonable at the same time that it threw Akira off for a loop. It was true that Akira did not get much chance to have CQC training. While his training with Alpha using his augmented suit was basically him fighting an incorporeal body, so there was a limit on how far it could go. Indeed, it was a good chance for him to get more experience without having to go through a real CQC fight. Now, if only his training opponent was not Kane. After thinking for a bit, Akira then carefully asked a question. So basically, you'll help me train, right? Since it's training for me, I'll have you follow my wish regarding the training. For example, I might ask you to go easy on me. And also no aiming for my head even if it's just a feint. If you're okay with that, then sure, I don't mind either. Of course. I'm really glad I asked. Let's start right away. Kane excitedly jumped off from the observation point. Shiori did not expect that answer from Akira. Akira-sama, are you sure? Well, it seems that she's being serious about teaching me, and it's true that it's important to have a training opponent against whom I don't need to hold back at all. They could easily kill someone if they were not careful when they were having a CQC fight with their augmented suits. But fighting without an augmented suit was also dangerous. So it was true that it was important to have a training opponent that Akira could fight using his augmented suit without holding back too much. Just to be safe, if something were to happen, I'll help you. Ah, right. I'll be counting on you if something happens. Akira lightly bowed to Shiori. Akira and Kane readied themselves while facing each other. Kane was smiling in excitement. I'll hold back just like you asked me to, but you can go ahead and seriously aim to kill me. Come now, I'm ready when you are. Akira took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Although it was only training, it did not change the fact that his opponent was stronger than him. He could not afford to be careless. Akira, how much support do you want? It's training, I don't plan to do anything reckless, so don't give me any support unless you really have to. Like if it's getting dangerous or in case of emergencies. Okay, give your best there. Yeah. Akira slowly closed the distance to Kane. Kane originally planned to gauge Akira's strength using training as a pretext, but her plan immediately went awry. After all, she was obviously way too strong for Akira. Akira got his feet swept clean off the ground, got grabbed and slammed into the ground, or received straight punches and kicks that stopped him on his track. While on the other hand, Kane could easily deflect, block, and evade Akira's attacks before countering back. His strength was nothing worth noting. Kane looked excited at the beginning, but it did not take long before she looked disappointed. She was so disappointed in Akira that she looked rather bored while being his training partner. This is really disappointing. Is this his full strength? It doesn't seem like he's holding back either. Back then when I heard a slum boy fought and defeated 8 attackers all alone when they tried to rob a relic shop in the slum city, I thought that it might be him. But I guess this means it's someone else, huh? The children who were taking a break there were surprised and felt a bit hopeless seeing how Akira kept getting beaten by Kane. There was no reason for Akira to pretend to be weak. Judging from his reaction and how the other children reacted to that, Kane realized that Akira's real skill only amounted to that much and felt greatly dispirited by it. When she saw Reina return back, Kane decided to stop the training. Akira boy, Milady has returned too, so let's stop here. Akira was trying to even out his breathing as he said. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Well, you're not that bad, so it depends on how much you train yourself in the future. Kane returned back to Shirori who was welcoming Reina back and confusedly asked Shirori a question. Ain-san, did you really have a hard time fighting against him? If that's true, that's a little bit. You know. Shirori did not seem bothered by that at all and casually said. You may say whatever you want. Kane looked closely and carefully at Shirori, but Shirori hardly showed any reaction at all. What is it? It seems that Milady also had her fill, so let's return the equipment back and head back home. Ain-san, you don't believe that was Akira boy's real strength, right? And you have an idea what to do to make him fight seriously, right? Shirori seemed slightly annoyed. Kane did not let that go as she smiled amusedly. So, what should I do to get him to fight me seriously? I have no plans to get dragged to your mess. Geez, it's fine, isn't it? It's thanks to me who spotted Akira boy's vehicle and suggested to come here that Milady got a good training here, so isn't it fine to help me for a bit? Not to mention, Milady is having a hard time finding a training partner since she got kicked out of Katsuya's faction. Coming here was beneficial to Milady, you know. It's our job to be useful to Milady in the first place. That's not exactly true for me though. I'm here as Milady's bodyguard and just helping out with the training while I'm on it. I don't mind stopping any time, you know. Shirori sighed. It was difficult for her to say no when Kane brought up Reina's training. But she honestly did not want to just help Kane out. So she decided to pick another option. In that case, I'll go and discuss it with Akira. So give me 1 million orum. Why you're going to make me pay? Of course, we're helping each other when it's out of our job description, right? I don't mind if you want to stop here. Ah, alright, I'll be leaving it to you then. Judging from Shiori's character, it was unlikely that she would keep that money for herself. And more than that, Kane was interested in Akira's real strength. So after a short consideration, she decided that she did not mind paying that much money. We have a deal then, I'll deduct it from your wage. You won't get your money back even if I fail, okay? Eh? That's unfair. Shiori just left complaining Kane behind to have a talk with Akira. Although it was originally a half-joke to make Kane forget about it, not that they had a deal, she only had one job now. She smiled at Akira and made a request to him. Akira-sama, can you please do another round with Kane? Consider it as a request for Akira-sama. Akira frowned. One more time. I believe that we did enough just now though. No, this is a little bit different. It's not Kane helping you train, it's more of Akira-sama helping Kane train. The reward will be 500,000 orum. It'll be paid in full upfront. The request will be completed once Akira-sama works hard enough to earn that 500,000 orum. That will be all, will you accept it? Akira slightly frowned since he felt like Shirori was able to see through him. He then started considering whether to take that request or not. That was when Shirori suddenly said. If I may, it might be not good for Akira-sama to wrap up the training with Akira-sama's complete defeat. As Shirori said so, she glanced in Ario's direction. Akira followed suit and looked at Ario and the other children. It was true that he looked rather pathetic there. For some reason, after seeing how they looked at him, Akira thought that some of them might think that they have a chance to win if they try to challenge him in CQC. After Shirori gave that slight nudge on Akira, she then continued. If I may add my personal opinion, I believe that Milady started to work hard since she's aiming to be as strong as Akira-sama, who was able to fight side by side with the other hunters. If I may, I wish that Milady's goal would stay somewhere high. Akira glanced at Reina. Reina seemed rather conflicted and slightly disappointed. She's already using pretty expensive equipment there, combat power-wise. I think she's already above me though. Is that so? At the least, I don't believe so. Moreover, strength is not only about pure firepower, it's not decided solely based on the quality of equipments. At first, Akira took some time to think about it, he then made an expression as if he just gave up. Alright. But I'll be the one to decide when the request ends and I won't take any objection, okay? Very well, thank you very much. Shirori lightly bowed and paid 500,000 orum to Akira. That was just to be safe in case Akira wanted to get cash instead of a bank transfer. Akira received that, returned back to his vehicle, took out some medicines from his rucksack, and swallowed them. Akira, are you sure you're okay taking that request? Well, I do want to test your support too, not to mention that I don't want Ario and the other children to misunderstand something here. Moreover, I don't like the fact that I kept getting beaten up one-sidedly. Akira said so as he smiled smugly. Alpha smiled back confidently at him. That's true, so then, how much level of recklessness is okay? At least enough to be suitable for that reward. It's a request after all. Very well. Not to mention, it seems you're willing to go as far as to take some medicines beforehand. Let's change the setting of your augmented suit a bit. If she already has her guard down, we can use that to defeat her quickly and show her your strength. Akira smiled, seeing that it seemed Alpha was raring to go too. Akira and Kane were facing each other again. Akira had a serious face just like last time, but that was not the case for Kane. She seemed half convinced and was still suspicious. I'm ready when you are. Also, it's my training this time, so it would be great if you can give your full power. Honestly speaking, I wasn't holding back my punch at all though. I guess that doesn't really matter now. Come now, I don't mind if you want to aim for my head, you know. Roger that. Just like last time, Akira slowly closed the distance. Looking at that, Kane thought that her guess was indeed correct. Her expression slightly turned disappointed for a split second. Right at that moment, Akira used the full power of his augmented suit to propel his body forward and close the distance in one quick and fluid motion. That sudden move, as if Akira was completely a different person, caught Kane completely off guard and slowed her reaction. But that did not pose trouble due to her fighting skill. She saw Akira trying to dive straight at her as she moved to block that incoming attack. Right at that moment, she immediately shifted her posture and blocked a powerful kick aimed at her torso. That right straight was a feint. Not to mention that both his gaze and attack were seriously aimed at me. Isn't he too good at making a feint? After receiving that kick, Kane immediately shifted to counter that attack as her leg drew a sharp arc from under her maid outfit. But Akira took a step back and leaned back. Kane's leg just cut clearly through the air. He did not get thrown off balance even when I countered with that strong kick. And that reaction time. He immediately moved away to evade my attack right after his kick. Or more like, he didn't even look at my kick, did he? Kane used the momentum from her kick to shift her posture and change the trajectory of her kick. But Akira immediately ducked and evaded that too. Now that Kane had her both legs off the ground, Akira zoomed in to throw an attack. Still too naive. Normally, now that Kane was flying in the air, she should not be able to evade that attack. But both of Kane's legs were armed with force field armor. She activated the force field armor on her left leg to forcefully change her posture and evaded Akira's attack, and she did not stop there. She used the projected force field that was only there for a split second as a platform to fix her posture in the air. But as if Akira completely expected that, Kane suddenly received a powerful kick on her torso. She was slammed hard into the ground and found herself lying face up on the ground. Not too far away from Kane, who was lying on the ground, Akira was trying to calm down his breathing. The exchange only lasted for a few seconds. If one of them looked away even for a bit, it would have ended in an instant. But even so, it left a big impression on everyone who saw that. Reina, Ario, and the other children were completely shocked since they could not process what just happened. Shiori looked half shocked since she was half expecting that would happen. Kane pushed herself up. She was smiling widely that it was creepy. Akira frowned as he saw her smile. No damage even after she received that powerful kick, huh? That must be because of her equipment. That's kinda true. Akira then shook that off and said to Kane. That's it, that will be the end. Kane's smile was filled with excitement for more as she replied. What are you talking about? We're just getting started here. You're surprisingly strong when you're serious. It's indeed amazing, but it would be troublesome if you think that was enough to defeat me. No, this is the end. Kane interpreted that as Akira looking down on her, so then she said while smiling amusedly. Don't worry, I'll crush that misconception in no time. That's not what I meant, this is the end of my request. Kane seemed genuinely confused about what Akira was talking about. The request only lasts until I put in enough work to earn the 500,000 Orum reward. And that one now was worth at least that much. The request is finished, it's done. So I have no plans to go along with you. Although Kane was confused, she was able to understand what he meant. She obviously looked displeased. You would just back off after putting my heart on fire like this? That's just so unfair, you know. I didn't get my medicine and energy pack for free, you know. I know, I'll pay the extra money. How about that? Still no. My augmented suit is in a rather bad state, you see. If I go along with your training, there's no mistaking it that it'll break. To be honest, I'm planning to use it as carefully as possible until my new augmented suit arrives. That's why I can't go along with your request. If you keep forcing me, I'll run away while emptying the extended magazine of my DVTS minigun at you, you know. After Akira said something that completely killed Kane's chance of convincing him, she looked utterly disappointed and finally gave up. Alright, I just don't get it. But that one exchange cost 500,000 Orum, Isn't that too expensive? Honestly speaking, I think I didn't charge enough since I had to fight someone who's doing fine even after taking that kick square on. Before fighting Kane, Akira returned the setting of his augmented suit from follow type to read type. He then gathered his focus to compress his time perception, and raised the output power of his augmented suit to its limit with the help of Alpha's support, and he even took some medicines beforehand to brace for the burden that would be put on his body. After all these preparations, he was finally able to get a strike in, but that did not hurt his opponent at all. So Akira believed that it was at least worth that much. Kane recognized Akira's skill, but that caused another question to surface up. But still, if you're that strong, it would have been great if you had put that much effort in our first battle. Is it that you can't get serious unless it's a request? I was being serious back then too, you know. It's just that since it's training, so I thought there's no need for me to get reckless. That was enough training for me too. While the last fight was a request for training, so I only did what I needed to do. As I said before, I didn't get my medicine and energy pack for free. Kane seemed to be thinking for a bit before she made a serious face and said. Akira boy, are you actually hiding your real strength while trying to be a superhuman? Akira frowned. I have no plans to be anything like that. Someone else also asked me the exact same thing not too long ago, so let me say it again, that's not true. I have no plans to be strong enough to be able to throw a tank with my pure strength. I see. Kane somehow looked amused. There was a trace of favorability toward Akira in her gaze, but it was much closer to a favorability toward a rival or someone who was of the same type as her. Akira thought that smile was similar to Neria's. It was a smile of someone who would try to seduce the opponent that she wanted to kill. Akira could not help but to make an annoyed face at that. After that, Reina's group thanked Akira and left. Akira looked tired as he said. Alpha, I somehow feel tired. Is it okay if we finish the training here today? Sure, do you want to head straight back home? Or do you want to let Ario and the other children continue the training themselves? Let's see. I guess I'll let them continue the training themselves, huh? It's their precious opportunity to train, so I would feel bad if I send them all back just because I don't feel like doing it. Alright. In that case, let's break them into two groups and set them to fight each other, then I'll have you observe their fight and take notes. It's important to be able to do that kind of analysis too, you see. Ario and the other children continued the training by themselves for some time after that. Akira did not join them at all, and when the time was right, they decided to wrap up the training. That was the first training session where they finished before Ario and the other children got too tired to do anything. After they left, Akira, Reina, Shiori and Kane headed back to the city. Kane sounded rather happy as she said while driving the vehicle. Well, although it was rather unfortunate, I'm glad that we visited Akira boy. It served as a good training for Milady and I got to see how strong that Akira boy is. To be honest, I didn't expect him to be that strong. That explains why Ain-san had a hard time fighting him. So then, Milady, how was the training? To be honest, I stopped watching midway, you see. Reina somehow looked displeased. At least, she looked displeased enough that it was obvious that it was not because Kane said she stopped watching midway. It was hard, I feel like I got a good gauge of my current strength at the moment. Though it's all thanks to my equipment. It's also important to properly gauge your fighting ability when you have your equipment. Even that Akira boy also said that you'll need both equipment and training to be strong. And if he had to pick one, he did say that he would pick equipment. You're right. Although they were special equipment used only for training, it's true that I was having a hard time because of how superior their equipment was. I feel like I was defeated by a group of amateurs with overwhelmingly superior equipment. Well, that also applies to me too to some extent though. I'm okay with the equipment since Shiori prepared them for me, so what's left for me is only training, huh? I still need a lot of training before I can get as strong as Akira. Shiori, Kane, I'll be relying on both of you. Reina sounded as if she finally made her resolve to move forward, so Shiori happily replied. Please leave it to us. It's our job to be useful to Milady. But in contrast to that, Kane said while making a grim face. Milady, it's all good if you want to be as strong as Akira boy, but it's impossible for Milady to get as strong as Akira boy, you know. He's someone who you should not aspire to be. What do you mean? Reina was confused. Kane then answered her question with a serious tone. He's not right in the head in all kinds of meaning. Akira boy's augmented suit is not an advanced augmented suit like Milady is using right now. Its capability is relatively low and its user burden compensator is also relatively bad. That's why their power output is lowered for the sake of the safety of its user. But, although it's only my guess, I believe that Akira boy modified that limiter or maybe even completely took it off. So it should have been putting his body under immense stress. And well, normal people would die if they do that. Akira boy's move suddenly changed as if he was completely a different person after he accepted that request from Ain-san, remember? Oh, did you even see that fight? I did. He suddenly became surprisingly strong. That's the difference when he was willing to put that burden on his body, you see. The reason why he took medicine beforehand was because he would die if he didn't do that. Is it really that bad? It didn't seem that bad though. In that case, would you like to give it a try? You should be able to try it if we change the setting on your augmented suit. Kane said that so casually, but Shiori immediately interjected as if she was scolding Kane. Kane, stop talking nonsense. Milady, it's really dangerous, so don't even think about it no matter what. Reina frowned. She understood the danger of doing something like that from how Shiori sounded there. Kane lightly giggled and said, to be honest, I think it's a good idea to at least try it once though. But as I explained before, it's basically awful. If it's really that dangerous, I can understand why I should not fight using that method. Reina seemed to fully understand the importance of that subject. But Kane shook her head and said, that's not what I meant, as in matter of fact, that's not the biggest issue. Shiori also stopped me though, but that was not the real issue. Even Ain-san also has a similar trump card too. It's not a bad thing to keep something like that in case of emergency. The problem is how Akira boy is using that method without any hesitation even though he doesn't have a cyborg body. That way of thinking and common sense is simply abnormal. Abnormal. Although Akira boy's augmented suit is a new augmented suit compared to the one that he used when he fought Ain-san, it's already pretty rugged to the point that he said he's already buying a new one. Normally, augmented suits won't get that bad so quickly. That would mean that he had gone through enough fierce fights to get his augmented suit, not his body, that bad so fast. So it's not an exaggeration to say that he's not right in the head since he thinks that it's a normal thing. Then to top it off, he said that someone also mistook him before and asked if he's trying to be a superhuman. That would mean he's been doing that without knowing it. Although I feel bad for saying this, but he's simply crazy. Shiori frowned. It must be rather severe since even Kane says so. Well, I bet it's because he's like that Ain-san had a hard time fighting him. After Kane said so, she suddenly made a rather confused look. But still, putting that aside, I still find it rather strange. People who are that strong usually have an aura that you can recognize. But although Akira is actually strong, why does he still look weak? And I don't think that he's deliberately trying to look weak either. Milady, do you have any guess? Me? I heard that Milady looked down on Akira boy thinking that he's just a small fry the first time Milady met him. Is there any particular reason why Milady thought he was just a small fry? Reina remembered her mistake and looked slightly displeased. But as she continued searching through her memories, her expression slowly changed to a confused one. Now that Kane mentions it, why did I think so? No matter how he looked, he was called to that place as a hunter and he had proper equipment too. Was it simply because there was something that I did not like about him? No, I only felt so after I talked to him. I thought that he looked weak even before I spoke to him. That's why when he refused our offer to work together, I got irritated and... Is it because Akira is just a small boy? But I think he's more or less of the same age as me though. Shiori was also searching through her memories as to why she misjudged Akira's strength. She then remembered Shikarabe's answer when she inquired about him and realized that Shikarabe also had made the same mistake as her. This could not be just a pure coincidence, there must be something behind it. Although Shiori could not identify what this something was, there was no mistaking it, something was causing it. As she thought so, she decided to be more careful with Akira. Ain-san, did you get anything? What are you planning to do with that information? As Milady's bodyguard, it's so that I won't lower my guard even if my opponent looks weak. But then Shiori replied back causally. Nothing in particular came to mind except the shame from the mistake I made. So you should be careful too. Yes ma'am. Kane noticed that subtle change in Shiori's attitude and smiled excitedly. This Akira boy is really an interesting boy. The more I know about him, the more questions come up about him. I wonder if I can get a chance to properly fight him soon. And so, her interest in Akira got even deeper along with her smile. Rebuild World, Chapter 155, The Ability to Persuade. Kadol was lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood in the middle of the slum city. He was dying. His wound was fatal, there was no way to save his life. The other three who were Shijima's men were already dead. Why? I always got involved with these strong brats. If he had not met Akira that day, he might have not been in this situation right now. He replayed the flashbacks of everything that happened that had led him to this ending. His expression was filled with grudge and frustration as he breathed his last breath. Katsuya's group had an overwhelming victory. None in his group was wounded. After the shooting stopped, the area was so silent that it was even felt strange. Everyone in the area had run away far enough that their scream and curses did not reach that place, either that or they also got killed during that shootout. Both Katsuya and Yamaina, who still had some reservations against killing other people, had a pained look on their faces. Alna was cowering on the ground and shaking in fear. While Eri's expression was as flat as usual as she calmly scanned her surroundings. Katsuya, I can't confirm what happened to the boy who shot those shots from the alley. Is it better if we go and check on him too? And no. In that case, we should leave this place as soon as possible, we caused too much ruckus in this area. Why, you're right, let's go. We should hurry up, it might be a good idea to never come to this place again. Eri readied her rifle and made sure that the area was safe as if she was escorting an important person. When Katsuya and Yamaina extended their hands towards Alna to help her get up, she suddenly jumped and hugged Katsuya. Alna, can you walk? Alna did not say anything back, she kept clinging on Katsuya and just nodded. Katsuya started to walk while Alna was still clinging on him. Yamaina and Eri frowned, they looked slightly jealous when they saw that, but they kept watching their surroundings while having a conflicted expression plastered on their faces. Taial was swaying left and right as he walked through the alley. He was badly wounded and bleeding pretty badly. The blood dripping from his wound painted a red line on the ground. It was by pure luck that he did not get killed when Eri shot back at him. He was barely able to get out from that place alive thanks to the armor that he was using and the fact that he immediately ran away after he made that shot. And to top it off, Eri was only spreading bullets randomly without aiming exactly at him. Taial kept on walking through the alley with his fading consciousness, but it did not take long for him to hit his limit as he collapsed into the ground. He did not have the power to push himself back up. Both his consciousness and his life were fading away. In the middle of the terror that he felt from the approaching death due to the bleeding, he could see through his blurry vision someone walking toward him. He then heard a man's voice. "HM. If I'm not mistaken, you're from Cheryl's gang, right?" Taial squeezed out his voice to beg for help. Help me." Taial knew that man was Yatsubayashi. "Ah, if I'm not mistaken, you're that boy, right? The one who took those attackers into Cheryl's base. The guys that I treated were complaining about you. I don't know what happened to you, but you're not looking good at all there. Help. I don't mind fixing you, but just how much do you think that would take? Can you really pay for it? Or is it that Cheryl will pay for it? He dash. That doesn't sound like a yes." Taial was filled with hopelessness. Looking at that, Yatsubayashi lightly smiled and amusedly asked him a question. "In this case, since you can't pay for the treatment fee, it won't be a treatment, but an experiment. I won't force you to take it though. I'll take it." Taial was barely able to squeeze out his answer and immediately fainted after that. Yatsubayashi did not panic at all, he lightly smiled and said, "We have a deal then." Yatsubayashi took out a syringe from within his pocket and injected its content into Taial's neck. The syringe was filled with a glowing green liquid and that liquid was injected into Tyal's body. Don't worry. I can still save your life. We're both lucky here, don't you think so? Yatsubayashi was indeed lucky to find Tyal in that situation, but that might not exactly be the case for Tyal, or at least, it was still unclear if he was really lucky or not for meeting Yatsubayashi there. Cheryl was giving Akira a short report from what he asked her to do. The reason why she was being nervous was because of the contents of the report. It was about Alna and it seemed to be immensely annoying Akira. And to top it off, it was a bad news. Cheryl was not able to find Alna, and according to Viola's report, a fight had happened over Alna that resulted in some dead bodies. Cheryl was giving her report in fear. So then, we don't know where that Alna went. I see. Akira's mood was a bit worse than usual. In reality, it was not because he was angry at Cheryl and her gang. But that was enough for Cheryl to think that Akira was disappointed since she was not able to give any good news. I'm really sorry for not being able to be of any help. Don't worry about that. Like I said before, that girl has a strong hunter backing her. It's dangerous, so you guys can stop looking for her. In the worst-case scenario, that hunter might get his eyes on you guys after all. In the first place, I wasn't expecting you to do anything about those hunters. I understand. There was a fight over Alna, getting Cheryl and her gang involved in this matter might be dangerous. As Akira thought so, he said that in consideration for Cheryl's gang. But Cheryl interpreted Akira's words as if he was saying that he did expect right from the start that Cheryl's gang would not be able to be any of use. We'll do our best to be useful to you next time. Akira smiled wryly. Next time, huh? Honestly speaking, I don't want to get my wallet picked again though. Akira interpreted Cheryl's words in a bad meaning and went on to admonish himself. Cheryl's face went pale as she flusteredly said. I am really sorry, that wasn't what I meant. It's just that I interpreted that in the wrong way. Sorry, I'll be relying on you again if something comes up. Why yes. Akira realized that his mood was worse than he had thought. He then took some deep breaths and told himself that it was his own mistake and that he should not cause more trouble than he should as he forced himself to calm down. A notice suddenly reached Akira's information terminal. When he checked its content, his mood immediately brightened. Cheryl, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave for today. Just call me if anything comes up. Okay. Is it okay to ask what is this something that you need to do? Cheryl tried to act casual when she asked that question, but since it was able to fix Akira's mood in one go, her curiosity and insecurity were leaking out. Akira did not notice Cheryl was looking at him as if she was clinging to him, he just lightly replied to her. My orders just arrived, so I'm just going to pick them up. He then took a short pause before he said apologetically. By the way, I'm sorry, I might not be able to come here that often after this. I need to return back to my hunter job after all. I see, that's really unfortunate, but it can't be helped. I would be really happy if you can come when you're free. Well, compared to before, I might come here more often though. Cheryl forced herself to smile while Akira just casually said so. The difference in their feeling toward each other was in full view there. Cheryl accompanied Akira all the way to the base's entrance before returning back to her private room. Now that she's alone in her room, she looked slightly desperate and sad at the same time, but then she shook her head and said to herself. No, letting myself get depressed won't fix my situation. I need to calm down and think about my next plan. I don't want Akira to abandon me after all, right? Cheryl was able to get a peek at Akira's cliques not too long ago, and because of that, she lost her calm. Akira was acquainted with many girls, and most of those girls were beautiful. So Cheryl could not help but to get suspicious. Carol's attire and attitude were both tailored to seduce the opposite sex. And it seemed that Akira enjoyed talking to her. Then she also heard from Ario and the other children that Akira was visited by some high-class looking girls in the middle of their training. The two maids and the girl who visited Akira seemed to be more than just acquaintances. And the person that cheered Akira up in one go was probably also a girl. She remembered that Wataba said something right before Akira shot him dead, and it was supposed to be about a girl who worked in a weapon shop. Unfortunately enough, Akira's interest in the opposite sex was extremely low, or at least that was what Cheryl had always thought. But thanks to that, she also thought that she could take her time to build up trust. But the girls that kept appearing next to Akira erased that thought. Cheryl started to think that it might be simply because she did not have enough charm. Her men would be surprised if they heard that, but she started to doubt herself there. Cheryl tried to keep her calm while thinking of what to do from here on. Unfortunately, she could not come up with any good idea. Right when she was stuck in her thought, someone suddenly knocked on the door. It somehow immensely irritated her as she shouted at the door. "Didn't I tell you to save it for later unless it's something important?" Ario, who was on the other side of the door, flinched. Someone by the name of Colbert came. He said it's something about that pickpocket. Should I tell him to leave? Cheryl calmly took a deep breath. Although Akira told her that it was okay not to get involved any longer, it was not something that she could just ignore. "Take him to the guest room, I'll be there in a few minutes." "Oh, okay." Cheryl realized just how much she had lost her calm listening to Ario, who stepped away quickly. She then brought her hand to her chest and took a few deep breaths to calm down. Colbert and Cheryl were sitting facing each other in the guest room. Cheryl had Ario and Alicia behind her while some of her men were also standing by in the room. Ario and the other children seemed nervous. It was not only because Cheryl seemed to be in a bad mood earlier, even Colbert also seemed to be in a bad mood too. Cheryl looked suspiciously at Colbert and said, "I heard that it's about that pickpocket, so, why exactly did you come to this place? Actually, the one who has some business with you is not me." "What do you mean by that?" Colbert took out his information terminal and put it in front of confused Cheryl. Viola's voice then came out from that information terminal. "It's me, I'm sorry that I have to speak with you like this." Cheryl did not have a good impression of Viola, so she frowned when she heard Viola's voice. "Shouldn't you be able to give me a call or something?" "That's because I'm a rather paranoid person. It's because of my job, you see. And it would be stupid to demand you to have a special secure line just for my sake. So then, it's actually an important subject though. If there are people around you whom you don't want to listen to this conversation, can you tell them to leave the room first?" "It depends on what are we going to talk about. It would be too late if I tell you now. I hope you can understand how much trouble this subject is from the fact that I'm speaking to you like this." Cheryl thought for a bit before she sent a glance to the other children in the room, signaling them to leave. Colbert, who saw the other people leaving the place, then said to Viola, "Viola, I'll leave too." "Oh. I'm okay with you listening though. You didn't say don't leave either." Colbert stood up and was about to leave following the other people in the room, but before he left, he warned Cheryl. "Be careful, that girl is one crafty witch. She can casually bring up something herself just to make her negotiation opponent refuse it, and that's also true for the opposite case." "Oh my, that's pretty cruel of you considering that you're working for me. I don't want to be responsible for tricking Akira's lover without even realizing it. I have nothing to do with this, okay?" Colbert then left the room after he said that to both Viola and Cheryl. Cheryl looked intensely at the information terminal and carefully said, "So then, what is it?" "To put it short, it's about to reconcile with you. In order to do that, I have a good news for you." "For me?" "Yup. I was originally planning to capture that pickpocket and bring her to Akira to make up for my mistake, you see. But unfortunately, it ended up in a failure. And since I can't think of anything that I can offer to Akira, I thought that at least I can do something for his lover. It's also my way of apologizing to Akira, so there's no need to worry." I won't do anything funny since it'll only worsen Akira's mood. That was enough of a reason for Cheryl to accept that explanation, which also caused her to lower her guard. Very well, let's hear it. Viola could notice that subtle change in Cheryl's tone as she happily continued her explanation, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After Akira left Cheryl's base, he immediately headed to Shizuka's shop. He looked quite happy as he was filled with expectation. I can finally return back to my hunter job, huh? Alpha, what should we do after this? Are we going to look for undiscovered ruin again using that information we still have from the Lion Steel Corporation's information terminal? I don't mind doing that, but I think it might be a good idea to go to Kuzusuhara ruin again, you know? Alpha casually replied. If you want to do that, then sure, but can you at least tell me your reason? Well, there's this knife that I found in Kuzusuhara ruin before, right? That one that I used to cut the wall after I destroyed its safety device. I just think that it might be a good idea to keep one of those things as a trump card in case of emergency, and it should not be that difficult for me to look for that relic in Kuzusuhara ruin after I get my new equipments, right? Alpha smiled inquisitively at him and brought her face close to his. Is that all? Akira winced back a bit. Even if you say so. Well, it's just simply that I don't have much relics left and I want to get more relics to sell. Is it a bad thing to go to Kuzusuhara ruin right now? Alpha's smile returned to her usual one as she jokingly said to Akira. Nope, there shouldn't be any problem. It's just that I want to warn you in case you are getting ahead of yourself since you are getting new equipments. I thought that you wanted to go back to Kuzusuhara ruin in order to fight those monsters that you ran away from before, and the autonomous weapons that you had to fight after ignoring my instruction just to wash clean the stain in your record. Akira smiled bitterly. He was about to get killed back then by a huge camouflaged monster since he ignored Alpha's instruction. He remembered that the cannon of that monster was able to easily demolish buildings around him as he was running away from that monster. Alright, I'm sorry about that. I won't do something like that again. Now that I think about it, that was a good chance for you to change your way of thinking. I'm sorry, okay? I did follow all of your instructions since then, right? So just drop it already, will you? Akira had already moved on from that incident to the point that he could just laugh it off when he reminisced about it. He did regret his action there, but he did not let it weigh him down. So Alpha just smiled and let that slide too. And when Akira thought that he had grown since that time, a question suddenly came up in his mind. Well, it's true that I've gotten stronger since then, but can you tell me about your request in more detail? But if telling me will only discourage me, then I'm okay with not knowing it. Unfortunately enough, I can't tell you anything. It's a bit complicated from my side too, like those limiters and TOS. I see. Akira thought that he had become quite strong since then and believed that it would not be strange if he was strong enough to go to the particular ruin that Alpha wanted him to go to. But it seemed that was not the case. He seemed to be a bit down there, seeing that, Alpha made a suggestion to him instead. But well, it's true that you've grown stronger. So I guess it's fine telling you about relatively safe places for your current strength, huh? Once you can defeat that huge monster and those autonomous weapons on your own, I'll at least consider starting the subjugation of the ruin that I want you to explore for real. Akira frowned. Those monsters? On my own? Without your support? Yep, without my support at all. No, isn't that too high of a hurdle? Wasn't it impossible for me to defeat those monsters even with your support? Well, you would need at least that much power, you see. I hope you now can understand why I didn't tell you the details of my request back then. Yeah, I understand it clearly now. Geez, I still have a long way to go, huh? Indeed, if Alpha told Akira about it back then, he would have dismissed it right away thinking that it would be an impossible thing. But when he thought about it, he once again realized how much he had grown since he now believed that it was not completely impossible. But still, I at least got a good gist of how far my goal is, huh? Akira's face was not filled with mockery, instead, it was filled with confidence and excitement. Looking at that, Alpha smiled and cheered for him. It seemed that completing my request has been shifted from utterly impossible to extremely difficult. Once it's changed into a risky exploration, I'll tell you the location of the ruin. We'll only start exploring the ruin for real once you have a good chance to come back alive. I see. I'll also give my best without getting too reckless. I'll be in your care until then. Of course, just leave it to me. I'll be in your care too. Akira smiled faintly at Alpha while she smiled confidently at him, expressing their trust in each other. But Akira's expression immediately turned sour when he saw Katsuya in front of him. It was rare for Katsuya to be moving alone that day, and when they noticed each other, their faces turned stern. Their inner feelings were expressed right on their faces. Akira only looked at Katsuya as a troublesome guy with a mix of irritation, but that was all there was to it. Akira's hatred was solely directed at Alna, who stole his wallet and got away. Compared to that, Akira's hostility toward Katsuya was close to non-existent. As a matter of fact, it was small enough to the point that Akira could keep his calm thinking that Katsuya was also a victim who got tricked by Alna. Akira, calm down, okay? Although I won't tell you not to fight him and I'll even give you my support this time, you should be able to get an easier and safer victory once you get your new equipments. So I hope that you would not throw away the better winning chance. Not to mention that it's a bad place for a fight too. This isn't the place where you can freely fight without any repercussion like in the slum city. I know. In the first place, it's not like I have any grudge against him anyway. Akira leaned to one side of the road as if he deliberately took a detour to avoid Katsuya and kept walking past Katsuya. That action was also showing that he had no wish to cause a commotion with Katsuya there. But Katsuya ignored that gesture. When Akira was about to pass him, he walked straight in front of Akira and stopped him with a stern face. Wait. Katsuya's face was clearly expressing hostility against Akira, his voice also contained the intimidation and the commanding power of a hunter. Now that Akira's way forward was blocked by Katsuya, he looked at Katsuya annoyedly and said. What? Stop messing with Alna. To think that you would even pay some people to bring her to you, do you really think I'll back off just because you did that? Pay people? What do you mean? Stop playing dumb. I know that you offered 20 million orum for surrendering Alna, what's the big idea here, huh? Seriously though, what are you even talking about? Akira seemed to be honestly confused, so Katsuya, who thought that it was all Akira's fault, started to question his own guess. Back in the slum city, about 4 or 5 people who looked like hunters came to me and told me that they'll give me 20 million orum if I surrender Alna. That wasn't your doing. Weren't you the one who told them to look for Alna? It's true that I asked some people that I know to tell me if they spot Alna somewhere, but like hell I would pay them 20 million orum for finding her. I never promised them money. In the first place, who in their right mind would pay 20 million orum just for a pickpocket? Well, that's. Katsuya reeled back from Akira's logical argument. Akira sighed, stepped aside, and walked past Katsuya. When he did that, Katsuya immediately returned back to himself, turned around, and yelled at Akira again. Wait. I'm not done yet. What now? You have no more business with me, right? I don't know what's going on, but one thing for sure, it's your misunderstanding. I have nothing to do with whatever you're facing. Akira did think that it might be Viola and Shijima's gang. But he then thought that it was absurd for them to offer 20 million orum for something like that and ruled out the possibility. So he was sure that it was Katsuya's misunderstanding. Katsuya then shouted. That might have nothing to do with you, but that doesn't change the fact that you're targeting her. Yeah, so what? Just keep your hands off her. If you do anything to her, I won't forgive you. I see, got it. Akira casually replied as if it was nothing. Katsuya was doubtful of that answer, so he asked Akira one more time. So, you won't do anything to mess with her anymore, huh? Akira then replied with the exact same casual tone as before. Nah, I'll kill her if I find her. Katsuya was so surprised his face was tinted with the color of anger. Do you think that I'm joking here? Akira's expression suddenly turned serious, he sent a sharp gaze filled with hostility toward Katsuya. I was only answering your question. Or more like, right back at you, are you being serious here? You won't forgive me. Do you really think I need your permission to kill the pickpocket who stole the money that I gathered by risking my life? Or does it mean that you'll kill me if I don't stop? In that case, I get it, I don't want to die after all. Katsuya was suspicious since Akira said something that sounded as if he just obediently accepted Katsuya's demand. But Akira's next words completely wiped off his suspicion. That's why you'll have to die too. Both of them looked at each other with hostility. The only reason why they did not pull out their rifles yet was simply because both of them knew it was not a good idea to fight there. Last time, I backed off because the difference in our fighting power was too large. But don't expect me to back off again next time. Alpha exasperatedly warned Akira. Akira, stop provoking him, okay? I'm just answering his questions. I don't want him to misunderstand, after all. I know it's bad to fight here, and I have no plans to fight him here. So let's just slowly step away like last time. Seeing Akira slowly stepping away, Katsuya mocked him. Humph, you're nothing but talk. In the end, you're still going to run away, huh? It's not like I have any reasons to kill you right here right now after all. If you want it so much, you can go ahead and point your rifle at me, that would make things way simpler and I would be happy to oblige. Although both of them were just young boys, both of them were properly armed as hunters. People around the area started putting some distance from them. In contrast to that, people who were there from the private security company and were stationed there to stand guard in the area started checking what was going on. If either Katsuya or Akira reached for their rifles, it would be their own fault if the guards there shot them dead. If Katsuya raised his rifle, Akira would be able to say that it was out of self-defense. The guards would then focus on apprehending Katsuya instead. And this time Alpha would also give her support. Even if he got caught off guard, Akira should still be able to fight back. Akira's intention was fully conveyed in his gaze and Katsuya fully understood it as he clicked his tongue. The guards in the area started to slowly but surely approach Katsuya and Akira to check if it was only a quarrel between hunters or that they needed to defuse the situation with force. That was when two hunters approached Akira and Katsuya. Those two hunters were Sarah and Elena. Elena raised her voice as if she was scolding them. Akira, Katsuya, what do you think you're doing in this place? When Katsuya and Akira heard Elena's voice, the tension between them suddenly died down as both of them lowered their guard and looked in Elena's direction with a troubled face. Akira was not sure what to do there, so Alpha made a suggestion to him. Akira, let's use this chance when he's focused on Elena to withdraw from this place. But Akira hesitated to leave that place without giving his side of explanation of what was going on to Elena and Sarah. But Alpha then said to him with a serious face. Are you going to get them involved in case if something happened in this place? The fastest and most effective method to make sure not to cause a commotion there was for Akira to get away from that place. He himself knew that much. Although he hated the idea of leaving that place as if he was running away, for him, it was thousands of times better than getting Sarah and Elena involved. As he finally reached his decision, he lightly bowed to Elena and Sarah and said, I'm sorry, but I have an urgent business to take care of. Wait, Akira. Elena was taken aback, but when she tried to stop him, Akira quickly left the place. Sarah also did not expect that from Akira as she looked obviously surprised. While Katsuya only glared at him as Akira walked away. Elena and Sarah were actually there to see what was going on since they spotted two hunters whom they were familiar with confronting each other. If they caused a ruckus there, it would definitely cause them a lot of trouble later. Both of them were hunters. If they fought there, it would definitely cause big damage to the area and the common people around them. If it was something that they could stop, Elena and Sarah were thinking of stopping them, but now, one of them had run away. Since it was not like they could do anything about Akira who was leaving the place, they decided to ask what was going on to the one that was still present. Sarah then casually asked Katsuya. "It seemed like you were having a fight there, what happened?" Sarah smiled gently. There was no trace of reprimanding in her voice, it seemed that she was genuinely curious. She deliberately did so to calm down Katsuya as well as to express her wish that it was not anything big. But although Katsuya was able to calm down to some extent, he then answered with anger. "I was stopping that guy from killing my friend." Elena and Sarah frowned and looked at each other. It was a bigger issue than Elena had thought. Elena then made a stern face and spoke to Katsuya as if she was having a serious discussion with him. "Can you tell us the details?" Katsuya nodded and explained what happened to Elena and Sarah. Of course, his explanation was biased and mostly mixed with his personal guesses. Elena and Sarah's expression obviously turned cloudy when they heard his explanation. Rebuild World, Chapter 156, Reconfirmation. Akira returned back to his house first, hopped onto his vehicle and went to Shizuka's shop. When he arrived, his mood had mostly returned back to normal. He went into the shop, exchanged some greetings with Shizuka, exited the shop, and then moved his vehicle next to the shop's warehouse. Shizuka opened the shutter and welcomed Akira. "Once again, thank you very much for coming to my shop. Come, it's this way." Shizuka guided Akira into the warehouse, they then stopped in front of a mechanical cupboard. Shizuka opened the double door on that cupboard and revealed Akira's new augmented suit inside it. Akira could not help but to "oh" when he saw it. Shizuka smiled and said. "It's a TL type, 2A Model 2N augmented suit, its seller is Neoptolimos. It's originally not designed to work in tandem with an information gathering device, but as you requested, I also ordered the optional accompanying information gathering device. It was a thin body suit type augmented suit, its basic color was black. It also had a headgear-like device which doubled as a display device, while it had some protrusions on its neck, back and torso. Besides that augmented suit, there was a coat which was also made with the same metallic fabric that made the augmented suit. The coat size was relatively bigger than the augmented suit. It might be made with the consideration that its user would be carrying rifles and magazines under that coat. Its size readjustment function is also equipped with a simple automatic self-maintenance feature. Do you want to try it now? Yes, please. Akira took off his augmented suit and his clothes down to his underwear, and just like last time, Shizuka scanned his body to take his measurements. When she did that, the augmented suit's size automatically recalibrated according to his measurements as it started looking more and more like a human body. Akira watched on with curiosity. It's automatically recalibrating itself, huh? That's really convenient. But there's a limit on how much it can recalibrate itself though. With this, it can readjust its size with body's changes, so I think it's perfect for you. Is that so? Akira seemed to be a bit confused. Shizuka smiled amusedly at him and explained. So, you haven't noticed it yet, huh? Your body has changed a lot since the last time I took your measurement. You've grown taller and your muscle composition is getting better. I wonder if it's because you're in a growth spurt. Well, I've been earning well, so I've started eating more without caring much about the taste. That might be the reason. Akira said that casually, but Shizuka understood well the hardship that he had gone through so that he could say so. Akira had casually spoken about all kinds of stuff that he had gone through in the middle of their usual daily conversations, which included all the dangers when he almost got killed. Not to mention, the stories that she heard from Elena and Sarah too. From there, Shizuka could understand what he had gone through in such a short time. Akira spoke nonchalantly and indifferently, although all of those hardships he had gone through could be interpreted as a curse if he could not face them. Indeed, as long as he could face them, the fact that he could do that could be interpreted as a blessing. It was all a matter of getting used to it or not. The way Akira said it, spoke of just how far he had gone through all kinds of hardship again and again. If Shizuka had to make a guess, that must be because even before Akira had started being a hunter, he was so used to hopelessness and the feeling of resignation to the point that he got used to facing hardship without him realizing it. As a matter of fact, her intuition was telling her that her guess was correct. But at the same time, Shizuka also did not think that Akira should stop being a hunter. Position-wise, feeling-wise, economy-wise, she could not take over that burden from Akira. That was why, in place of that, she could only smile gently at Akira and remind him. They say that a hunter's main asset is his or her body. So make sure to take good care of your body, okay? Okay. Akira was a bit weirded out by that strange sudden change of attitude from Shizuka, but he just frowned and nodded without knowing the reason behind it. Akira then put on his new augmented suit with Shizuka's help and put on the coat which also doubled as protective armor. After that, Akira was rather surprised. It's lighter than I thought. Akira thought that the augmented suit would weigh him down like a lead armor before it was turned on, just like his previous augmented suit. But he was glad to find out that it was not true. As in matter of fact, it felt even lighter to move in compared to normal clothing. Since the suit readjusted its form to fit perfectly with his body, the weight of the augmented suit was evenly distributed on his body. Shizuka, who saw a surprised Akira, found it amusing. She then smiled and said, "It's an expensive augmented suit after all. It's made of a light and strong but expensive material. It might be so that you still can remove it yourself even after it runs out of energy. Although I was the one who offered you that augmented suit, it's still hard to believe that you spent 350 million orum for an augmented suit." This also meant that Akira had used most of his 400 million orum budget to buy goods from her shop. Of course, Shizuka took a part of that as her service fee, but it was nowhere near the profit that the shop which originally sold that augmented suit could get. Shizuka wished that Akira would spend that much money for buying stuff in her shop one day. She could not help but smile bitterly when she thought so. Akira saw that bitter smile and panicked. "Ah, I'm really sorry. I was really at a loss on what to buy, and after thinking about what is the best thing to buy to increase my overall fighting power, I concluded that an augmented suit is the best choice. So please wait until the next time I get a lot of money." Getting a better augmented suit was the most effective method to increase the effectiveness of alpha support. After all, Akira did not want to get his bone broken every time he fought. So he decided to prioritize on increasing the basic strength of his body instead of his firepower and ended up investing most of his budget on an augmented suit. Seeing Akira, Shizuka just smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. Like I said, a hunter's main asset is their body. Since it's a rather expensive augmented suit, it is to be expected, it's a high-quality augmented suit. It should be able to greatly reduce the burden on your body from the kickback from using powerful guns. Moreover, from my point of view, I think you're someone who would do reckless things without realizing it. So if you spend your money on firepower, you'll get more and more used to fighting more powerful monsters, and I feel like you'll be doing more reckless things at that point. That augmented suit is designed to put more focus on reducing the burden and protecting its user. It should be able to reduce the number of occasions when you have to act recklessly. I'm sure it'll reduce your medicine consumption too." Shizuka said so with a smug smile. Seeing that, Akira flusteredly smiled back. To be honest, it was not like he did reckless stuff because he wanted to, but he could not think of any good excuses to give to Shizuka either. Akira put his old augmented suit in a box and left it inside the warehouse to be sent for repair. As for how much it would cost, Shizuka said to him that no one could tell until he sent that augmented suit for repair first. Akira was thinking of keeping his old augmented suit as a spare if the repair did not cost that much. But if buying a new one was cheaper, he was planning to give it away to Cheryl. Even if he only repaired the outlook, it should be enough to give off an extra intimidating look. On the other hand, it could also be completely turned into an information-gathering device too. So, it should still have some uses. As Akira was moving the metallic mechanical cupboard into his vehicle, Shizuka was gathering rifle modification parts into a cart. Akira decided to buy some modification parts with the rest of the budget that was left after paying for his new augmented suit. He might be able to buy new rifles, but since there was a limit on how many rifles he could carry, it would mean that he had to stop carrying one or more of his current rifles. So instead, he decided to buy modification parts to upgrade the rifles he already had. Akira was deep in thought looking at the modification parts lined up in front of him. Not too far from him, Shizuka was still lining the rest of the modification parts that she brought there. She then warned Akira. "Don't worry, you can take your time deciding. You can even try them too, but remember that if you open any sealed goods, you'll have to pay for them. Although the parts that are not sealed are second-hand goods, they should be working just fine since I've checked them myself beforehand. And be careful, some parts are designed to be used on rifles with certain built-in functions, so they might need some extra parts if you want to install them." "Okay, thank you. I'll return back to the shop. If you need anything, just call me." "Well then, take your time." Shizuka then returned to the shop. Akira started to analyze the modification parts scattered in front of him. "Well, which one should I pick? Most of them are pretty pricey. I feel like I'll go over the budget if I don't choose carefully. Let's upgrade your AAH and A2D assault rifles with the assumption that you would use them without an augmented suit. And if you still have some money left, let's use it to buy parts to upgrade your augmented suit. I already have a plan on what kind of upgrade to do. The rest depends on your preference and how much you want to spend. There are just too many types of parts, you know. Though, it's better than having too few options. This is also a training, so you can take your time." Akira was humming while looking seriously at the various parts in front of him. Next to him, Alpha was smiling just like usual, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In her office, Mizuha was at loss on what to do. The reason why she was so troubled was because of Katsuya's request. He asked Mizuha to provide protection for Alna. At first, she heard that Katsuya was simply trying to save a girl who was falsely accused of pickpocketing. Up to that point, Katsuya was only being nice and everything, and it was fine. But now she came to know that the hunter, whom that girl stole from, was looking for her and trying to kill her. Then there was also a fight against an unknown organization that was also looking for that girl to the point that some people got killed. Now that it had come to this, it was no longer that simple anymore. Mizuha then asked an acquaintance of hers to gather more information just to be safe. And from there, she knew that Alna was indeed a pickpocket. The hunter that was looking for her was someone who even participated in hunting a bounty monster, and it was true that a certain organization was trying to capture her. Normally, Mizuha would have refused to give that kind of protection to someone of Alna's status. There was no need to even think about it. But since it was a request from Katsuya, it could not be helped. She could not afford to sour her relationship with the person that was allowing her to maintain her influence and power. At the moment, Mizuha hid Alna in one of the camping cars parked in one of the parking lots owned by Drankum that were scattered in various places in the wasteland. It was at least able to satisfy Katsuya for now and bought her some time. With Alna staying inside one of Drankum's facilities, outsiders would not be able to freely come after her, but at the same time, she could also not afford to let Alna, who was an outsider, stay in Drankum facilities for too long. She might be able to do something about it if Katsuya accomplished something that would give her more influence. So, she decided to stall for time hoping that something like that would happen. To be honest, Mizuha did not really care about Alna. As a matter of fact, she was a bother. As someone from the inner wall, there was nothing she could gain except scorn if she associated with a pickpocket from the slum. Whether she sent Alna to work as a hunter or as a helper in the office, depending on how people looked at it, it might seem like she was providing Katsuya's lover with a shelter using Drankum's money. If the news got out, the critiques from both inside and outside the gang would be severe. And if the opposing faction got their hands on this information, they would definitely use it as ammunition. Now that she thought about it, it was nothing but a hassle. Mizuha seemed extremely annoyed as she said to herself as if giving an excuse. I guess there's no other way out, huh? She took her information terminal and made a call. Her call immediately connected and a woman's voice came out from her information terminal. Oh, it has been quite a while. If I'm not mistaken, last time you said to me that you have nothing to do with a bad girl like me. So I'm really happy that you called first. In contrast to the happy voice, Mizuha sounded pretty annoyed. Let's stop with the silly talk, is this line secure? Since Mizuha asked if they were talking through a secure line, there was no mistaking it that she was planning to make a request that she could not afford to get out in public. The other person that Mizuha called understood that well as she casually replied. Yep, it's no problem from this side. In that case, I have something I want to ask you. Since I even came to ask for your help, I hope you can understand the gravity of the matter while listening to my explanation. Of course. So, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to spread information that she's already dead? Or should I prepare for a fake corpse too? Honestly speaking, it's much easier if spreading the information that she has gone missing is enough, but in that case, they might still try to look for her. So that would be a no, right? Mizuha was surprised, but she did not say anything. The reply that she got there was exactly what she was about to ask. She was able to somehow maintain her calm as she said. I haven't said anything yet. You want to keep your hands clean while you want to remove that Ulna girl who is clinging on that Katsuya boy as naturally as possible as not to anger him and not to cause any trouble to the gang, right? Honestly speaking, that's not something you would normally ask from an information broker like me. But well, it's not like we're strangers anyway, so I can give you some help and introduce you to some people I know. Mizuha was so surprised that the subject that she was about to bring up was indeed that. She then somehow barely regained her calm and tried to probe how much her talking opponent knew about what she was going to ask with a stern expression. As expected of you, how much do you already know? That's a secret. Having an honest informant is good and all, but the question is whether that informant's skill can balance his or her honesty. Although, in this case, it might be the opposite though. Hearing her opponent talking in a good mood there, it really reminded Mizuha that the person she was talking to was just the worst. That woman was basically working by manipulating information in order to manipulate people for her own benefit. Those who she manipulated only realized that after the matter had finished, and that was if they were lucky. Those who did not get lucky enough died before they could realize that they were being used. Mizuha frowned while staring at her information terminal. She was the one who made that call. But even so, she questioned whether she did that because out of her own will or because she was already being manipulated. Since Mizuha did not say anything, the other person continued. So then, what should I do? Should I stop here? I don't really mind if that's what you want. No matter what reason you have, doing bad things will always leave you with a guilty feeling. I haven't said anything yet. You're right, I'm just speaking on my own, right? Just send the reward through the usual bank account, I'll decide how far I should go depending on how much money you transfer to me. Later then. The call ended. Mizuha just sat there with a stern face, thinking for about 5 minutes. She then finished the administration needed to transfer money to a certain bank account, ******. Akira was still trying the modifications for his rifles. No matter which parts he chose, all of them increased the power of his rifles. If he had the leeway, he wanted to modify his rifles to the point they did not resemble their original forms at all. But of course, that was impossible with his limited budget. Maybe I should add another 10 million orum. If he wanted to, he could add more money into his budget. That leeway started to make him seriously consider increasing his budget. Since it seemed that Akira would really do that at this rate if he was left alone, Alpha warned him. I won't stop you, but don't keep repeating yourself. The better equipment that you get, the bigger its maintenance cost would be. Or at least, your augmented suit's energy consumption has already increased with that new augmented suit. Not to mention, we still don't know how much the cost for fixing your old augmented suit is. It's important to make sure that you have enough reserves to rise up again in case if something were to happen and you lose all of your equipments. I know. And also, it would be okay as long as I try not to get in a situation where I might lose all of my equipment, right? Honestly, I think the moment you know that you might lose all of your equipments would mean that you're already in a situation where you can't avoid it though. Akira recalled through his memories, there were too many occasions where that situation applied to him. When he imagined himself back doing hunter work with nothing but his AAH assault rifle, he immediately said with a serious expression. For now, let's build a rifle with the original budget first and decide after that. Yup, you should do that. Even with the help from Shizuka in order to get better deals, Akira's last equipment set cost 80 million orum in total. So he decided not to increase his budget just to be safe in case he got himself in a situation where he would lose all of his equipment. Shizuka then returned back to the warehouse. Akira, how is it going? I'm sorry, I'm not done yet. Should I hurry up? It's okay, I don't mind you staying here until I close the shop. Just take your time. Thank you very much. Akira then noticed Sarah and Elena behind Shizuka, so he greeted them. Elena-san, Sarah-san, I'm sorry for what happened. I was in a bit of a hurry. Elena smiled lightly at him to let him know that she was not bothered by that. Although, in reality, she did that deliberately, but Akira was not able to see through her smile. Don't worry, I just called you there since it would be a bad idea to cause a ruckus over there. Even a small quarrel between hunters could be scary to normal people after all. Well, since we're armed to teeth for fighting monsters, that's totally understandable though. In the worst-case scenario, the private security company guarding the area might mark you too. If that happens, you won't even be able to enter that area anymore. So be careful. I understand, thank you very much for worrying about me. As Akira earnestly thanked Elena and Sarah, they smiled lightly at him. But Elena and Sarah's expression immediately turned stern. Sarah then looked at Elena, who made a serious look as she hesitated for a bit before she made her resolve and asked. Akira, is it okay if I ask you something? Sure. After what happened back then, we asked Katsuya what happened between the two of you. Is it true that you're trying to kill Katsuya's friend? Akira's hand stopped, his face also turned serious. It's true that I'm hunting a pickpocket who stole my money. I didn't know if that pickpocket is his friend. Katsuya said that it's your misunderstanding though, is that true? There's no mistaking it, although, I can't give you anything if you want me to show you a proof to convince you. You can't even tell us anything. Yes, that pickpocket stole my wallet, emptied it, and threw it away. So I have no physical evidence. There were no witnesses either. So if you don't believe me, it's not like I can do anything about it. So both sides don't have any proof, huh? Elena frowned. To be honest, she believed Katsuya's side more. It was simply because Katsuya said so with confidence and desperation, she felt that Katsuya would not go that far if he was lying. In contrast to that, Akira seemed uninterested. Depending on how Elena looked at it, it even sounded like Akira simply said that because he was asked. To top it off, it even seemed that he did not even try to convince anyone there. It was even obvious to the people there that Akira had completely given up trying to convince anyone since he figured that no one would believe him anyway. After hearing what Akira said, Elena thought of convincing him that it was only a misunderstanding to make him stop. But since it was not like she was there when that happened, she could not tell who was in the right, Katsuya or Akira. But it did not even matter, after all, she only thought that it was not worth getting into a fight with Katsuya just because of a few 100,000 orum. But seeing from Akira's reaction there, it seemed that making Akira back off by pointing out the possibility that it was just a misunderstanding would be difficult. As she thought so, she started to think of another solution. This time, Sarah was the one who asked a question to Akira. She sounded a little hesitant when she asked him. Akira, why do you want to kill that pickpocket? It's not like I'm going to chase her to the end of the world. But if I can find her with a little bit of effort, I'll kill her. Of course, if I find her in front of the Hunter office, I would let her go since it would be too much trouble. But if it's in the middle of the wasteland, I'll definitely kill her. And if I see her somewhere else, well, it depends on the location. I see. Akira answered back casually. But that was exactly the reason why Sarah knew that he was being serious. Sarah and Elena both knew how he felt nothing about killing others. Although they did not know exactly how willing Akira was in killing people who were related to that pickpocket, people who got in his way, and people who got involved in that incident, they knew well that Akira would not hesitate that much when it came to killing them. Akira frowned and showed an expression that he had almost never shown to Elena and Sarah. Elena-san, Sarah-san. I have no wish to tell you to believe me, I won't tell you to take my side either. So, can both of you please stay away from this matter? Elena had a worried look on her face as she frowned and said. No, I can't do that when I know that two of my friends might try to kill each other because of something like that. She could not take Akira's side and demand Katsuya and his group to hand over Alna. At the same time, she also could not take Katsuya's side and pressure Akira to back off. Not to mention, it would be super difficult to convince Katsuya to hand over that pickpocket when they knew that Akira would kill her. As Elena thought so, she made a suggestion to probe the situation further. If I'm not mistaken, the main problem is that pickpocket stole 100,000 orum from you, right? It would feel wrong if I just gave you 100,000 orum to take its place. So let's see, that's right. Since this matter left a bad aftertaste, so in order to clear up that bad aftertaste, how about I treat you to something around 200,000 orum? So let's calm down, okay? I know a pretty good restaurant, you know. Akira's face stiffened and slightly turned emotionless. No, that in itself still feels wrong. So I'll have to refuse. Oh, so it's still a no even if it's my invite, huh? That's just too bad. Honestly, I have some confidence in myself, but I still got rejected, huh? It feels pretty disheartening. In that case. Elena was trying to act coy to reduce the tension in the air while she was smiling and thinking what to do next. But Akira suddenly said with a rather stern tone. Elena-san. Akira's expression returned back to normal after a few seconds. If Elena-san and Sarah-san want me to stop no matter what, then I will stop hunting for that pickpocket. Sarah was surprised, she found it weird that suddenly Akira sounded like he would obediently follow what she and Elena said. Are you sure? Yes, both of you have helped me so much until now, so I can at least do that much. Elena and Sarah looked at each other. Although it still felt a bit forced, it was still better since Akira seemed to be willing to go as far as to fight Katsuya just to kill that pickpocket, which, in the worst-case scenario, might cause a full-blown fight between him and the whole Drankum gang. Both Sarah and Elena agreed on the same conclusion there. In that case. Elena was about to say that she wanted Akira to stop no matter what, but Shizuka suddenly interjected rather forcefully. In my opinion, it's better if you think carefully first before saying anything. Shizuka jumped into their conversation abruptly, so everyone redirected their attention to her. She confirmed that everyone present was looking in her direction before she continued. Akira, I understand that you have your reason to kill that pickpocket, but it's not like you have to kill that pickpocket right away, right? And it's not like you'll get killed unless you kill her first. So if you can afford to wait, I want you to use that time to think carefully about it. There's no need to rush yourself to make a decision. Shizuka said so while looking straight at Akira with a serious expression. Akira thought for a bit before he mumbled. Think carefully about it, huh? Shizuka then continued as if she was reminding Akira. Yes. Making you believe that it would be too late unless you decide now without giving you the time to think about it is how some people usually trick other people. As long as you have the leeway, use it to think carefully. Those people who say, "I didn't expect that this would happen," are those who usually had the chance to take another option if they had thought about it more carefully. Just think about it, if they had considered all of their options and made their resolve before picking a decision, they would not have said something like that. Akira frowned as if he was thinking hard. Shizuka's voice changed to a gentle one. In the end, Sarah, Elena and I are all outsiders in this matter. We don't know exactly what happened and what the situation was. That is a fact. But it's exactly because we're outsiders that we can offer a third-party opinion in this matter. It's not like we're saying that your decision is wrong. But, we're worried that you're forcing your decision just because you have decided so when you were filled with emotion, although that decision is no longer worth the trouble now. From our point of view, it seems that our friend is going to do something that isn't worth the trouble because of the decision that he made based on emotion. That's why we just thought that it's better if you calm down for a bit. They say that an empty stomach can cause your mood to worsen. So if filling your stomach can calm you down and make you change your decision, then it might be a better idea to do so. That's why Elena invited you for a meal. Akira looked at Elena and immediately asked. Is that so? Elena and Sarah froze. During all their previous meetings with him, it was obvious from Akira's gaze, expression, and voice that he thought dearly of both of them. They had saved each other in the past, they had worked together as hunters too, it could be said that they were close to each other. But Akira's expression right now showed no trace of friendliness. He was looking at both of them as if they were only strangers to him, like people who he did not know that might pose danger to him. His gaze was saying that he was trying to make sure if they were enemies or not while he was waiting for their answer. Sarah was deeply shocked that the person who she thought was close to her would look at her like that. Elena was equally shocked too, but since she was used to handling negotiations, she was able to maintain her usual expression from the outside. She then tried to make a friendly expression as she agreed to what Shizuka said. That's right. If you get into a fight with someone from Drankum, it might cause the whole gang to fight you if you get unlucky. Especially when Katsuya is valued highly in Drankum to the point that they are treating him as an officer. I even heard that some officers in the gang are also actively supporting him. I'm sure you have your reason, but from the other's point of view, it looks like you're willing to turn an organization that even has connections with the city management against you just because of one pickpocket. So it does not seem to be worth the trouble no matter how we look at it. After all, in the worst-case scenario, it might even mean turning the whole city against you. Not to mention, it seems both of you got too emotional back there. So I just thought that it might be a good idea if you could calm down and think about it one more time. I'm sorry if I said something that offended you, although I'm just an outsider. No, it's fine. Akira's expression still seemed rather stiff. The mood there also felt rather awkward. Shizuka suddenly said in a bright voice as if to exorcise that awkward mood. By the way, Akira, are you still in the middle of picking parts? Since Elena is here, how about you ask for her opinion? If you're going to pick parts to work with your information terminal, I'm sure that her opinion would be valuable. Not to mention, if I'm not mistaken, Sarah's equipment is also modified equipment. So you can ask her opinion too. Akira hesitated as he asked both Sarah and Elena in a rather formal fashion. Is it okay? Elena smiled and nodded. Of course, right, Sarah? Yeah, sure. We have nothing to do after this anyway, so you can ask us anything. Sarah also nodded and smiled. Thank you very much. Akira bowed without showing his smile to Elena and Sarah. Rebuild World, Chapter 157, People Who Sow Conflicts. The lower district of the Kagamayama city was vast, the public order was more or less as bad as the wasteland. And in the area that had even worse public order, there were some organizations with strong economic power doing illegal businesses. They employed powerful military power to control the other smaller organizations within that area. Eposide family was one such organization. Its territory expanded from the slum city all the way to the lower district. Eposide family's base was located in a certain mansion that was in the boundary between the slum city and the wasteland. That mansion demonstrated the power of the organization, and the most important thing was not the size of the mansion. There was no shortage of land in the eastern district, and with the advancement of technology, people could build mansions relatively cheap. But it was a whole different problem whether it was safe or not for them to do so. The main reason why the land inside the inner wall was expensive, was simply because it was safer. Having a mansion right next to the wasteland meant exposing it to monsters' attacks. It showed that they had enough money to pay for the people to guard that mansion, unlike those countless small gangs scattered inside the city. In a large guest room inside that mansion, the boss of the Eposide family, Rogalt, was sitting while thinking hard. On the other side of the table, in front of him, Viola was smiling like usual. Rogalt had his men standing guard behind him, while Viola had Carol standing guard behind her. They were all armed. Rogalt looked at the 4 pictures on top of the tables while immersed in his thoughts. His gaze then returned to Viola. Viola tried to analyze his gaze, if it was saying that there was a chance for negotiation or not, as she happily said. So then, what do you think? It's not a bad offer. 2 of the pictures were of Akira and Katsuya. Akira looked slightly annoyed in that picture, while Katsuya was smiling as if that picture was taken for publicity. We also did some investigation about those 2. That Katsuya boy has his past record properly written in the report from Drankum, so it's easy to compare it with the information that you brought in. His hunter rank is also pretty high. Well, basically, I'm sure he's indeed a strong hunter. While that Akira boy, he has a rather low hunter rank. But I heard that he was able to fight against 8 robbers all by himself recently, and if I add the information about him that you just brought in, well, I'm sure he's pretty strong too. If I can get both of them working for me, our battle against Horias would definitely be easier. We're thankful that you even prepared a way to make them work under us. I'm glad that you found it interesting. Viola said that with a bright smile, but Rogalt suddenly put some intimidation in his voice. So then, how much of it was your plan? Viola tilted her head and looked confused, but she looked rather exaggerating. What do you mean? Don't play fool with me. Even I at least know that you're not a decent human. It's your usual modus operandi to spread information that doesn't seem connected to one another at a glance in order to manipulate the situation for your own benefit, right? That's a big misunderstanding. It's just that those people who bought information from me made a blunder and pinned the blame on me. They're really giving me a lot of trouble. Misunderstanding? Rogalt snorted. The method to control these Katsuya and Akira that you offered is basically taking hostage the girls they love. It's all good up to their guys, after all. It's not strange for them to go that far for the girls they love. The other 2 pictures on the table were of Alna and Cheryl. According to Viola, Akira was emotionally invested in Cheryl, whereas Katsuya was in Alna. But, I highly doubt that everything is a coincidence. Rogalt started questioning Viola. He was suspicious about the information she brought in. It was hard for him to believe that it was all out of pure coincidence. It took an unnaturally short time for people to misunderstand that Cheryl's relic shop was selling expensive relics, and the robbers even misjudged Akira to be a small fry. Cheryl wanted to take her chance with her relics shop, so she wanted to eventually reopen it, but now that Akira was going to return back to his hunter work, she needed other people to guard her shop. If Cheryl joined Eposide family, she could have the gang guard her shop, and Rogalt would be able to use Akira through Cheryl. After all, Akira was so invested in Cheryl to the point that he had bought an expensive dress for her and made her the boss of a gang. As for Katsuya, he seemed to be abnormally interested in Alna, who should have been just a common pickpocket. He even used the power of Drankum to protect Alna, who was being hunted by Akira, but of course, that could not stay for long. If the Eposide family gave shelter to Alna, they could make a deal with Katsuya. or if they took Alna hostage, they could use it to control him. With all of these things mixed together, Rogold found himself in a situation where he could easily manipulate both Katsuya and Akira. But Rogold could not ignore the feeling that someone was setting this up. I admit that the information from you is accurate. But, the reason why those robbers aimed for Cheryl's shop as well as them mistaking that Akira as a weak hunter, they're all because of the information that you spread. You manipulated them into attacking Cheryl's shop, didn't you? It's just a coincidence. Another relic shop asked me to gather information about Cheryl's shop, and Shirjima asked me to check Akira's real strength. So it's not like I did that because I wanted to. Then, how do you know that Alna is staying in one of the Drankum's mansion when it should be restricted only to Drankum members? And why have you even made some preparations to get her kicked out from there? There are people inside Drankum who don't want Katsuya to get involved with a pickpocket from the slum for the sake of keeping their reputation with their sponsors in the inner wall. You should be able to at least guess that much, right? If Akira is really as strong as you make him out to be, it's strange that Alna could steal his wallet. If he's really that strong, he should have been able to stop her. And even if it is because he was caught off guard when that happened, he should still be able to get it back if Alna was somewhere near where he could still track her down. It's also strange that Katsuya would go that far to protect that Alna. She's just a stranger to him, right? And it's not like Alna was wearing an expensive dress that might make people mistake her as a rich lady either. Not to mention that the person hunting for Alna is not just a common hunter, Akira has even participated in hunting bounty monsters. Is this Katsuya really risking a fight against that hunter just to help a mere lowly pickpocket? I know that he's weak with girls, but it's still unnatural, you know. Even if you ask me so, I'm sure that there are times when Akira makes mistakes. His money might have gotten stolen because of that. As for that Katsuya, maybe he is just really kind and really weak to girls, you know. Even in the reports for Drankum's sponsor from the inner wall, they are highly praising Katsuya for his kindness. I also heard that he has so many girls around him that people even mock his group as the harem squad. So he might just be someone who would casually risk his life for girls. Rogold then continued pointing out contradictions and abnormalities in Viola's story while checking for a reaction from her. But Viola always replied casually and calmly just like usual. Eventually, Rogold ran out of materials and found himself with nothing more to say. Seriously now, can you really say that you didn't do anything else other than just gathering information? If I really have to say something here, I just sent someone to check how far Katsuya would go for Alna to help me find a plan to get him to give up on her. I was also surprised when I found out that Katsuya would not give up Alna even after offering him 20 million orum, and when I was content that I could get some information on him, the people that I sent got killed, you know. Thanks to that, I can't collect the rest of their debts, it was a huge loss. The reason why I came here to sell this information is to make up for that loss. And since you're a reputable person, I agreed to give you the information first before you pay for it, right? I really hoped that you would pay me a lot for it afterwards. Rogold smiled wickedly. I don't know about that. It's true that it's rather valuable information, but there are a lot of things that I can't just accept. So I can't really say if I would give you the amount of money that you're hoping for. Viola looked rather surprised, she then smiled confidently. Oh my, are you really going to go that far? Geez, it can't be helped then. It doesn't feel right to demand money for information that you don't find to your liking. Carol, let's leave. Seeing how Viola was really about to leave, Rogold suspiciously said. You sure you don't need the money? You suffered a big loss, right? But you don't seem desperate at all there. Viola smiled. But of course, it takes a lot of money to gather information, you know. That's why, if you don't take this offer, I think I'll go bankrupt, so I'm planning to sell the same information to Horias. Horias was another gang that was more or less as powerful as Izant family and they were in a feud against each other. They were very close to starting a full-blown war for territories. If Horias got the same information, they might get the upper hand against the Izant family. Why you fox? Rogolt could not help but to raise his voice in anger. His men behind him readied their rifles in reflex. But Carol already aimed her rifle at Rogolt faster than anyone present. Rogolt frowned and made a stern face as he signaled his men to lower their rifles. Viola smiled at Rogolt and asked. So then, should I leave now? All right. Rogolt seemed to have given up and took out his information terminal. There, I sent it. Go ahead and confirm it. Viola opened her information terminal and checked her bank account. She then lightly shook her head. That's not enough. What? Are you kidding me? Shouldn't that be enough? That's true if it's just to pay for that information. But that's not enough to stop me from selling that information to Horias. And also, since you even made some extra work for Carol here, I'll need to pay for her extra wage too. It's your fault, so you have to pay for that too. So with all included, let's see, you'll need to pay me 50% more than what you just transferred. In contrast to Rogolt, who looked pretty angry, Viola was smiling as if she just confirmed her victory. That's your fault for doing something that you shouldn't have back there. Or is it that you want me to demand more money? Rogolt clicked his tongue and sent the demanded amount of money. Yup, I've received it. Don't worry, as an information broker, I won't sell it to other places. I can promise you that. Humph, I bet that you made the same offers to the other people too. You won't live for long, you know. I'm already used to hearing that from other people, but for some reason, they always die first. So you better be careful, okay? Viola only left that threat and smiled wickedly before she left that place with Carol. Rogolt immediately yelled at his men as if he was venting his anger. Get moving. Now. While he saw his men flusteredly scurrying to get on with their jobs, he promised himself to vent his anger on Horias first before venting it on Viola, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Akira finally finished choosing modification parts for his rifle with some help from Sarah and Elena. Akira, who took a long time deciding which one to choose, was able to finish choosing relatively fast with the help from Elena and Sarah. He even finished installing the modifications there. Now that his new rifle was modified to the point that he had to use special types of bullets, plus the modification parts too, he had to pay 60 million orum in total. Although he ended up spending a little more money than his original budget, he was satisfied with the result. Akira packed everything he bought into his vehicle and thanked Shizuka, Elena and Sarah who saw him off, especially to Shizuka. Thank you very much for everything. Shizuka noticed that Akira directed his thanks mostly at her. She then smiled and said, I'm a merchant after all. It's my job to serve customers. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Elena and Sarah. They helped you although they're not obliged to do that. That's true. I'm sorry for taking your time. Akira lightly bowed to Sarah and Elena. Elena noticed the same thing that Shizuka also noticed, but she didn't show that on her face as she smiled at Akira and said, Don't worry, it's not like we have something else to do anyway, not to mention that you helped us a lot too in the past, we can at least help you that much. Sarah also smiled as if to dispel something that was worrying her. Although I'm sure that they'll work just fine, if you have any trouble with the parts that we picked for you, please tell us. I might have picked some parts based on my strength, you see. So the kickback might be rather strong, though I think it should be okay with that augmented suit. I'm sure it'll be okay, I'll take my leave then. Akira hopped onto his vehicle and left the shop. Elena and Sarah were lightly waving at Akira as he drove off, but the moment Akira was no longer in their views, their expression turned stern. Elena understood that Shizuka interjected back then for their sake. Did we say something that we shouldn't have back there? Shizuka, what do you think would have happened if I went and told Akira that we wanted him to stop hunting for that pickpocket no matter what? I think he'll really stop hunting for that pickpocket for real. But in exchange for that, I bet he'll stop maintaining the close relationship that he has with both of you until now. In the worst case scenario, he might even cut any relationship with both of you. The word, severance money, came up in the back of Elena's mind. That time, if she had told Akira that she wanted him to stop no matter what, Akira would have really stopped hunting for that ulna. But she would have had to pay it with the relationship that they had built up until now as the severance money. Considering that Shizuka even interjected there, Elena thought that her guess might as well be true. Elena tried to remember what she had said while making a grim face. But she could not think that she said anything that bad. Did I say something that really angered him? Sarah, I'm sorry, it seems that I really soured our relationship with Akira because of something I said. Sarah looked rather dispirited as she shook her head. It's not your fault. I didn't notice that I said something pretty bad back there as well. Sarah lightly sighed. If you hadn't cut in, our relationship with Akira might have ended then and there. Shizuka, thank you, you really saved us. Sarah smiled and thanked Shizuka, but this time, it was Shizuka who made a stern face. Though it might be too late, are you sure that was fine? Of course, why did you ask? As long as Akira is still hunting that pickpocket, there's a good chance that he'll get into a fight with that Katsuya, you know. I did tell him to think carefully about it, but it'll only buy some time at most. Moreover, if he still decides to kill that pickpocket after he thinks about it calmly, this time, he might really hunt for that pickpocket to the end of the world. Ah, you have a point there. I wonder if that was a mistake. It might have been better if I was able to come up with something else to calm him down back there. It seemed that Shizuka doubted her own choice there, but Sarah could not think of any better solution than that. Moreover, she did not want to think that Shizuka made the wrong decision. After all, had Shizuka not cut in, she would have asked Akira to stop no matter what. If that had happened, Sarah felt that Akira would have cut any ties with them. Their relationship would turn into acquaintances who were frequenting the same shop, and if she tried to invite him to go to the ruin again, Akira might casually refuse without even considering it, and Sarah would not want that. Elena and Sarah knew that they were thinking of the same thing and told themselves not to make the same mistake ever again. Shizuka, do you have any idea why Akira reacted that strongly? I don't mind even if it's just your guess. A guess, huh? Now that you mention it, there was a time when he sounded really in a bad mood. I wonder if it has something to do with that. Shizuka then told what had happened to Elena and Sarah. Elena and Sarah's expression turned even more cloudy after they heard Shizuka's story. Elena lightly hung her head. So, he got that annoyed even when he was able to contain the damage, huh? That explains why he got annoyed when his money got stolen. Although it isn't worth that much. Judging from how bad his mood got back there, he must have thought that we seemed to believe more in Katsuya's story to the point that we're willing to pay to help him. Geez, what a disaster. Shizuka looked at Elena as if she was pitying Elena. I bet there were many occasions where people didn't believe him at all in the past to the point that he did not expect anyone to believe him from the start. It exactly felt like that when you asked him if Katsuya's explanation was true or not. Elena made a stern face and said. I should have been able to notice it if only I paid more attention to him. I guess I put too much trust in the information that I got beforehand, huh? And that happened to me, who usually handles negotiations too, what a big blunder. Sarah lightly smiled at Elena and tried to cheer her up. Elena, please don't be too hard on yourself. That also applies to me too, I believed in Katsuya's story too much. Katsuya did not seem to lie and he sounded pretty desperate too after all. So it's not strange that we didn't even doubt his story. Wait. What's wrong? No, it's just that, now that I think about it, it's weird that we didn't even question it, although it's not like Katsuya was directly involved and it's basically second-hand information. Now that you mention it, that's true. Elena and Sarah suddenly noticed that strangeness. Shizuka tilted her head and looked at them, equally confused, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Alpha was observing Akira who was driving the vehicle. Although he obtained his new equipment, he looked rather down. There was also a trace of anger that accompanied it. Akira noticed Alpha was looking at him, but he did not react at all while still looking annoyed. But of course, he could not ignore her gaze forever. Is there anything you want to say to me or something? You now have your new augmented suit and you have modified your rifle to the point that it's a completely different rifle. I want to spend some time analyzing both the new augmented suit and rifle so that I will be able to have full control over both of them. We'll only go back to our hunter job after that, so we're not going to the wasteland anytime soon. Alright. Is that all? Akira seemed to be doubtful, but Alpha smiled like usual and said. If you really want to know, I actually also agree with Elena and Sarah. It's better if you stop hunting that pickpocket out of stubbornness. Although, my reasoning is different compared to them. What do you mean? Unlike Elena and Sarah, I don't care if that pickpocket dies. What I'm worried about is the trouble it would cause you later after you kill that pickpocket. If you really want to kill her that much, it might be a good idea to get a long-range anti-personnel sniper rifle and snipe that pickpocket from far away. It isn't worth the trouble antagonizing Drankum just to kill that one pickpocket. In that regard, I agree with Elena and Sarah. Akira frowned and asked skeptically. Then why didn't you recommend me to buy that rifle? Do you think an anti-personnel rifle has any use in the old world ruin? Akira could not say anything back. Alpha made a serious face and continued. The only reason I'm giving you my support is so that you'll complete my request. Of course, if you ask me, I might help you with other things too, but things like this are normally outside my support. So don't forget about that. Akira did not say anything back for a while, but he suddenly sighed and lowered his shoulders. He did think of killing Alna and fighting Katsuya and his group, but he assumed that he would have Alpha's support when he considered that. It was true that Alpha was not obliged to go that far to help him, so him thinking that it was given for Alpha to help him was nothing more than him being too naive. Akira thought so as he mocked himself. You're right, I was too naive. He might have gotten a little bit too stubborn without him realizing it. Akira thought so as he took a deep breath and let it go. It might be just a self-suggestion, but he did feel lighter after he did that. Alpha's expression returned back to its usual gentle smile. I don't mind if you want to take advantage of my support, but do remember that I won't help you if you're going to do something that would put your own life at risk. If there's no danger in it, I won't stop you. If you want a sniper rifle, let's buy one next time, a long barrel one with super long range. Well, I'll think about it again once I earn more money. There's no need to rush, I'll think about it carefully. Indeed, you better do so. Alpha smiled at Akira as if to look over him and thought. The reason why Alpha urged Akira to get away when Elena and Sarah called him right when he was quarreling with Katsuya, was simply because she thought that it would cause a crack in their relationship. But after analyzing the result of doing that, Alpha thought that she should have let Akira stay. If it was not for Shizuka, Akira would have seriously decided to stop aiming for Alna and risk a fight with Katsuya and his group, while at the same time, his relationship with Elena and Sarah would have significantly soured. That way, Akira would have been less likely to do something that might cause more trouble. As Alpha thought so, it was not an exaggeration to say that she had made a wrong decision there. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The boss of Izant family, Rogalt, was sitting in the guest room inside his mansion. He had his men standing guard behind him. He was directing a rather stern look at the person in front of him. You refuse, you say? Cheryl was lightly trembling, but her expression was filled with determination. Why yes, I can't accept that offer. Do you really understand the situation that you're in right now? Rogalt glared at Cheryl. Cheryl shivered, her expression stiffened. She was there alone, without any bodyguard. If Rogalt wished it, he could easily kill her there. Rogalt sighed. Cheryl refused his offer although she understood well the content of the offer. She did not have the ability to make sure that her men would take revenge if she got killed, and it did not seem she had any chance to even make a bluff. She did not seem careless, nor mocked Rogalt and his men, it was also true that she was trembling. Rogolt just could not understand why she refused the offer. Think again, I have my reputation to uphold. If a small weak gang like you opposes us, it'll hurt our reputation. Or is that you already have a deal with the Horias? And no, I don't. Then, is there anything that you don't like? Don't worry, I have no plans to take over your gang or anything like that. I'm just offering you to work under my gang. And since that would mean I'll be your boss and you'll work for me, you'll properly get paid, and of course, I expect that you would obey my orders. Though I might give you some orders just out of spite from time to time, considering the profit that you can get from working under me, I think you'll get more than you lose, you know. You'll be able to reopen your relic shop and you can use that to gather money. Your men will also feel much safer since that attack. It's nothing but good things. If I was in your position, I would have definitely accepted it. Although Rogolt looked calm on the surface, he was actually pretty surprised as he kept thinking at the back of his mind. Why did she refuse? There should be no reason to refuse it considering her situation, position and power. She knows well that she will only be killed if she refused, but even so, she still refused. Did we kill someone close to her in the past or something? No, it doesn't seem that she has any grudge against us. Rogolt lightly raised his hand. His men immediately aimed their rifles at Cheryl. Cheryl trembled even more and her expression was filled with terror. Rogolt said with such pressure as if he was telling Cheryl that it was her last chance. Think again. Cheryl did not say anything while still shivering. After a short silence, Rogolt clicked his tongue and signaled his men to lower their rifles. She still won't say yes in that situation, what the heck is wrong with her? I just can't understand. Now that she was no longer in immediate danger, Cheryl started breathing again, albeit roughly. Rogolt exasperatedly looked at her and said, "Your courage is commendable. If there's anything you don't like in my offer, go ahead and tell me. I might consider it in respect of your bravery." But Cheryl still would not say anything. Rogolt clicked his tongue and told his men. Take her away. Lock her up until she changes her mind. Two of his men grabbed Cheryl by her arm and dragged her out. Cheryl did not even fight back at all. Rogolt hung his head low. He thought that it would be a simple negotiation, but that did not seem to be the case and he did not know the reason why. He did not understand why Cheryl reacted so differently than what he expected, and that caused him to feel anxious and irritated. He started to think that the thing he had ignored until now, thinking that it was unlikely, might actually be the reason why. The person who brought that plan to him was Viola. He started to worry if this was also because of something that horrendous woman had planned. Now that he thought about it, he could not just let it off his mind. I guess I'll try to check it out. Rogolt then went to the other person that his men had locked in the base before Cheryl. In order to fix Akira's mood, Viola told Cheryl about that offer from Izant family. Normally, for a weak gang without a connection like Cheryl's gang, it was a good enough offer. After that, Rogolt's men who Viola called in, guided Cheryl to Izant family's base. Rogolt then told Cheryl the details of the deal in the guest room. Although Cheryl only heard that if she accepted that deal then her gang would work under Rogolt's gang for the first time there, that in itself was not a bad offer. If that was all, Cheryl would have happily accepted that offer. The real problem was the reason why Rogolt was trying to take in Cheryl's gang. It was simply because he wanted to be able to use Akira via Cheryl. Cheryl, who noticed that, had no other choice but to refuse that offer. From the outsider's point of view, it might look like Cheryl was able to skillfully get Akira to be interested in her and use it to manipulate him. She might already have Akira in her palms to the point that he would support her so that she could maintain her position as the gang's boss, buy her an old-world dress, guard her relic shop, and even give all the money that he got from selling the robbers to her. Others might have thought that it should be easy for Cheryl to control Akira. But that was completely their misunderstanding. Cheryl did not have that power, but she could not say that to Rogolt, while at the same time, she could not conform to that misunderstanding either. If Cheryl accepted that offer from Rogalt and asked Akira to obey E's aunt family, Akira might as well cut all his ties with her. She was sure about it. While on the other hand, even if Cheryl could get away with some lies there as if she was selling Akira to E's aunt family, that would definitely come to light, and when that happened, Akira might abandon her without giving her the chance to explain herself that it was only a lie. Although it might be just her being a little too paranoid since nothing good had happened to her lately, she was sure that Akira would do that. The reason why she thought so was because she relied on Akira for her mental support. For her, whether she was killed by Rogalt there or abandoned later by Akira, both were equally bad. Because of that, Cheryl was locked inside one of the rooms in that mansion. The room at least had facilities for welcoming guests. Her information terminal was taken away from her and she was alone inside that room. Although no one was keeping watch in that room had no windows and the only door was also locked. She had no means to escape that room. Cheryl anxiously mumbled. What should I do? She did think of the possibility that Akira would come to rescue her. But her logical side that properly understood her current situation denied that possibility. She could not contact Akira and Akira did not know where she was. In the first place, it was rather doubtful if Akira would antagonize the whole Izant family just in order to save her. Cheryl's logical side told her so as if it was not her problem, the possibility for Akira to come to save her was unrealistically small. Cheryl smiled bitterly and started sobbing. Rebuild World, Chapter 158, Ignition. Akira was relaxing in his own home. He left his augmented suit on a shelf in an empty room. Just like with the previous augmented suit, Alpha was working on the control device of Akira's new augmented suit. Alpha, how long will it take until my augmented suit is ready? It'll be done sometime around tomorrow night. We'll head to the wasteland again after that. That's pretty long. Unlike your previous augmented suit, this is a high-quality augmented suit after all. Moreover, it's not like I'm just simply hijacking the control device. I'm basically rewriting the software from the bottom up to be able to pull out its full power, so putting that in consideration, finishing it tomorrow night is pretty fast, you know. Is that so? That's pretty amazing then. Alpha was telling the truth, but Akira barely showed any reaction to it at all. So Alpha pouted and said, "It's understandable since it's out of your area of expertise, but I really wish that you would show more interest in it. Even if you told me so. Just wait patiently until I have enough knowledge to be honestly amazed by something like that." Forget difficult things like that, Akira only had barely enough common knowledge according to the current standard. Not to mention, he would need all kinds of complex information that normal people would not know in order to be honestly amazed by what Alpha just said. Seems like it would take quite a long time until you reach that point, huh? Yup. It seemed that it was not an easy thing to get Akira interested in that kind of information. Alpha thought so from how he replied apathetically. A call suddenly reached Akira's information terminal. When he checked the caller, it was from Viola. "It's Akira, what is it?" "It's about Cheryl, is this a good time?" Viola's voice was rather rough. There was a hint of fear and it was obvious that she could not keep her calm. Akira also noticed that and frowned, but it was out of suspicion. "What? If it's about Cheryl's gang, go talk with her. Don't try to jump over her by trying to ask for permission straight from me. That's not it. As in matter of fact, this problem is because I didn't inform you first. So I want to give you a short explanation first here." Alright, so, what is it?" Akira got even more suspicious. Viola then carefully started her explanation. "Cheryl is being held in Izant family's base. At this rate, she might even get killed." Akira's face slightly turned stern. Viola then continued her explanation which sounded more like her making excuses. She started from when she introduced Cheryl to Izant family which she did originally as an apology to Akira. But then, for some reason, Cheryl refused that offer, which offended Izant family. She then said that it was something that she did not expect and that it was not her fault. She nervously gave her explanation as if she was making excuses for what she did. So basically that's what happened. I really didn't have any wish to put your lover in danger. I hope you can understand that. Akira replied rather indifferently. I understand the situation. Viola sounded rather relieved as she said. I see. I only called you to make sure that we don't have any misunderstanding between us, so I'm really glad that you understand. Is that all? Viola then continued while sounding rather nervous. Just one more. About that pickpocket, it seems that Alna is also in Izant family's base. But I don't know if she's also being held there or if the Izant family is sheltering her. Akira's voice immediately changed, he sounded slightly annoyed. So. You might already know that Shirjima and I tried to capture or kill Alna, but unfortunately, Drankum got in our way. If Alna is still somewhere in the slum city, we can try again, but it would be too much of a trouble if she's under Izant family's protection. That's why, I know that you didn't ask us anything, but in case you were expecting us to be able to capture Alna. I'm sorry that we can't satisfy your expectations. I hope you can understand. Viola sounded slightly scared, although she also sounded rather relaxed at the same time. I did say it before, I didn't ask you to do anything. Is that so? Well, you have a point there. Although it might sound strange for me to say this, but it might be a good idea for you to give up on killing that Alna, you know. Akira's mood clearly worsened. What do you mean by that? There's no need to be that angry. It's simply a matter of too much trouble, you see. It isn't worth getting into trouble with Izant family just in order to kill one pickpocket. That's all there's to it, so don't misunderstand me here. It's not like I'm saying that you can't win against Izant family, it's simply a matter of whether it's worth the trouble or not. Moreover, from the information that I gathered, it seems that Katsuya Hunter is making a deal with a Drankum officer to make Alna a Drankum member. Of course, that officer is opposing his request, but it's only a matter of time before she gets overwhelmed. It's a whole different thing between killing a mere pickpocket and killing a Drankum member. Not to mention, Drankum seems to be in a rather good relationship with the Kagamayama city management. So in the worst-case scenario, you might get the whole city against you. No matter how strong you are, it's stupid to get into a fight against Drankum. I'm sure you know at least that much too, right? In the middle of her explanation, Viola's tone slowly turned to normal. But once she remembered her position, after a short pause, she once again sounded rather scared as she said. That's all, later then. Wait. Akira still sounded in a bad mood. Viola replied, sounding scared. What is it? Tell me, where's this Izant family's base? What are you planning to do with it if I tell you? No, it's nothing. I'll send the location to your information terminal after this. Later then. Viola flusteredly closed the call. It seemed that she was scared since continuing the call might only turn the situation worse. Akira put down his information terminal. He hung his head low, sighed, and raised his head again. His bad mood seemed to have vanished. In its place, he had a resolute expression. Akira swung his legs toward the room where he kept his augmented suit. Alpha understood what he was about to do, she frowned and said to Akira. Akira, as I explained to you, the augmented suit is not ready yet. It's not like it's useless just because I can't receive your support, right? Well, if it's useless, I can just use another armor though. I'm glad we modified the AAH and A2D assault rifles so that I can use them without an augmented suit. As for the CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun, I'll only use them when they're ported on my vehicle. Alpha understood that Akira was being serious. There was a time when Akira went to Shijima's base with only his AAH assault rifle and no augmented suit. Considering his opponent and his equipment at that time, it might be equally as reckless as what he was going to do this time. So it was rather impossible to stop Akira, who had made his decision using his equipment as an excuse. So Alpha decided to try a different method. Are you going to save Cheryl or to kill that pickpocket? Both if it's possible. You'll know whether I can do it while I'm at it. Akira himself could not tell if he would only save Cheryl while aiming for Alna or that he would kill Alna while he's saving Cheryl. If it was only one of those, he might not have decided to move out. But with both of those things pointing at the same location, it was enough of a reason for him to move out. I believe Shizuka told you to think about it one more time about killing that pickpocket though. She did, but it seems that I don't have the leeway to take my time any longer. Akira was running out of time. If Drankum gave protection to Alna, he would have to prepare to fight Drankum in order to kill her. But right now, he just needed to prepare to fight Izant family in order to kill her. As a matter of fact, he might be already too late, but it did not change the fact that the sooner he made his move, the better it was. And that would mean to make his move now. Alpha made a serious face and said to Akira. Like I said before, I have no obligation to provide you support for this, you know. Akira stopped and stared back at Alpha. Normally, he would casually say that she did not have to help him in that case, and Alpha was actually expecting him to say that and was planning to use that to convince him. But Akira lightly smiled and said to Alpha. You did tell me to spoil myself with your support, right? So help me. Alpha looked obviously surprised. She then smiled bitterly, a little amused too at the same time. Geez, all right. Thanks. I wonder if it was a mistake telling you that. It's really something you or I should not say lightly. I completely agree with you. Akira and Alpha smiled at each other, they then immediately prepared themselves to move out. Once Akira finished his preparation, he hopped onto his vehicle. Alpha was already sitting on the driver assistant's seat. She then teased Akira. But still, it seems that you are starting to learn how to use me, huh? Akira replied with a joke. That's all thanks to all of your education. Oh my, are you saying that it's my fault? I might have taught you things that I shouldn't have. Alpha's expression turned to her usual smile as she continued. Viola just sent you the location of Izant family's base. Now that we know where it is, shall we go? Roger that. Akira immediately moved out once he finished all of his preparation, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Viola was smiling in a certain room. It was right after she sent the location of Izant family's base to Akira. That should do it. I delayed some time before sending the information to make him think that I didn't have it ready beforehand, but did I delay too much? Viola's expression did not show the fear that she had when she was talking with Akira. All of that was nothing more than her acting. She was just acting scared like how she was usually acting calm. She looked completely fine like usual as she said. I guess it's time to give a call to the other person too. Now then, I wonder what will happen next. Viola smiled amusedly imagining what was going to happen, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Izant family's base was surrounded by fences. The scene behind that fence completely looked out of place in the slum city, it looked so luxurious with a big courtyard. It was sitting in the boundary between the slum city and the wasteland. The people who lived outside that fence would look inside the fence and be amazed by the power of the Izant family. Eventually, they would join the gang in order to get a share of that power. Right when the sun was about to set, the entrance guard noticed a vehicle heading in their direction. They immediately aimed their guns at that incoming vehicle. But that vehicle stopped not too far away from the entrance. The guards quickly surrounded the vehicle. One of the guards saw that it was only a young boy driving that car, he then mockingly said to Akira. Brat, what are you playing here? It's not a place for a brat like you to loiter around. Go away. I heard that Cheryl is here, so I'm here to pick her up. Cheryl? Since that guard was only a lackey in the gang, he did not know the details of what was going on inside the gang, but even so, he felt that he heard that name before when his boss summoned that Cheryl. So he made a call to the people inside the base. What is your name? It's Akira. That man was talking with his superior through his information terminal while glancing at Akira from time to time. Yes. He said that it's his name, and he said that he's here to pick up Cheryl. No, even if you say so, he looks like just a common brat from my point of view. Well, it's true that he has better equipment than a common slum brat. It won't be strange if he calls himself a hunter with his equipment. No, he doesn't look that strong. That man lowered his information terminal and turned to Akira. Are you really Akira? I don't know who's this real Akira that you're expecting, but my name is Akira. I'm talking about that Akira, a hunter who is protecting Cheryl's gang. Is that you? That would be me. That man compared the Akira from the picture that he received from his coworker and the person in front of him. The person in front of him did look like the one in the picture, but he did not seem like a strong hunter that his superior told him about. He then frowned and made another call. Yes, it's the brat from the picture. I understand. That man then closed the call, looked at the other guards, and gave them a signal to lower their guard and return back to their posts. Just wait there. Akira was still sitting in the driver's seat as he nodded. Alpha, who saw that Akira just obediently nodded, lightly smiled. And here I thought that you would just break your way through. If we can solve this without a fight, it would be way easier, right? Of course. Let's just hope that we can solve the other matter as easily too. That would depend on the reason why these guys are protecting that pickpocket. If these guys are also a victim to that pickpocket and are planning to publicly execute her to make an example out of her, then I'll just leave her be. Alpha raised her eyebrows in surprise. Oh, you're okay with that, Akira? It's not like I need to be the one who kills that pickpocket. As long as she would end up dead, I don't really care about the rest. Well, it would be way easier in that case then. Yeah. If that was enough for Akira, Alpha had no complaints about it at all. If Alna got killed somewhere that had nothing to do with Akira, it would not cause any trouble for him afterwards. As Alpha was thinking of a way to accomplish that, her plan was immediately crushed. Another car was heading in their direction. The guards there immediately noticed that vehicle. It was a fully armored vehicle with no windows. It was equipped with multiple cameras to let the people inside it see the situation outside the vehicle. It was even equipped with a machine gun on top of it. That vehicle stopped not too far away from the entrance. The side door of that vehicle opened and an armed young boy stepped out. It was Katsuya. Katsuya's aura intimidated the guards. One of the guards there winced back from that aura as he tried to hide it by yelling at Katsuya. What the heck's with you? Do you even know where you are right now? Do you want to die? Katsuya glared angrily at those guards. Although they were already aiming their guns at him, Katsuya did not show any fear at all. I know you guys are the people who kidnapped Alna. I'm here to get her back. What are you even talking about? Who is this stupid guy? That guard noticed the Drankum stamp on Katsuya's vehicle and winced. You're a Drankum hunter, huh? I am. I'm Katsuya from Drankum. I don't know why you kidnapped Alna, but if you will obediently return her back now, I'll still forgive you. If you don't. Izant family was indeed a strong gang, but it would still give them a lot of trouble if they killed a Drankum hunter. The guards there slowly surrounded Katsuya. The guard who was responsible for communication flusteredly called his superior. Yes. It's an emergency. A hunter from Drankum by the name of Katsuya is here. Katsuya, who saw those guards scared, made an annoyed face. He thought that if having him there would make them that scared, they should not have kidnapped Alna in the first place. Yes, it's indeed the guy from the picture. I think he's the real Katsuya. Unlike Akira, he looks well armed for just a brat and his equipment are better than those common hunters. Katsuya finally noticed Akira sitting in his vehicle with his hand on his chin. He immediately connected Alna who was being held in Izant family's base to Akira who was there, his expression immediately filled with anger and glared at Akira. I see what's going on here. Katsuya thought that Akira asked the Izant family to kidnap Alna. Akira actually already noticed Katsuya for quite some time now. He looked obviously annoyed as he sighed and said, "Why is that guy here?" Alpha seemed obviously disappointed. It seemed to be impossible to avoid a fight now. I bet he's here to save that pickpocket. Why he would even know that pickpocket is he dash. Akira was suspecting that Katsuya also received that information from Viola, but since he did not have any proof and he had no trust in his own intuition, he decided to just forget about it and consider other possibilities. Well, it might be from Drankum's information network. According to Elena-san, he's treated as one of the officers in the gang after all. So it might be possible for him to get that information from there. So, he's glaring at you though, what are you going to do? Let's see. Akira stepped off his vehicle and said to the guard who was still talking to his superior. Hey! What? Don't bother me. Just shut up and wait. Akira then yelled to let the person, to whom that guard was reporting, hear him. If that Alna is still there and alive, give her to me and I'll kill her, either that or kill her yourself now. Ha! What are you dash? That man was confused by what Akira just said. But Katsuya immediately interjected. If you give Alna to him, I'll never forgive you. That man looked even more confused as he looked at Akira and Katsuya. One of them told him to kill Alna while the other was there to save Alna. But both of them were telling him to hand over Alna to them. The weak-looking one looked at that man with a slightly stern face, while the strong-looking one glared at him with an angry face as both of them were demanding him to hand over Alna. That man who was just a lackey had no privilege to make that decision, but he was obviously leaning to one of them while he was talking to his superior. Akira noticed that and mumbled. Well, this doesn't surprise me at all. At this point, Akira already fully abandoned the possibility of peacefully resolving the current matter. Just like everything that happened to him until now, it was just like always, this time too, it did not go as he wanted. He thought that they would only let Katsuya in and they would hand over Alna to Katsuya. Up until now, Akira looked at himself as an outsider in this conflict between Cheryl and Izant family. That was why he peacefully came and asked the entrance guard, and if Cheryl was returned to him without any trouble after that, he would not look at the Izant family as an enemy. But that was no longer the case now. They were hindering him from killing Alna. Now that Akira looked at them as such, he completely turned hostile toward Izant family. Of course, from this point onward, he would react to them just like how he reacted to his enemies. Akira walked past the guard and stood in front of the locked gate. Alpha sighed and mumbled. It still turned to this in the end, huh? I've backed off twice from getting into conflict with him. And just like people say, if you've done it twice, you can do it thrice. At this rate, I feel like I'll always avoid getting into a fight with him. That's why I won't do that this time, just like they say, third time's the charm. Unlike before, this time Akira was properly armed. Or at least, it no longer gave him a reason to back off again this time. There was a time limit too, he had to kill Alna before a stronger organization took her in. Akira no longer had any reason to withdraw. Though just like I told you before, that augmented suit is not ready, so I won't be able to give my full support. So don't expect to get my usual support, okay? Not to mention, you're not used to that augmented suit yet. So be careful, okay? Okay. Alpha then smiled gently at Akira. Well then, you can go ahead. Good hunting. Roger that. Akira's augmented suit was already functional. He used his full force to deliver a powerful kick to the strong-looking gate. The 350 million Aurum augmented suit showed its power and blew away the gate with a loud bang. As the other people were still dumbfounded by what just happened, Alpha controlled Akira's vehicle and ran it straight to him as if to mow him down. Akira lightly jumped to evade that and landed on his vehicle. He then quickly reached for the guns fixed on his vehicle, removed them, and equipped them himself. Alpha, do you know where's Cheryl and that pickpocket? Unfortunately, I only know that they're not outside the mansion. Viola did send the blueprint of the interior of the mansion, but it doesn't say where Cheryl and that pickpocket are held. I guess I have no other choice but to raid the base and ask them, huh? I'll try to look for them too and tell you if I find them. I'll be counting on you. As Akira's vehicle went straight into the mansion through the courtyard, people inside the base started shooting at him. Of course, Akira shot back with the powerful rifles that he just took off from his vehicle. The night scene immediately filled with flashing muzzles. After Akira kicked the door open and drove in, Katsuya finally returned back to himself and immediately started shooting at Akira. But Akira had already disappeared and it was not like he was properly aiming at Akira, so none of his shots hit Akira. Damn it! Katsuya seemed obviously vexed. The guards around him immediately aimed their rifles at Katsuya. Although he was only aiming at Akira, it did not change the fact that he released shots into Izant family's base. It was obviously an act of hostility. Even if he was a hunter from Drankum, they could not just let that go. You brat! Doing something like that. The guards shot at Katsuya aiming to kill him. Katsuya reacted to evade them while shooting back at those guards. Katsuya showed his skill in that fight. The guards were riddled with bullets as they fell down one by one to the ground, some of them were immediately killed while some of them were severely wounded after that exchange. When it ended, Katsuya was the only one still standing. He looked at all the people he shot down scattered in front of him, as the one who did that, he then said to them as if to make an excuse. It's your fault for kidnapping Alna, okay? Katsuya made a stern face as he hopped back to his vehicle and chased after Akira. One guard was still alive albeit badly wounded and was drowning in his own blood. He used the last life force that he had left to reach for his information terminal to send a notification in order to alert everyone that they were under attack before he let out his last breath, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After questioning Alna and judging from how she answered his questions while shaking in fear, Rogalt then thought. She's not lying, or at least, she thinks she's telling the truth. It doesn't look like she had this planned either. It's purely out of luck that Katsuya came to save her. If I think that Katsuya only saved her to show off to the other girls that were with him, it all makes sense. And the reason why he did not give up Alna when he was offered 20 million Aurum might be because he doesn't want people to hate him thinking that he's someone who would exchange a girl for money, either that or it's because he had gone too far and had no other choice but to keep it up. It's not too strange for a hunter, who is earning well, to think of 20 million Aurum as a small amount of money. Not to mention, the info said he's a womanizer. It all makes sense. As for the chance of him working together with Viola behind the scene, that's unlikely. Rogalt thought that the information about Katsuya and Alna were nothing more than fake information made up by Viola, but he quickly dismissed it. And when he thought that the information Viola spread might incite it, considering the reason why Akira was hunting for Alna, he quickly dismissed that too. It was because he had enough reason to think that it was all nothing more than pure coincidence. But even so, the reason why he questioned if that was really a coincidence was simply because he knew of Viola's bad reputation. I'll ask you one more time. You're close to that Katsuya and he promised to save you if anything happens to you, right? Alna was still shaking, but she replied back firmly. That's right. He'll definitely save me. But you're in this situation now. Doesn't that mean that he wasn't able to save you? That is. It's my fault, he told me not to walk around outside since it's dangerous but I disregarded that. When Alna was hiding in one of the camping trailers owned by Drankum, a hunter came and kicked her out since he was about to use that vehicle. As she was thinking about what to do inside Drankum's base, a guard found her and kicked her out since she was an outsider. When she was loitering around outside Drankum's base, she heard that Katsuya went to the slum city to look for Akira. She was so worried and ended up going to the slum city too. And that was where she was kidnapped by Rogolt's men. Alna thought that it was nothing more than a series of bad luck. In reality, it was all orchestrated by Viola. The hunter who kicked her out of the vehicle she was hiding in, and the guard who found her later, all of them were there only because of the information that Viola spread. They did not even know that they were being used by Viola. Similarly, the reason why she heard about Katsuya going to the slum city was because she overheard some people talking about that, and those people only did so because they were told to do so after they received some money from someone they did not know. Rogolt looked at that depressed Alna and felt fear welling up from inside him. Fear towards Viola. Alna thought that she was kidnapped because someone whom she stole from in the past still had some grudges against her. That was also what Rogolt said to Alna. Rogolt did not notice that it was all according to Viola's plan. Rogolt looked at Alna, who was about to break down, and sneered at her. Well, it doesn't really matter. If Katsuya really holds you that dearly, then it's good news to us too. I'll have him properly pay for all the troubles that you caused us. And if he refuses, we can just kill you too. I'm expecting that you'll be a good hostage, okay? Rogolt looked at Alna's face and guessed how good she was as a hostage. He decided that it was worth making her a hostage as he smiled and left the room with his men. Katsuya. Save me. Alna said so with a pained face now that she was left alone in that room. The moment Rogolt stepped outside the room, an emergency alarm reached his terminal. He pulled his information terminal out and asked with a stern face. It's me, what is it? His men replied with a panicked voice. Boss. It's an attack. Who is it from? Don't tell me it's the Horias. Rogolt thought so, judging from how panicked his men were, but he was surprised when he heard the reply. What? The attackers were Akira and Katsuya. Rogolt did not expect that at all. He was even more surprised when he checked the record of their exchange. What's the meaning of this? Why do they know about Alna and Cheryl? I understand it's only a matter of time before they knew it, but this is just too fast. They found out about it on the same day. And they even raided the base without giving us a chance to negotiate. It's just too strange. Rogolt immediately noticed why it happened and made a grim face. Viola. Don't tell me that she brought that plan to us not so that we can manipulate them but to make them attack us. Did she also say something to them that made them not even try to talk it out first? But even if that's true, why would they attack us? There's no way they can win with the only two of th. Rogolt froze. After that, he immediately shouted at his men. Kill both of them. There's no need to give them a chance to surrender. Call back everyone outside the base to fight them. Use all the powered suits inside the hangar too. Rogolt's men, who did not expect that at all, confusedly replied. Wait for a sec, isn't that too much just to fight two young hunters? Not to mention, we stocked those powered suits to fight Horias in the first place. But Rogolt yelled back to that guy who was questioning his order. If they're your common young hunters, there's no way they would raid our base just with the two of them, you know. If my guess is correct, that Viola might have something to do with Horias. They might even come here using this chaos. Go. Make sure that the powered suits are ready before I'm there. Oh, okay. His men flusteredly ended the call. Rogolt still had an extremely grim expression on his face as he looked around his officers and his men and told them. I'll go to the hangar. All of you take your squad to join the fight outside. Hire those hunters who would help us too. It's a full-blown war. In case if Horias don't come after we finish taking care of those two, we'll go and attack Horia's base. Roger that. Should we kill Cheryl and Alna too? Rogold was able to regain some of his calm after he looked at his men who were calm in that situation. After giving it a short thought, he then said, "No, try using them as hostages. Both of them attacked us without even giving us a chance to talk it out. They might not be here in order to save them in the first place, but at least give it a try." Rogold quickly ran towards the hangar after he said that while his men immediately went to move as they were ordered to.